Chapter 51, Announcing Something Changed My Name. The book has been renamed. The original title was Douluo. Luck begins with a lottery shield. I'm going crazy dropping treasures. Changed to
Douluo, Cut Me and I Drop Treasures by Bidong is hooked.
Chapter 51, the second read, Angel's Ninth Trial Sacrificial Card First Update.
What are you smiling at, Senior?
Zukinga asked, puzzled. Lin Yi's smile faded, and he stared at him with a cold expression.
You're mistaken, I wasn't smiling.
But you clearly were. Zhu Qinghe contested in his mind. It seemed Lin Yi could smile, and when he did, he looked just like a sunny youth. It was just a mystery why he always seemed so cold and determined to seek death. Kaiyan Rengsu always felt that there were many stories hidden within Lin Yi.
The damage you just inflicted was 184,563, Black Advanced Level, and the reward you get is a technique called Purple Demon Eyes.
After speaking, Lin Yi coldly flicked the black light orb towards Zhu Qinghe. After merging with the light orb, Zhu Qinghe blinked his eyes, his expression quite odd. Thousand Waves, driven by curiosity, came closer and asked,
What are Purple Demon Eyes?
Zhu Qinghe happily said,
It's a technique specifically for cultivating one's eyes using spiritual power, which can extend and enhance vision, and even utilize spiritual power to launch attacks. It is divided into 4 realms.
I'm currently at the first realm overview, but as my spiritual power isn't weak, I believe it won't be long before I reach the microcosm realm.
Sorry, Lin Yi still wanted to laugh. He really wanted Tang San to stand here and listen to Zhu Qinghe's introduction to Purple Demon Eyes. This guy's face would definitely be a sight to behold. At this moment, Thousand Waves felt the deepest sigh. He found that whenever Zhu Qinghe spoke, his eyes would turn purple. In the process of making eye contact, there was a feeling as if his sea of spirit was being invaded by his granddaughter. It was as if all his movements and details were exposed under Zhu Qinghe's watchful gaze. Miraculous, absolutely miraculous. Where did all these unheard-of techniques come from? Yet their effects were genuinely powerful. Just like that Bodhi blood, Thousand Waves thought that even an ultimate Douluo might not walk away unscathed from an attack of Bodhi blood. When they looked at Lin Yi again, the expressions of both grandfather and granddaughter became unusually fervent. They virtually treated Lin Yi as if he were an idol.
Now that you have comprehended the technique, proceed with the second attack quickly. Everyone else is waiting here too.
Lin Yi said coldly. Surrounding the pair, apart from Bai Bidong who had already completed her attack, indeed everyone else had the eager eyes of hungry wolves. They wanted the red rewards. Especially Long Mao and C.I. Tun, who had few soul skills left to deploy, could only rely on luck to touch upon the red reward pool.
All right.
Returning to the previous positions, Thousand Waves immediately moved to the front while Zhu Qinghe stood behind.
Grandpa, I want a red one too.
Zhu Qinghe said longingly in a low voice from behind. Thousand Waves frowned.
We must progress step by step. You started off with such high damage that it will be difficult later on, but rest assured, your grandfather will risk everything to keep your rewards in the red or higher.
Thank you, Grandpa Tilda, you're the best Tilda.
Zhu Qinghe felt contented in her heart. Having been away from home for so many years, when they met again, of course, Thousand Waves wished he could hold her in the palm of his hand and cherish her.
5th soul skill, Sacred Fire Scorches.
With the release of Thousand Waves' soul skill, Zhu Qinghe's support soul skill also landed on him. This support soul skill was, in fact, Kaiyan Rengsu's 6th soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Once released, it provided a 50% boost on oneself and more than 30% attribute enhancement on teammates. This gave him a significant advantage in both solo and team battles. Thousand Waves stretched out his hands. The shadow of his seraph similarly raised its jade-like palms above its head. A blazing white orb of light rapidly condensed, resembling a miniature sun, emitting an incredibly intense heat and radiance. It even attracted Lin Yi's attention. Thousand Waves' flame was different from his ultimate fire. Thousand Waves' flame belonged to the true fire of the sun, which contained potent, bright attributes, whereas Lin Yi's flame was the epitome of extreme heat.
Boom!
A white-hot ball of fire landed on Lin Yi's body before exploding outward. Thousand Waves quickly spread his wings to shield against the rebounding flames. The next moment, a surprising scene unfolded. Lin Yi, seated cross-legged on the ground, casually extended his right hand forward with an indifferent expression. With his fingers spread open, the white-hot flames all around him suddenly became suspended in midair. He made a fist in the void. Whoosh! All the suspended flames roared and rapidly dissipated in midair. Lin Yi withdrew his fist and hand, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Thousand Waves staring over in astonishment, Lin Yi calmly explained.
Don't worry, I just didn't want the fire to burn my place down. Your damage was not affected.
Thousand Waves wasn't worried about that at all. He was shocked that Lin Yi could also control the true fire of the sun. No, that's wrong, forget it. If someone even has the divine power of a seraph, what's controlling the true fire of the sun to them? Thousand Waves instantly felt it was normal. But that didn't lessen the shock that Lin Yi's fire control spectacle had on him. Only Lin Yi himself knew he hadn't used any godlike abilities. The system had gifted him proficiency in flame control, and naturally, the true fire of the sun was also a flame. Blood loss, 214,324. Remaining health, 999,993,770,453. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Angel's 9th Trial Sacrificial Card. Host reward, Angel 9th Test Through Pass Card. Lin Yi glanced at the panel and couldn't help but smile. Such a user-friendly system, even he was starting to love it.
Damage 214,324, Red Jr., also a new damage record.
After speaking, Lin Yi swapped out the wooden sign beside him. Highest damage record. Level Red Jr. Holder Zhu King, Thousand Waves. Zhu Qinghe looked at the scene in front of her, her heart bursting with excitement. Red damage, ah. Grandpa is amazing. If there weren't so many people around, she would definitely have hugged Thousand Waves and jumped for joy. But Thousand Waves was fixated on the sign, the corner of his eye twitching. Having reached red level damage, the subsequent requirements obviously increased in difficulty. Your granddaughter is excited, but you're making it hard for your grandpa.
Senior, what's the reward?
Zhu Qinghe asked eagerly. Lin Yi held a red orb of light and looked deeply at the grandfather and granddaughter before him.
The reward is the Angel's 9th Trial Sacrificial Card.
Zhu Qinghe was stunned for a moment.
What's that? I don't understand.
Lin Yi calmly explained.
Those who undergo the Angel's 9th Trial are generally those qualified to truly become a seraph. But to pass the 9th trial, the sacrifice of a seraph guardian is needed for success.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Qinghe was stunned for a long while. She finally reacted, stepping back several steps with an expression of disbelief.
Is that so?
Zhu Qinghe turned to look at Thousand Waves, asking with a bewildered face. Thousand Waves scratched his head and managed a forced smile. Seeing Zhu Qinghe glaring at him, he could only stop smiling and sighed helplessly.
There's no helping it, it's my mission.
Chapter 52, Yu Xiaogang, what reason do you have to convince me not to kill you? Second update. Thousand Waves finished speaking and used soul power to seal off the sound from the stands. Because he knew Kaiyan Rengsu might become extremely emotional in a moment. But there was no other way, this was indeed the fate he was born to as the guardian of the seraph.
So you've been keeping quiet all this time?
Zhu Qinghe's eyes reddened. Thousand Waves looked at him somewhat helplessly.
Everything grandfather has done was for your sake. The best way to repay grandfather would be for you to inherit the divinity.
I don't want any inheritance of divinity. I just want grandfather to be safe and sound.
Zhu Qinghe shouted emotionally. The people below the stands could only see that Thousand Waves seemed to be having an argument with Zhu Qinghe, but could not hear what they were saying. Perhaps there was some disagreement over the distribution of rewards.
Don't talk nonsense. You'll do as I tell you. I am your grandfather.
I won't. I don't want to inherit the divinity. I don't want grandfather to die because of me.
You dare!
Thousand Waves walked toward Zhu Qinghe, looking as though he was about to slap him. Lin Yi fiddled with his ear, somewhat speechless. What kind of melodramatic family drama was unfolding before him?
Can you listen to the entire reward introduction before deciding whether to argue or not?
Lin Yi couldn't help but interject. Only then did Thousand Waves and Zhu Qinghe turn to look at Lin Yi. Both of them had just been more emotional than the other. However, they didn't care that Lin Yi heard this, as it seemed Lin Yi was already well informed about them up to this point.
The so-called Angel's Ninth Trial Sacrificial card is a card that can replace the guardian of the divinity in a sacrifice. With this card, your grandfather doesn't have to die at all.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Qinghe's gaze stiffened for a moment. He quickly wiped away his tears and asked Lin Yi excitedly.
Is that true?
Thousand Waves couldn't believe it. If such a thing existed, it would truly be a blessing from the heavens. Who the hell would choose to die if they could live? Lin Yi nodded.
The rewards I give carry no falsehoods.
After speaking, he flicked the red orb of light in front of Zhu Qinghe, where it transformed into a floating golden card. The card's background featured the image of the seraph, and on the front were the large characters.
Sacrifice.
Zhu Qinghe, with shaking hands, cautiously picked up the card. This was a card that could take his grandfather's place in death.
If you can save my grandfather's life, I.
Thousand Waves also stepped forward with a complex expression. As the great priest, he gave Lin Yi a deep bow. A full 90 degrees.
Thousand Waves offers his thanks here.
After he straightened up, he looked at Zhu Qinghe's profile, his heart filled with myriad emotions.
As a grandfather, how could I not wish to live and see my granddaughter grow up slowly?
Having said that, he looked determinedly at Lin Yi.
In the future, just a word from you, and Thousand Waves will heed the call.
Lin Yi raised his hand to stop the enthusiasm of the grandfather and granddaughter. He pointed at Thousand Waves.
You stop thanking me or promising me any benefits.
He then pointed at Zhu Qinghe, speaking coldly.
And you don't even think about hugging me a second time.
Truth be told, Zhu Qinghe really felt the impulse.
Go down, others are waiting. Understood.
Thousand Waves removed the soul power and descended from the stands with Zhu Qinghe. Bidong watched the two of them and asked in a low voice.
What happened? Everyone just said you two had a fight over an uneven reward distribution.
Zhu Qinghe looked at Lin Yi on the stage with a smile brimming in his eyes, finding the youth more and more pleasing as he watched, and he didn't forget to reply.
What happens to us has nothing to do with you. I couldn't care less about your affairs.
Bidong rolled her eyes, clearly not getting along with Zhu Qinghe. It was at this moment that the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, scurried up to the stands. After transforming into a handsome young man, he found his energy in all aspects had doubled. He could stay up late, drink alcohol, and even engage in bayonet fights. Now his impression of Lin Yi was growing ever more favorable.
Senior, it's my turn.
Golden Crocodile Douluo stood in front of Lin Yi and said with tremendous excitement.
Please.
As Bidong was observing the second worshipper's offensive on the stand, a sudden urgent call came from not far away.
Your Eminence, we're back.
Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo hurried through the crowd and came to the side of the stands. They didn't report to Bidong immediately, but were first captivated by the scene on the stands. It was as if, compared to reporting to Bidong, they cared more about who was attacking Lin Yi at the moment.
Just look at the second worshipper. Why not drop another life extension spiritual stone and turn him straight into a baby? Yeah, then we could really bully him.
Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were discussing softly, without noticing the increasingly colder expression on Bidong's face.
Do you take me for air? Where are the investigation results?
The two snapped back to attention and immediately looked towards Bidong, with Ghost Douluo saying.
Wei.
Bidong furrowed her brows slightly.
Blue Tyrant Academy, isn't that?
Holy crap, 214,324, a new record. Dude, that's red level damage.
Chrysanthemum Douluo suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Bai Bidong's words. He suddenly felt like he and Ghost Douluo had missed out on a lot.
What? Red level damage? When did this happen? Where did you see it?
Ghost Douluo immediately craned his neck over, joining Chrysanthemum Douluo in peering down from the edge of the stands.
You too, are you courting death?
Bai Bidong gritted her teeth. The two jumped with fright and quickly returned to standing nervously in front of Bai Bidong. Blue Tyrant Academy, the one with Liu Erlong as the dean.
Yes, that's the one.
Bai Bidong's pupils dilated. Yu Xiaoging went to see Liu Erlong.
Make way.
She snapped coldly, frightening the soul masters around her into hastily making way. What got into the Pope all of a sudden, as if she's on a warpath?
Hey, didn't you guys think the Pope looked really good today?
Porcupine Douluo suddenly asked. It was only after Bai Bidong left that he dared to speak those words.
Damn, great minds think alike. I love those black stockings, especially on Her Eminence's legs.
Chapter 53, Sniping Yu Xiaoging, Bullet Brutally Attacks Tang Hao, third release. The bustling atmosphere at the lottery shield in the stands continued, but there were no changes on the damage record board. The highest damage recorded was still 214,324, an attack jointly made by Zhu King and Thousand Waves. The damage dealt by Dragon Lance Douluo today was also revealed. First attempt. Second attempt. He had gone mad. For some reason, whether yesterday was just a better day or something else, his attacks today failed to surpass those of yesterday, not even once. Since neither attempt showed a normal increase in damage, the quality of the rewards was downgraded from Black Advanced level to Black Intermediate level. Dragon Lance Douluo, holding 2 Black Intermediate level rewards, was carried back spitting blood once again. Approaching evening. The Stardew Imperial Palace. Emperor Zhuai walked along the lengthy corridor, glancing back at the evening sky. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to a servant beside him and asked,
Has Qinghe not returned yet? Indeed, Your Majesty. What exactly has happened? I am unaware. Should we send someone to investigate in Seoul City?
Emperor Zhuai's eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. The relations between Marshal Seoul Hall and the two great empires were growing worse. Could they be harboring ulterior motives at this time, detaining Zhu King in Seoul City? Logically, he should have returned yesterday afternoon.
Send a few nimble soul masters, instruct them to be sharp, and to report back immediately with any news without delay.
He ordered with a grave tone in his voice.
Yes.
Also, ask Sect Master Ning to come over. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes. Watching the servant depart, Emperor Zhuai heaved a sigh. The current state of the continent seemed calm on the surface, but was, in reality, fraught with undercurrents of unrest. Marshal Seoul Hall was planning something in secret. He was even less clear whether Zhu Qinghe's delayed return was an indication of Marshal Seoul Hall's plans unfolding. It would be better to call Ning Fengzhai over first to analyze Zhu Qinghe's current situation together, then make a decision. A night of pitch-dark skies and howling winds. Shrek Academy. A sultry woman scaled the high walls of the academy. Bai Bidong climbed over the high wall, her high heels clicking on the hard tiles, her smooth black stockings reflecting the moon's lustrous light. She took her steps up to the highest building. Bai Bidong stood on the ridge, her cold gaze sweeping over the dimly lit windows inside the academy, seemingly searching for someone in particular. At last she fixed on one of the windows. A middle-aged man with short black hair sat by the window, reading a book, when suddenly, a beautiful woman in a tight black outfit carrying tea walked towards the man. The two faced each other and smiled, and after handing over the tea, the woman tenderly moved behind him to massage his shoulders. Bai Bidong's expression was cold as frost. She reached for her soul tool and pulled out a shiny black Barrett sniper rifle. The flowing skirt rippled slightly in the night wind. Bai Bidong knelt down, propping the heavy and formidable metal firearm on the rooftop. The dark and sleek muzzle pointed at the window. Bai Bidong's icy, stunning face neared the scope, her crosshairs targeting Yu Xiaoging's temple. The wind undulated and clouds obscured the moon. She silently counted down 3 seconds in her mind. Bai Bidong's pale forefinger pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The muzzle flashed fire, the immense recoil not shifting Bai Bidong's poised figure in the slightest. It didn't falter her resolve either. The bullet sped through glass, burrowing into Yu Xiaoging's temple. A scene like a bursting watermelon unfolded at the window. There was no chance for Yu Xiaoging's head to remain intact under the high-speed impact of a 0.5 BMG bullet. His headless body slumped weakly against the desk. The room quickly filled with Liu Erlong's piercing screams. Bai Bidong stood up, her expression cold and indifferent. She blew on the gun barrel, dispersing white smoke, while her right foot, clad in high heels, rested on the ridge of the roof. This time, the bullet was propped above her knee, wrapped in black silk. Yu Xiaoging was dead, and now it was time for the second person. Upon hearing the noise, a soul master immediately rushed to the source of the screams. Through her scope, Bai Bidong's frosty eyes once again locked onto a target. It was a young man dressed in blue. She aimed at the young man's head, ready to pull the trigger once more. But at that moment, a life-threatening aura suddenly emerged. Bai Bidong looked up, only to see a dark red hammer looming before her eyes. Not good. She instantly drew back, dodging the hammer while simultaneously searching for the attacker. A burly man in black sackcloth floated midair.
Who are you?
Bang! The muzzle flashed fire, the immense recoil not shifting Bai Bidong's poised figure in the slightest. It didn't falter her resolve either. The bullet sped through glass, burrowing into Yu Xiaoging's temple. A scene like a bursting watermelon unfolded at the window. There was no chance for Yu Xiaoging's head to remain intact under the high-speed impact of a 0.5 BMG bullet. His headless body slumped weakly against the desk. The room quickly filled with Liu Erlong's piercing screams. Bai Bidong stood up, her expression cold and indifferent. She blew on the gun barrel, dispersing white smoke, while her right foot, clad in high heels, rested on the ridge of the roof. This time, the bullet was propped above her knee, wrapped in black silk. Yu Xiaoging was dead, and now it was time for the second person. Upon hearing the noise, a soul master immediately rushed to the source of the screams. Through her scope, Bai Bidong's frosty eyes once again locked onto a target. It was a young man dressed in blue. She aimed at the young man's head, ready to pull the trigger once more. But at that moment, a life-threatening aura suddenly emerged. Bai Bidong looked up, only to see a dark red hammer looming before her eyes. Not good. She instantly drew back, dodging the hammer while simultaneously searching for the attacker. A burly man in black sackcloth floated midair. Who are you? The man uttered in a deep voice. Since Bai Bidong was in the shadows, he couldn't see her face. But Bai Bidong had already recognized the man's identity. Tang Hao. Without a word, she again coldly set up the bullet, the barrel aimed at Tang Hao. Bang! The red-hot bullet shot towards Tang Hao at high speed.
Such a small weapon, it can injure me.
Tang Hao snorted coldly, raising his enormous palm with soul power bursting forth from the center. The next moment, however, his eyes widened in shock. This tiny weapon had actually penetrated the barrier of his soul power, instantly piercing through his palm, leaving behind a dark, hollow void. Only owing to Tang Hao's formidable physical defense was his hand not blown away like Yu Xiaoging's.
What martial soul is this?
Tang Hao exclaimed in horror. Bai Bidong smirked, her red lips curling up. Without choosing to linger, she quickly packed up the bullet and fled towards Seoul City. She knew she couldn't beat Tang Hao in a fight. And her identity was not suitable for being revealed here.
Stop!
Chapter 54, Lin Yi punches Tang Hao, Ning Fengzhai questions the bullet's power first update. Lin Yi didn't rush into the house, instead he looked in the direction of the incoming aura, his eyes emitting a purple glow. After mastering the purple extreme demonic eye technique, his realm was forcibly elevated to a subtle level of spiritual power without the need of training. The advancement of the technique's realm was as simple as eating a meal. Using the purple extreme demonic eye technique, Lin Yi finally caught sight of two figures. The aura came from two people chasing each other at high speed, entering Seoul City in just a moment. The one in front, Lin Yi squinted, his eyes turned out to be Bai Bidong. Tang Hao was close behind in pursuit, and Bai Bidong frowned, not wanting to be recognized. If word got out that a pope had gone to Tiandu City to commit murder, it would definitely be detrimental to Marshal Seoul Hall, and even more so for Cayenne Rangsu. If she could turn around and kill Tang Hao, that would be fine, but the key issue was that she wasn't completely confident she could, so she had no choice but to choose flight for the time being. But now Marshal Seoul Hall was right before her, and Bai Bidong hesitated. If not to Marshal Seoul Hall, then the only other option was
Senior, may I use your house for a moment?
Bai Bidong, carrying a fragrant breeze, brushed past Lin Yi and immediately hid inside his wooden hut, closing the door behind her. Hey, you womans. Entering my room, did I agree to it? Lin Yi frowned. Just then, a whooshing sound came from above. Lin Yi looked up to see a dark red Hao Tian hammer descending from the sky, and with a
Boom!
the entire viewing stand shook violently. He promptly steadied himself, looking toward the place where the Hao Tian hammer had landed. The granite used to build the viewing stand was smashed into pieces by the Hao Tian hammer, and a third of the stand collapsed. My fucking...
Hand her over, and I'll spare your life.
He spoke in a low voice to Lin Yi. After speaking, he walked over, 9 soul rings rising from his body. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. At this moment, Bai Bidong secretly opened a crack in the door to watch the scene unfolding outside. Lin Yi's gaze grew cold in an instant as he looked at the destroyed part of the stand.
You've wrecked my place. How are we going to settle this?
He looked at Tang Hao. No matter what your martial soul is, no matter who you are, and no matter how many soul rings you have, or what kind of soul ring configuration, you fucking destroyed my venue.
Kid, I have no patience to negotiate with you. I'll say it one last time, either you hand her over or you get out of the way, or else I'll make sure both of you die.
Tang Hao growled, his killing domain radiating from him, enveloping the area with a cold and stern aura. But what puzzled him was that the youth standing on the platform seemed to be unaffected by it.
I will ask one last time as well. You've broken my place. Are you going to compensate?
Lin Yi was truly out of patience. Not meeting him in person, who would have known how arrogant Tang Hao could be.
Heh.
Tang Hao's expression turned cold, his large hand gripped the Hao Tian hammer tightly, and he raised the handle to strike at Lin Yi, the hammerhead expanding more than 10 meters in midair.
Boom!
As the hammer fell, the ground trembled. A huge shockwave spread out from under the hammer, creating a chain of air explosions in the atmosphere. But after clearly seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Hao's expression changed. The Hao Tian hammer hadn't smashed down at all. The youth stood in his original spot without moving. The only action was him coldly tilting his head to one side. And when the mighty Hao Tian hammer struck his shoulder, there wasn't the slightest reaction.
How did you do that?
Tang Hao was astonished beyond belief. He hadn't even felt any soul power fluctuations from the young man. Lin Yi sighed.
Waste of breath.
Boom! As the hammer fell, the ground trembled. A huge shockwave spread out from under the hammer, creating a chain of air explosions in the atmosphere. But after clearly seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Hao's expression changed. The Hao Tian hammer hadn't smashed down at all. The youth stood in his original spot without moving. The only action was him coldly tilting his head to one side. And when the mighty Hao Tian hammer struck his shoulder, there wasn't the slightest reaction.
Vda.
The immense impact force from the Hao Tian hammer struck directly into Tang Hao's chest. Tang Hao was sent flying into the distance, spewing a mouthful of blood in the process. Lin Yi, still not venting his anger, continued to pursue him. His figure flashed and vanished on the spot, moving so quickly it was almost as if he used space elements. But when he reached the rooftop, he looked up to see Tang Hao had already soared into the sky, a faint glow emitting from his right leg. The flight skill of the right leg bone. It seemed that Tang Hao's physical defense wasn't bad either. He had taken a punch from him and hadn't died, even managing to use a soul bone. It was probably because the Hao Tian hammer was in between. At that moment, Bai Bidong walked out of the room, still in a daze. This strength, this speed, he was actually displaying it all through his physical body alone. Throughout the whole process, Bai Bidong had not seen the slightest fluctuation of soul power from Lin Yi. This must be what a god is capable of. So strong. Just then, Lin Yi returned, and Bai Bidong immediately went up to meet him.
Elder!
Bai Bidong looked at him somewhat embarrassed. Lin Yi's expression was icily cold.
He escaped, you compensate.
Bai Bidong looked at the collapsed bleachers and obediently nodded.
I'll call someone to reinforce it again tomorrow.
Shrek Academy. The night seemed unusually long. Ning Fengzhai, who was preparing to be a guest at the Star Luo royal family, was attracted by the commotion inside Shrek Academy as he passed by. Worried about Ning Rongrong's safety, he made a detour to Shrek Academy in the company of Chen Xin and Gu Rong. In the room, everyone's expression was very somber. Tang San was kneeling on the ground, his face gloomy. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were sobbing softly, while Xiao was holding Liu Erlong, her eyes also red-rimmed. Gu Rong picked up a white cloth and pulled out a gilded bullet head embedded in the ground. He exchanged a shocked look with Chen Xin beside him.
Is such a small thing the cause of Grandmaster's death?
Ning Fengzhai stood to one side, leaning on his cane, and frowned.
Uncle Bone, are you sure? How could such a small object cause such a horrific death?
Chapter 55, The Scout Sent by Emperor Zui expresses shock second update.
It's not the size of the weapon that determines its power, but the technique of the user. This must be some kind of extremely powerful hidden weapon.
A youth in a blue tight-fitting outfit said, kneeling on the ground.
Little 3, do you think this thing is like your hidden weapon?
Dai Mubai asked. Tang San shook his head.
Similar, yet not the same. This one is much more powerful. The huge magic crossbow is far inferior to it. The person who invented this thing must have extremely high mastery in the crafting of hidden weapons.
Gu Rong muttered to himself as he looked at the bullet.
Could this perhaps be some kind of unexplored martial soul weapon?
At this moment, Chen Xin nodded.
I also believe that this should be a weapon martial soul, but one that has not yet been discovered.
Tang San remained silent. Whether it was a weapon martial soul or a hidden weapon, he had to find the culprit and avenge his teacher. The next day, before the sky had lightened, Lin Yi was awakened by a bustling noise outside. He opened his door and jumped in fright. Damn, had Bai Bidong sent a whole construction crew. Dozens of people were surrounding Lin Yi's viewing platform, some even unfolding architectural drawings to study on site. By the time the sun rose and the Gua Sha masters began their work, the version 3 of the viewing platform was finally completed. This version of the viewing platform was more than a level more luxurious than version 2, with even gold trim and elaborate cloud patterns on the exterior and 5 more steps made of marble slabs. It looked like Bai Bidong really meant business. Lin Yi couldn't help but want to praise her when she arrived. But on second thought, he decided against it. That's how women are, praise them and they'll expect even more from you. Moreover, Lin Yi knew that Bai Bidong was trying to please him with the intent of roping him into the Martial Soul Hall's camp. Lin Yi had no interest in that. He didn't belong to any camp. Nor did he stand with any faction. Even after crossing into this world, he only wanted to be a mere spectator, honestly mastering Shieldbreaker and peacefully unlocking the Divine Body. Let them fight their battles, it had nothing to do with him. Walking up the marble steps to the viewing platform, Lin Yi paused as he saw a soft cushion placed where he usually sat. Tisk, this gesture by Bai Bidong was quite thoughtful. Good review, good review. Lin Yi sat down cross-legged on the cushion and took a deep breath, settling his mind. Indeed, sitting on a cushion felt different from sitting on hard stone.
Good morning, senior.
The Gua Sha masters greeted him enthusiastically below, while Lin Yi remained indifferent, his expression cold as usual. But everyone was used to this by now. It would be truly odd if Lin Yi suddenly started smiling at people one day.
Hey, do you really think the Crown Prince is staying away from Tiandu because of this guy?
Suddenly, someone in the crowd below questioned.
That's what these people say. We'll see soon enough if the crown prince shows up or not. Right, let's wait and see.
The two speaking were the scouts sent by Emperor Zui. They had assumed that Zhu Qinghe was imprisoned within the martial soul hall, but after asking around, they discovered that the crown prince had stayed because he was lured by this seeker of death.
I thought it would be a beauty, but it's just a kid with peach fuzz. What about him could possibly attract the crown prince? Who knows, yet there's such a crowd of fans.
The two soul master scouts talked in astonishment. But then suddenly, all the soul masters around them urgently ran in one direction, jostling to get in line below the viewing platform. A long queue snaked around, circling the viewing platform round and round.
Wow, they're so orderly.
One of the scouts was dumbfounded. What followed was even more shocking to them. They saw people stepping up, attacking the youth with soul skills, and he would emotionlessly throw money at them.
So, where's the end of the line?
I think you've got a point.
Zhu Qinghe looked at Bai Bidong's silhouette from behind and didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that Bai Bidong was very different from yesterday. Her outfit continued the style of the previous day, with black silk stockings and a short skirt accentuating her legs, providing a feast for the eyes. Most importantly, he found Bai Bidong's mood to be vastly improved compared to yesterday. Even her walk had a lighter spring to it. The elders also had the same feeling. Today, when they saw her, Your Holiness actually smiled at them. Although they felt an inexplicable sense of happiness, it also made them uneasy.
Ahem.
Bai Bidong coughed a few times to signal Lin Yi that she had arrived. Lin Yi indeed responded. He opened his eyes, glanced indifferently at Bai Bidong, then closed them again. Bai Bidong. Senior, is that polite? Well, it's the familiar scent, but at least this time he bothered to open his eyes. Affinity +1.
Hey, there's the crown prince.
The scout finally spotted Zhu Qing among a group of titled Douluo.
Should we call out to him? Wait a moment, I'm curious why the Pope of the Spirit Hall is also attracted to this youngster. It can't be just for some petty cash, right?
One of the scouts said gravely.
That's right, let's continue watching. Once we have a clear understanding, we can report back to Your Majesty with the truth.
Exquisite high heels clicked crisply one after another on the marble steps. Bai Bidong looked somewhat resentfully at the young man in front of her. She'd never before met someone colder than herself.
Senior, I'm making my move. Ahem.
Lin Yi nodded. Damn it, it seems like he really doesn't plan to say.
Thank you.
Bai Bidong gritted her teeth. She took a deep breath.
7th soul skill, martial soul true body.
6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider's thorn.
Possession occurred and dense purple spider silk wrapped around Bai Bidong's body, speedily weaving into an exquisite dress decorated with a spider web pattern. The silk extended downwards, intertwining into a fishnet pattern along her slender, pale legs. Bai Bidong radiated a hazy glow, a sight always envied by soul masters no matter how many times they saw it. The scouts were also stunned by the beauty of Bai Bidong after possession.
Why does her possession mean changing into a new outfit?
He exclaimed, puzzled. At that moment, a soul master beside the scout glanced at him dismissively and said,
New here, then let me properly enlighten you. That's the reward for the martial soul form personally chosen by Her Holiness the Pope from Senior Lin Yi. Whatever form you desire for your possession, that's what you get, understand?
The scout was dumbfounded.
Are you joking, brother? There's such a thing.
He hadn't finished speaking when another scout, shocked, poked him.
Hey, look quick. It turns out the rewards aren't just soul coins.
Chapter 56, Emperor Zui. Can I try my luck for immortality? 3rd update. Blood loss, 183,654. Remaining health, 999,990,223,124. Damage level, black high level. Random reward, Rakshasa Scythe 1 month duration. Host reward, Rakshasa Scythe permanent. Lin Yi took another look at his panel to confirm that the weapon Bai Bidong was holding was indeed the Rakshasa god's weapon. It was a divine artifact. The entire scythe was about 2 meters long, just the blade itself measured 80 centimeters, with the main body in dark purple and the blade in bright silver. Holding it in hand, it exuded a ghastly and fearsome aura.
Rakshasa God's exclusive weapon, you have a month to experience it. However, this weapon contains a deep malignant energy, so it is not suitable for you to use it for extended periods in your current state. I suggest you don't handle the Rakshasa scythe for more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn each day.
Bidong nodded, overwhelmed with excitement. A divine artifact, this was a divine artifact. She hadn't expected that the feeling of holding a divine artifact would be like this. Indeed, the scythe contained a vast power that she couldn't yet fully master. Zhu King, watching from the side, was dying of envy. Why hadn't he even seen a feather from the six-winged angel god, even though he had already achieved red-level damage? It was so unfair. Especially when this woman's luck was proving to be better than his.
I didn't mishear just now, did I? Was that a divine artifact?
One of the Soul Master Scouts asked in shock.
Whether it's a divine artifact or not, I believe the Pope of the Spirit Hall can definitely discern its authenticity. Judging by her reaction, it is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Are the drops from this thing random or fixed?
The scout was genuinely confused. Divine artifacts and soul coins, it all seems so erratic.
Of course it's random, but the quality of the rewards varies with the damage inflicted. Her Holiness scored black advanced level damage to drop that divine artifact.
Another Soul Master explained. Waiting around was so boring, might as well enlighten these two novices.
Big brother, may I ask what rewards have appeared so far?
The scout immediately asked the Soul Master, who was eager to share his knowledge.
Well, there's been a bounty of them. You don't know how vast Senior Lin Yi's powers are.
This enthusiastic Soul Master had a good memory, reciting all the rewards that had appeared over the past 2 days to the two scouts. Except for a few particularly complex names, and those that had been muted on the spot. After listening, the two scouts' jaws nearly hit the floor.
No time to waste.
This news was even more explosive than that of the Crown Prince being held here.
Why hasn't His Highness the Crown Prince sent the news back? That's not very conscientious. Stop talking, let's go back quickly.
At the Stardew Imperial Palace.
What did you say?
Emperor Zhu Yi narrowed his eyes, looking at the two Soul Master Scouts kneeling on one knee before him. Ning Fengzhai and 2 others were sitting beside him. Emperor Zhu Yi and Ning Fengzhai had discussed the whole night about the issue of Zhu King not returning yet, as well as the matter of Yu Xiaoging's murder. In the end, they had only come to one conclusion, that the Spirit Hall couldn't hold back anymore and was finally making a move. But now, hearing these two scouts out,
Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, I know this may be hard to believe, but my brother and I really saw it with our own eyes.
the expressions of the two scouts did not suggest they were lying. Nobody would lie with a story so implausible. Emperor Zhu Yi and Ning Fengzhai exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Ning Fengzhai spoke in a gentle tone.
Don't be nervous, both of you. You mentioned that the young man would drop treasures. What exactly has he dropped?
The two scouts immediately widened their eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. I know this. Luckily, that enthusiastic brother clued me in. They promptly recounted the story once more. After listening, the expressions of Emperor Zhu Yi and the others were as incredulous as if they had seen a mouse trying to act like a cat.
In this world,
Emperor Zhu Yi asked in amazement. He was of advanced age and his body was not as strong as before. He honestly didn't know how many more years he had left. If he could actually obtain such a thing, it would be like a gift from heaven. Since ancient times, emperors long for longevity, and Emperor Zhu Yi was no exception. As his end neared, his desire for extended life had even become a yearning.
Yes, the second worshipper of the worship hall, the golden crocodile Douluo, has turned into a young man.
we saw him today, bouncing around lively, bursting with energy. He looked even younger than the Crown Prince.
Really?
This question was asked by Chen Xin. The two scouts immediately looked at Chen Xin and nodded solemnly.
If there is even a hint of a lie, may thunder strike us dead right here. What's wrong, Uncle Jian?
Ning Fengzhai looked towards Chen Xin. Chen Xin shook his head, his face filled with emotion.
Like this, my father once sparred with the golden crocodile Douluo. At that time, my father was even a few years younger than the golden crocodile Douluo.
The person who was even older than Uncle Jian's father had now become someone younger than the crown prince. In an instant, Ning Fengzhai could imagine the level of contrast. It was completely preposterous.
Wait, did you just say that the young man also dropped some kind of weapon that you had never seen before?
Gu Rong, who had been silent until then, narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this.
Yes, it's a kind of weapon that requires two items to work together to launch an attack, called bullet and bullet.
At this point, Gu Rong took out a gilt bullet head, asking the two men before him with a serious expression.
Is this the bullet or the bullet? This should be the bullet.
One of the scouts said gravely. Gu Rong frowned and pocketed the
bullet.
Once again. He looked at Chen Xin. The situation was already quite clear. If this thing that killed Yu Xiaogeng was a martial soul, nobody had ever seen it. If it was a hidden weapon, Tang San also couldn't give an explanation. Therefore, it could only be something that had never appeared before. And that young man from Seoul City was the creator of this thing. The case was basically solved. In any case, the person who killed Yu Xiaogeng was definitely related to the young man from Seoul City.
Sect Master, let me and Chen Xin visit Seoul City, and by the way, meet with the Crown Prince.
Gu Rong stated. Ning Fengzhai nodded.
I'll go as well.
What will the Sect Master do there?
Ning Fengzhai coughed. Could he say he was a bit interested in the evolution crystal? I wonder if the 7 treasures glazed pagoda could evolve.
I'll go too.
Surprisingly, Emperor Zhu Yi also rose from the throne. Ning Fengzhai looked at him in surprise.
Your Majesty, are you?
Chapter 57, Red Junior Rewards Soul Beast Summoning Card, First Update. Seoul City. Bidong now had only 1 second attack left. Her previous attack had already exceeded 180,000, so she would need to consider carefully how to proceed with any further damage. A combination of multiple soul skills was one option. However, this method severely drained soul power. If she used it once, she would struggle to perform well during the second attack. Moreover, Lin Yi, that indifferent fellow, certainly wouldn't give her enough time to rest. So she needed to find another way. Looking at the divine artifact in her hand, Bidong suddenly thought that maybe the Rakshasa scythe could serve as a tool to boost her damage. With that thought, a smile appeared on Bidong's face.
Senior, may I use the treasure I obtained from you to attack you?
Lin Yi looked at her calmly and nodded.
The Rakshasa scythe is permissible. Anything that can inflict direct damage upon me from the things you have obtained from me can be used. Good.
With that, Bidong decided how she would conduct her attack. The first soul skill plus Rakshasa scythe. This would be a trial to see to what extent the Rakshasa scythe could enhance her abilities in her hands. The attack began.
First soul skill, Death Lance.
A dark purple death lance formed in her hand, and with a sharp gaze, Bidong hurled the lance towards Lin Yi. At the same time, she wielded the devil's sickle, chasing after the lance with incredible speed. Her legs, wrapped in black silk, nearly left afterimages behind as Bidong tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped into the air. She flipped in midair, and the Rakshasa scythe let out a deathly howl, its blade as sharp as ever, striking Lin Yi alongside the lance's tip. Clang! But immediately upon landing, before even stabilizing herself, Bidong's eyes suddenly widened as the damage rebounded back to her. The Rakshasa scythe in her hand was flung into the air, and her body swiftly slid towards the edge of the stands. The audience was left agape. These days, is there even a risk to one's life when hitting someone who doesn't fight back? The falling devil's sickle was easily caught by Lin Yi, while Bidong stabilized her body using her waist strength just before she was about to fall off. She was shocked inside. There hadn't been such a fierce damage rebound in her previous attack.
Senior, how was the damage?
Bai Bidong asked somewhat nervously. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand. When Bai Bidong saw the orb of light in Lin Yi's hand emitting a dark red glow, her eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness! She had actually achieved red. She couldn't believe it. Zhu Qinghe in the stands frowned deeply. It's maddening,
Summoning card.
Lin Yi explained.
This is a soul beast summoning card, which can summon soul beasts 10 times, and the summoned soul beasts will completely obey your commands. But each time a soul beast appears, it can only maintain its presence for 10 minutes. The most important point, the soul beasts you summon must be at least 100,000-year soul beast. So 100,000-year, 200,000-year, 500,000-year, and 700,000-year soul beasts are all possible. But if you're a bit unlucky...
As Lin Yi was introducing this, he suddenly thought of something. If the rules were like that, Xiao would definitely be on the summoning list as well. That could be quite interesting. If Bai Bidong faces Tang San and Xiao in battle and uses the summoning card to summon Xiao.
Is it possible to summon a million-year soul beast? Even a 10 million-year soul beast is possible, of course, provided such a soul beast exists.
Lin Yi responded. Bai Bidong awesome. She happily pocketed the summoning card. If next time she really had no other choice, she might as well summon a ferocious beast to attack Lin Yi.
Grandpa, you have to take back our dignity.
Thousand Waves replied in a low voice.
Don't rush, damage has to be built up gradually. If it gets reduced, and you instantly go from Red Junior to Black Advanced level, I wonder where you'll go crying. But I don't want her to surpass us.
Thousand Waves could only pat Zhu Qing's hand to comfort him, knowing his granddaughter had always been like an enemy to Bai Bidong since they were young. This pair of mother and daughter were indeed peculiar. Just then, as Bai Bidong passed by the grandfather and granddaughter, it seemed as if she heard what they were discussing and rolled her eyes coldly. Seeing this, a greater gloom settled in Zhu Qing's heart.
Grandpa, look at her.
I see.
Thousand Waves tugged at the corner of his mouth, somewhat helplessly. But just as he was ready to take the stage, a voice suddenly rang out, approaching from afar.
Great priest, give me a chance.
Thousand Waves and the others looked toward the crowd and saw Yan running over from a distance. Bai Bidong frowned.
Yan, weren't you going with Nana and the others to hunt for a soul ring?
Out of breath, Yan shook his head.
I didn't go.
Suddenly, he straightened his back and indignantly declared.
I've been researching a soul skill of my own creation these past few days, and I'm confident I can deliver a purple damage this time.
Purple?
Don't waste time here, you little brat. One sneeze from me could be purple damage.
He said disdainfully. Everything was rather normal, but upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression suddenly stiffened. Thousand Waves better not actually sneeze at him to prove the damage, right? He suddenly got a little nervous and hurriedly shouted from behind.
Using sneezing as an attack method is prohibited.
Chapter 58, The Most Outrageous Reward 100% Millennium Kill, Second Update. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yi then realized that everyone was staring at him in a daze. Zhu Qinghe was the first to burst out laughing.
So Senior is afraid of this. Ha ha ha.
Lin Yi looked at him calmly.
Is it funny?
Zhu Qinghe hurriedly stopped laughing and obediently shook his head.
Not funny.
I'll emphasize it again, I only allow normal attacks.
After saying that, Lin Yi closed his eyes. At this moment, watching the sheepish appearance of Zhu Qinghe, Bai Bidong couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude.
That's what you get for running your mouth. Mind your business.
Zhu Qinghe rolled his eyes at Bai Bidong.
Great priest.
Yan called out once again.
What now?
Thousand Waves frowned at him. Yan brought his hands together, looking at him with pleading eyes.
Please, great priest, let me attack once. I am, after all, a future flower of Martial Soul Hall.
Thousand Waves.
Fine, but you only get one chance. Get in line for the second time.
Thousand Waves said somewhat impatiently.
All right, thank you, great priest.
Yan was elated. He bounced up the stairs to the stage, all the while marveling inwardly at how, in just 2 or 3 days, Senior's platform had become so splendid. It seemed that the slap had landed pretty crisply on the Pope's face this time.
Senior Lin Yi, I've come out of seclusion.
Yan knelt down solemnly towards Lin Yi, his head touching the ground, and gave a grand kowtow in respect. Bai Bidong and others were stunned. This Yan kid, is he this devout toward Lin Yi? Lin Yi felt nothing, he nodded and said.
Start. Yes, Senior.
Yan stood up, extremely nervous, taking deep breaths repeatedly. He was not only trying to prove himself in front of Lin Yi but also in front of the Pope, the great priest, and several of the higher-ups of Martial Soul Hall. He must perform normally. At this moment, Lin Yi could even hear Yan's somewhat heavy breathing. But at this time, a voice came up from below the stage.
Sucking the air dry in front of Senior with your mouth, is that your self-created soul skill?
Thousand Waves asked impatiently from below. Can you hurry up, kid? Everyone's watching you gasping for air on stage.
No, that's not it. I'll attack now, right now.
Yan gave an awkward smile, and the next moment his expression turned serious. He released his martial soul, and the scorching flame lord appeared behind him.
Fire Flame Meteor.
Yan forcefully enunciated each word of his self-created soul skill. He leaped up and somersaulted in the air. When he landed, his fists, covered in magma, smashed down hard onto the stage. The next moment, a series of fireballs fell from the sky, aiming straight for Lin Yi. Bai Bidong's expression changed slightly. Yan's self-created soul skill was actually somewhat impressive. Him being able to develop such a soul skill in such a short time showed that he had really put in the effort. Even Thousand Waves nodded silently at this moment, signaling his approval. After the attack, Yan's complexion was nearly pale. But he was extremely excited because this demonstration was very successful.
How was it, Senior?
Yan asked immediately. Loss of blood, 28,746. Remaining blood, 999,989,975,463. Damage level purple. Random reward 100% Millennium Kill, 10 times. Host reward 100% Millennium Kill, permanent. Lin Yi glanced at the rewards, his eyes narrowing slightly. His expression gradually turned to shock. Is this?
How is it, Senior?
Yan was getting anxious on the side. He noticed that Lin Yi's face looked a bit ugly and couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. Was his damage not up to par, or was the reward too crappy? Lin Yi looked at Yan, took a deep breath, and picked up a purple orb of light with his right hand. Seeing the color of the orb, Yan was taken aback, then burst into rapturous joy.
Holy sh*T, purple, it's really purple, I did it.
Thousand Waves and Bai Bidong watched Yan's ecstatic reaction and became curious about the reward Yan had received. They had never seen a purple reward on site and wondered about the effect of such a low-level reward. Somewhat reluctantly, Lin Yi said,
Your reward is the 100% Millennium Kill.
Actually, when you think about it, in the ever-changing battlefield, it's quite a divine skill, given the absolute control ability. But it does not deal real damage and has a full taunt effect, so after 1 second, you might face the consequence of getting beaten up by the other person.
Senior, I still don't understand what Millennium Kill is.
Yan scratched his head. Lin Yi took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, since he was the one giving out the reward, he naturally had to explain. He pressed his palms together, fingertips touching.
When you make this hand gesture and thrust towards someone who has hostility towards you, that person will momentarily lose control of their body and appear in front of you, bum pointed your way.
At the scene, a second of silence. 2 seconds of silence. Half a minute of silence. Yan suddenly looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression.
Senior, I'd like to change the reward. No!
Yan stepped back in despair.
But this reward is really embarrassing.
Lin Yi tried to console him.
Don't worry, the person affected will be more embarrassed. Of course, that's assuming they are hostile towards you. And this is absolute control. It can ignore the opponent's level, even if it's someone like the Great Priest.
Hearing this, Yan looked at Thousand Waves.
Great Priest, may I try out the effect on you?
Thousand Waves' facial muscles twitched violently. He was just about to step forward and kick Yan hard, but the thought of not being able to harbor hostility towards Yan made him forcefully smile and say, "To be honest, refusing him would make me, the Great Priest, seem petty." "Fine, but you only get one chance. Get in line for the second time." Thousand Waves said somewhat impatiently. "All right, thank you, Great Priest." Yan was elated. He bounced up the stairs to the stage, all the while marveling inwardly at how, in just 2 or 3 days, Senior's platform had become so splendid. It seemed that the slap had landed pretty crisply on the Pope's face this time. "Senior Lin Yi, I've come out of seclusion." Yan knelt down solemnly towards Lin Yi, his head touching the ground, and gave a grand kowtow in respect. Bai Bidong and others were stunned. "This Yan kid, is he this devout toward Lin Yi?" Lin Yi felt nothing. He nodded and said, "Start." "Yes, Senior." Yan stood up, extremely nervous, taking deep breaths repeatedly. He was not only trying to prove himself in front of Lin Yi but also in front of the Pope, the Great Priest, and several of the higher-ups of Martial Soul Hall. He must perform normally. At this moment, Lin Yi could even hear Yan's somewhat heavy breathing. But at this time, a voice came up from below the stage. "Sucking the air dry in front of Senior with your mouth, is that your self-created soul skill?" Thousand Waves asked impatiently from below. "Can you hurry up, kid? Everyone's watching you gasping for air on stage." No, that's not it. I'll attack now, right now." Yan gave an awkward smile, and the next moment his expression turned serious. He released his martial soul, and the scorching flame lord appeared behind him. "Fire Flame Meteor." Yan forcefully enunciated each word of his self-created soul skill. He leaped up and somersaulted in the air. When he landed, his fists, covered in magma, smashed down hard onto the stage. The next moment, a series of fireballs fell from the sky, aiming straight for Lin Yi. Bai Bidong's expression changed slightly. Yan's self-created soul skill was actually somewhat impressive. Him being able to develop such a soul skill in such a short time showed that he had really put in the effort. Even Thousand Waves nodded silently at this moment, signaling his approval. After the attack, Yan's complexion was nearly pale. But he was extremely excited because this demonstration was very successful. "How was it, Senior?" Yan asked immediately. "Loss of blood, 28,746. Remaining blood, 999,989,975,463. Damage level purple. Random reward 100% Millennium Kill, 10 times. Host reward 100% Millennium Kill, permanent." Lin Yi glanced at the rewards, his eyes narrowing slightly. His expression gradually turned to shock. "Is this?"
You only have 10 chances. Reserve them for your opponents. Don't use it on those close to you, or you'll end up alone and friendless.
Lin Yi reminded him. Yan nodded solemnly.
I've got it, Senior.
Chapter 59, Lin Yi acquires a life-size made doll of Bossy, third update. The scene was simply too beautiful. If it were used in a competition 10 times, the scene would be even more spectacular. Anybody who got hit by it would definitely lose their composure. Watching Yan from a distance as he left the area, Thousand Waves didn't dare to step into the stands until he was gone. All of a sudden, he felt a deep respect for the purple grade rewards. It seemed one shouldn't underestimate the rewards of the purple grade.
Cough, cough.
At this time, Zhu King had coughed a few times below the stage. Thousand Waves turned his head and understood what his granddaughter wanted to express. It wasn't just Zhu King who felt this way, even Thousand Waves found the damage numbers on the wooden board glaringly bright.
Senior, it's my turn to attack.
Thousand Waves bowed with his hands clasped together in front of him, showing great respect. Lin Yi nodded.
Please.
The last damage was just over 200,000, dealt by the combination of the first soul skill and the forward battle armor. This time, Thousand Waves decided to attack using the third soul skill combined with martial soul true body. He took a deep breath and released his martial soul.
7th soul skill, martial soul true body. 3rd soul skill, light blade slash.
A gigantic six-winged angel phantom condensed behind 1,000 waves, and under the illumination of the holy light, the atmosphere on the scene became solemn and respectful. The seraph spread its white as jade arms, lifting them up as the angel holy sword materialized in the palms. At this moment, the angel holy sword seemed to have the momentum to pierce through the skies. 1,000 Waves' eyes emitted a golden radiance. Holding the holy sword, he drew a golden arc in midair with the blade. The seraph's holy sword in its hands cleaved through the clouds, falling straight down. Even the air around the blade was a scorching orange red. The rumbling momentum thundered in the ears. The holy sword cut horizontally, severing all in its path. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced slightly to the side. He calmly raised his left forearm, blocking the horizontally slashing angel holy sword. Boom! The massive angel holy sword came to an abrupt halt. Shockwaves surged. The soul masters below the stage took a step back in shock and awe. 1,000 Waves looked to the side, only then noticing that the angel holy sword was just a bit away from destroying Lin Yi's cabin. And Lin Yi's recent action had just managed to block the blade of the holy sword from touching his cabin.
That's enough damage has been done. Don't destroy the place where I rest.
Lin Yi said indifferently. 1,000 Waves swallowed hard, the martial soul behind him dissipated, and the enormous angel holy sword also disappeared into golden light. Only then did Lin Yi lower his forearm, which was unscathed, without any sign of injury, as opposed to 1,000 Waves whose arms were now numb. 1,000 Waves moved his shoulder joints and flexed his muscles, looking uncomfortably towards Lin Yi.
How was it, senior? It should be higher than last time, right?
Blood loss, 224,683. Remaining health, 999,989,754,563. Damage level, red primary. Random reward, figurine puppet 1-month trial. Host reward, real person figurine 1-month trial. This red reward took Lin Yi by surprise, as he didn't understand what it was. He looked at the system's note. After reading it, he was shocked. Holy hell, system, you're awesome. At that time, 1,000 Waves looked towards Lin Yi, feeling that Lin Yi seemed quite excited. Could it be because the elder was thrilled by my damage?
Haha, senior seems so eager to die. It must be because my damage was higher, and that made him happy, right? How about it, senior?
1,000 Waves looked at Lin Yi. Damage 224,683, red junior level. Congratulations on setting a new damage record. 1,000 Waves raised his eyes slightly. This damage was almost what he had expected. As long as it surpassed by Bidong's damage, that would satisfy the little girl's whims. 1,000 Waves thought this and looked down at the stage. As expected, he saw Zhu King at this moment boasting to Bai Bidong, his face full of pride and the words,
My grandpa is much more awesome than you.
written all over it. Bai Bidong's face was gloomy, pretending not to see Zhu King's expression.
Senior, what's the reward?
1,000 Waves asked the question he cared about most. At this moment, Lin Yi tossed a red light orb toward 1,000 Waves. The red light orb landed and turned into a white human body model. 1,000 Waves widened his eyes and stared blankly at the human body model next to him, surprising.
What is this? Your reward, named the personification doll. However, this appearance is not the final reward, it's missing the last step of operation. What operation?
Lin Yi explained.
The so-called personification doll is a doll that transforms into the appearance of a person you have in mind, as per your subjective wish. After the transformation, the doll will possess all the abilities of that person, and will recognize you as its master, obeying all your commands.
However, a doll is still a doll after all. Its body is made entirely of metal. Only the face is made from a highly realistic layer of silicone, and it does not have the ability to speak. The reason Lin Yi was somewhat excited was that his reward was a personification into a real person. It's the same as completely replicating an exact real person. However, whom the personification becomes entirely depends on Thousand Waves' choice. Whoever Thousand Waves' doll becomes, Lin Yi would possess. No, possess for a month. A personified real person also possesses all the abilities of the other party, would recognize Lin Yi as master, and completely obey his commands, but without emotions. Moreover, the personified real person is capable of speaking, and in the original voice too. Lin Yi then looked at Thousand Waves.
So have you decided? Who do you want it to personify? Bossy!
Almost without thinking, this name came from Thousand Waves' mouth. Zhu Qinghe was dumbfounded.
As you wish.
Chapter 60, Senior, do you still have rewards for obedient doll? First update. Thousand Waves circled around the lifelike doll next to him, his eyes filled with curiosity. He hadn't seen Bossy in dozens of years, and all his memories of her were from decades ago.
Senior, does she look like this now?
Lin Yi nodded.
The modeling is done in real time. Whatever Bossy looks like at this moment, the doll is made to look exactly the same.
Hearing this, Thousand Waves couldn't help but gaze at the silicone face of the lifelike doll, filled with emotion.
She hasn't changed a bit, still so beautiful, still so dignified.
Zhu Qinghe suddenly coughed from below the stage. Thousand Waves immediately toned down his expression. He realized he had gotten a bit carried away. But how could he not be excited, not seeing her for so many years and now this doll with an appearance exactly like the real person appearing beside him? Why shouldn't he be excited? It's just a pity the doll couldn't speak, and her face had no expressions. Otherwise, Thousand Waves would really like to hear Bossy's voice again. Construction complete. The system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind at this moment. The person now appearing in the system space is a clone copied one-to-one from Bossy. This unparalleled beauty's looks, her skin that seemed like it could be broken by a blow, her slender figure, were all much more real than the doll beside Thousand Waves. Seeing Thousand Waves be so cautious with the lifelike doll, looking like he wanted to touch but didn't dare, Lin Yi felt somewhat sympathetic. A mere doll with a silicone face had excited him to this extent. If he were to place the real person from his system space beside Thousand Waves.
The red level reward is absolutely worth its value. Becoming the person you want it to be is part of its worth. Another part of its value is that it possesses all the abilities of the person herself and will absolutely obey your commands. You can try it.
After listening to Lin Yi's words, Thousand Waves nodded with a mix of belief and doubt.
Give me your right hand.
The lifelike doll then raised its metal right hand and placed it in the palm of Thousand Waves' hand. Thousand Waves' eyes widened slightly. It really could understand human speech.
Give me your left hand.
The lifelike doll then put its left hand in Thousand Waves' palm. Thousand Waves' expression grew more and more excited.
Hug me.
Zhu Qinghe frowned.
Cough, cough.
Thousand Waves' expression changed, and he quickly corrected himself.
No, I mean, jump on the spot.
Clang! This metallic body made quite a loud noise when it jumped and landed. But by now it was proof enough that it truly followed all of Thousand Waves' commands. Everyone watched in amazement. Such a novel object had truly refreshed their understanding.
But will it really release a soul skill? Doesn't that require a soul ring?
The golden crocodile Douluo suddenly expressed his doubt from below the stage. Thousand Waves pricked up his ears, for he, too, was very eager to verify this point.
Go attack him.
At that moment, Thousand Waves pointed at the Soul Master, Golden Crocodile Douluo, with soul power at level 98. The Golden Crocodile Douluo below the stage was stunned for a moment, as he discovered that the apparition puppet was indeed looking towards him. So,
stop!
A voice from Thousand Waves suddenly sounded from behind. The huge wave instantly vanished, and the apparition puppet returned to Thousand Waves' side, bowing slightly. But Thousand Waves remained in shock for a long time. He remembered this soul skill vividly. It was Bossy's first soul skill, Surging Waves. Back on Sea God's Island, she had used this soul skill to beat him like a drowned dog. Meanwhile, at this time, The golden crocodile Douluo had already been scared enough by the overwhelming tsunami to fall sitting on the ground. A metal puppet could actually exert such pressure on another soul master. What the hell is the principle behind this? At this moment, it wasn't just Thousand Waves and the golden crocodile Douluo who were convinced, but also the onlookers. To scare a level 98 hyper Douluo into sitting on the ground, this apparition puppet definitely possessed level 99 strength.
No wonder she looked down on grandfather.
Zhu Qinghe suddenly muttered at this moment. Such a beautiful and powerful woman, grandfather must have been nothing but a lickspittle before her. Thousand Waves didn't hear his granddaughter's snide remark. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation as he hurriedly walked towards Lin Yi.
Elder, your formidable powers truly exceed my imagination.
Thousand Waves asked with some expectation. Frick, this old guy, could it be he knows the system's routines better than I do? How does he know I'm currently hoarding a real person?
Anything is possible, but if you want to get such a degree of reward, it probably has to be red advanced or above gold level. The obedient doll, that's something quite precious.
Thousand Waves strongly agreed with these words instantly.
It definitely is beyond value. I'd be willing to trade a month's worth of this apparition puppet for just 5 minutes with an obedient doll.
5 minutes.
Are you disdaining this apparition puppet?
No, no, no. I'm just a little regretful, suddenly wanting something better.
Thousand Waves said with a smile. Lin Yi knew he was getting hooked. It was like buying lottery tickets.
Then take your next assault seriously, as you still have a second attempt today.
Chapter 61, Lucky Roulette, an early chance to engage with the gold level jackpot. Second update. Thousand Waves had already carefully considered his next mode of attack. The third soul skilled together with the forward battle armor. Lin Yi was right, Thousand Waves was indeed getting addicted. Once he confirmed that Lin Yi truly possessed such vast divine powers, Thousand Waves' desires escalated infinitely. He realized that the word
Impossible
didn't exist for Lin Yi. As long as he inflicted enough damage, anything seemed possible to obtain from him. Of course, it all depended on luck and damage, but most importantly on damage. From 200,000 to 300,000 was red junior level, 300,000 to 400,000 was red intermediate level. To reach red advanced level, one must inflict over 400,000 damage. It sounded like an astronomical figure indeed. As for how to inflict even higher damage later on, Thousand Waves was already starting to worry.
Senior, I'm starting.
Thousand Waves extended his right hand, and specks of light emerged, as the golden small arm armor adhered to his skin. If he could draw another forward battle armor component, Thousand Waves discovered, this high-tech stuff was astoundingly powerful.
Third soul skill, Light Blade Slash.
The Angel Holy Sword, held in Thousand Waves' right hand clad in battle armor, perhaps boosted by the battle armor, emitted a stronger glow than before. Blindingly white and somewhat dazzling. Thousand Waves shouted loudly. The forward battle armor made his whole right arm look very thick. The sharp Angel Holy Sword drew a light arc in midair, slashing at Lin Yi. Wherever the light arc passed, the air itself seemed to wail in agony. Boom! The Holy Sword disappeared. This time, Thousand Waves' arm wasn't numbed or aching. It wasn't because the damage was insufficient, but rather because of the protection from the forward battle armor. Once he gathered all 11 components, donning a complete set of forward battle armor, Thousand Waves believed that no one on the entire continent would be able to fight him. Even the gods, he reckoned, he'd have the capability to battle. Blood loss, 260,432. Remaining health, 999,989,494,012. Damage level, red novice. Random reward, Lucky Roulette *1. Host reward, Lucky Roulette *3. Lin Yi said while looking at the panel.
A damage of 260,432 red junior level damage. Congratulations on breaking your own record and setting a new damage record.
The expression on Thousand Waves' face wasn't great. The damage was about 40,000 higher than the last record, making the subsequent attacks more challenging for himself. But to be fair, the forward battle armor was truly incredible. After Lin Yi had replaced the highest damage record plaque, he continued.
Your reward is a lucky roulette. How should I put it? It's a reward that entails both opportunity and challenge.
Having said that, he flicked the red light orb in his hand towards Thousand Waves. The orb transformed into a round roulette in midair with a pointer in the middle, and the entire wheel was divided into 13 segments. Lin Yi explained.
See these 13 segments? The colors represent different prize pools with helpful text on each segment. Take a look.
Thousand Waves leaned in closer. The 13 segments were divided into 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, 3 red, 3 gold, and 1 blue-gold jackpot. And the 3 blacks respectively represent black primary level, intermediate, and advanced, and so on. The same holds true for the 3 reds and the 3 golds. The 13 small fan-shaped areas are completely equal in size. None is bigger or smaller than any other. This moment, Thousand Waves couldn't help but focus on that blue-gold fan shape. Without a doubt, this was the most luxuriously rewarding pool. If you want to deal damage to it, you would need to deal over 1 million damage in one hit. Thousand Waves didn't even dare to imagine it. The lucky roulette instantly captured everyone's attention, and the soul masters below the stands moved in closer. Lin Yi, knowing their curiosity, deliberately enlarged the floating lucky roulette midair, so everyone could see it clearly. Thousand Waves' voice trembled as he asked Lin Yi.
Senior, does this mean that if I spin the pointer and it stops on a certain fan-shaped area, I can obtain the reward from that pool?
Lin Yi nodded. Seeing this, Thousand Waves grew even more excited.
This means red intermediate, red advanced, including those 3 gold ones, including that blue gold one. I could possibly get them.
Lin Yi nodded again. He said calmly,
But you could also end up getting white, yellow, purple, black rewards from those pools. It all depends on your luck. What rewards are in that blue gold pool?
Thousand Waves quickly asked. After all, this might be his only chance to access the blue gold pool.
They are rewards beyond your imagination.
Holy hell! Is there such a thing? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Thousand Waves swallowed nervously, thinking that if he won the obedient doll reward, it would not just be for 5 minutes but permanently. Bidong was also inwardly astonished, as there were indeed many rewards she would also want to be permanent, like the Rakshasa scythe. Lin Yi continued.
The jackpot pool is the most luxurious one. Not only does it have the highest reward quality, but different colors also come with different boosts. Normally, you would need to deal over 1 million damage to claim it, which is very difficult, but the lucky roulette gives you such a chance for free.
Everyone grew exhilarated, their gazes filled with longing as they looked up at the big wheel floating in the air.
You may begin spinning the pointer now.
Lin Yi said to Thousand Waves.
Okay.
Thousand Waves was incredibly nervous. This reward system was very considerate, but if your luck was poor, it could be infuriating. He couldn't guarantee his luck, but he wasn't comfortable letting someone else spin the pointer either. He had to do it himself. Thousand Waves took a deep breath and lifted his right hand to grasp the huge pointer. He closed his eyes, about to spin it when he suddenly reopened them and turned to ask Lin Yi.
Right, Senior, should I spin it clockwise or counterclockwise? Does it matter?
Lin Yi.
Either way, there's no difference. Don't be nervous, look, you've made everyone else anxious.
Chapter 62, If I could do it all over again, I would definitely choose counterclockwise. Third update. This is too frightening. If the hand holding the pointer shakes even slightly, whether exerting too much or too little force, it can affect where the pointer ultimately stops. One must say, Thousand Waves is indeed a man who values mysticism. Though Lin Yi said the pointer could be spun from any direction, Thousand Waves was not one to settle for just anything. He believed that the direction of the spin certainly held mystical significance. After releasing his hand from the pointer, Thousand Waves turned to face all the soul masters in the stands. The soul masters standing in front of him numbered nearly 1,000. This was almost the entire strength of Soul City's soul masters. After all, with Lin Yi being such a treasure, who the hell could stay at home and sleep?
Everyone, I, Thousand Waves, would like to ask you, should we spin clockwise or counterclockwise?
No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd immediately burst into a cacophony of suggestions, some for clockwise and some for counterclockwise. Thousand Waves frowned slightly.
Those in favor of clockwise, raise your hands.
At this moment, a sea of hands went up. Surprised, Thousand Waves saw Chrysanthemum Douluo raising his hand and asked,
Elder Chrysanthemum, why do you suggest clockwise? Do you have any basis for that?
Yue Guan lowered his hand and said with an extremely serious expression,
Great priest, listen to me, go clockwise. Clockwise symbolizes that everything will go smoothly. If you spin clockwise, you'll definitely hit blue gold this time.
Thousand Waves' brows knitted into a Chuan shape. Indeed, when it came to matters of luck, the counter in counterclockwise always seemed a bit jarring. After taking a deep breath again, Thousand Waves moved to the opposite side of the lucky roulette. He placed his hand on the pointer. Once more, everyone held their breath, their heartbeats racing. Even Lin Yi was made anxious by Thousand Waves. He still had 3 more lucky roulette draws to go. He'd wait until evening to draw them, and while at it, bring out his maid from the system space to check her health. Thousand Waves closed his eyes and flicked the pointer downwards with force.
Clang, clang, clang.
The pointer began to spin rapidly, so fast that its shadow was invisible. Thousand Waves then took a step back and swallowed, his gaze fixed intently on the surface of the wheel. This was the first time the venue had been so quiet. All eyes were on the pointer, including Lin Yi's. Finally, the speed of the pointer slowed down. Thousand Waves blinked, and his expression grew more and more solemn. The speed of the pointer slowed further. It struggled past the white, yellow, purple, and 3 black and 3 red sectors.
Stop now, stop for me right here, right here.
He couldn't help it and shouted aloud. Zhu Qinghai below the stage was equally anxious, as were several guest elders. Please just stop.
Click.
The pointer came to a stop. But it brushed past the edge of the blue-gold sector and stopped on the white sector.
Great priest.
Great priest.
Several guest elders immediately rushed forward, but one figure was a step faster than them. The lifelike puppet stood below the stands, cradling Thousand Waves in her arms, her gaze emotionless on Thousand Waves.
Zai Zai.
As Thousand Waves stared into the face of the lifelike puppet, a tear slid down the corner of his eye, his face filled with pain. Yet the lifelike puppet remained expressionless, offering no response.
Put me down.
Thousand Waves suddenly said in a deep voice. After landing on the ground, he turned his head fiercely in one direction.
Where the hell is that dead chrysanthemum? Where is he? Show yourself to me now.
If he had just rotated counterclockwise, the final scene would have been the pointer grazing the edge of the white sector, staying within the bluish-gold area. Why?
Elder Chrysanthemum just said it might rain, so he didn't bring in the laundry and went back to get it,
Said Porcupine Douluo. Thousand Waves clenched his teeth as he searched for Chrysanthemum Douluo's figure, but sure enough, the rascal had already fled without a trace. Alas, just his bad luck. And no one else to blame, not even Yue Guan.
Thousand Waves.
That's when Lin Yi called out from the stage.
Here, I'm here.
Thousand Waves' heart surged with joy. Lin Yi suddenly calling for him, could it be a possibility for a do-over? If he could do it over, he would choose.
You forgot your reward. Damn. What's wrong? No, nothing.
Thousand Waves, on the verge of tears, walked toward Lin Yi.
Hold out your hand.
After Thousand Waves did so, Lin Yi dropped 10 golden soul coins into his palm.
You really do have some bad luck. Most people's white rewards are 100 golden soul coins, but you only got 10.
It felt like another heavy blow. Thousand Waves clutched his chest in pain.
Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's your turn. Let's hurry up and start, so that after I help you, I can go back and rest.
Thousand Waves was mentally shattered. He needed some quiet time alone.
All right.
Zhu Qinghe immediately stepped onto the stairs, but just then, all the soul masters below suddenly looked in one direction. The sound of carriage wheels rolled in a rhythmic tune. A caravan was seen slowly approaching from not too far away. Leading were about a dozen soldiers clad in silver-gray armor, and in the midst of the soldiers was an incredibly luxurious carriage, adorned with the totem of the Douluo royal family.
The Douluo royal family.
Zhu Qinghe muttered under his breath. As if realizing something, he quickly descended the stairs, exchanged a glance with Bai Bidong and Thousand Waves, and then made his way through the crowd towards the caravan. The Soul Masters were now abuzz with speculation who had arrived. Why did the Crown Prince of Tiandu seem suddenly in such a state of tension? Lin Yi lifted his head and looked in that direction as well, a hint of speculation in his heart. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth before he closed his eyes once more. The development of the situation was proceeding step by step according to his plan. Zhu Qinghe made his way past thousands of soul masters to the front of the caravan. The caravan stopped, and the frontline soldiers quickly lined up on both sides while the lead soldier pulled open the carriage curtain. Seeing the person inside, Zhu Qinghe's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Emperor Zhuai had come in person. Not just that, he also saw Ning Fengzhai, Chenzin Gurong.
Are you having fun here, my son?
Chapter 63 by Bidong, Dare to Probe Lin Yi, didn't even weigh his own capabilities. First update. Snow Knight was about to speak the words that had reached the tip of his tongue, but because of so many pairs of eyes staring in front, he couldn't help but swallow them back. The scene was too shocking. As a soul master himself, Snow Knight could fully feel the soul power fluctuations of this group of people. Clearly, nearly 1,000 soul masters had gathered here. This was probably all the soul master power in Soul City.
Father, I am guilty for not bringing the news back in time and causing you worry.
Snow Qinghe said with an apologetic bow as he came to Snow Knight's side.
Nonsense, as long as you're unharmed, everything else can wait until we get back.
Snow Knight said, patting his shoulder, but he couldn't help glancing towards the stand. To tell the truth, he was honestly curious about whether there really was a treasure to be found. Snow Qinghe came beside Ning Fengzhai, and the three of them followed behind Snow Knight, heading towards the stand. After all, on the surface, he was the crown prince of Heaven Dew, and now that Heaven Dew had sent representatives, he couldn't continue to stand so close to Marshal Soul Hall's people. The whole process of the attack and artifact drop was put on hold due to the sudden arrival of Snow Knight.
You go and greet them, I'm not in the mood.
Thousand Waves said to Bai Bidong somewhat gloomily. Actually, even if Thousand Waves hadn't mentioned it, Bai Bidong would have gone over to greet them anyway, if not for anything else then because of the previous bet. She had to persuade the two emperors to change the rules of the Soul Master competition for Lin Yi's sake. She had been thinking of finding time to personally visit both Tiandu and Xingluo, but now Snow Knight had actually taken the initiative to come over today. The Soul Masters who were spectating were now giving way, creating a path in the middle. Bai Bidong adjusted her demeanor and confidently walked at the forefront, with the 5 elders following behind.
Since your Majesty Snow Knight has come, why did you not send someone to notify us in advance? I was caught unprepared, and if there was any deficiency in hospitality, I hope your Majesty Snow Knight will forgive me.
Your holiness is too serious. I came over upon hearing that there was a mysterious youth here, and since the crown prince had not yet returned, I wanted to come and see for myself.
Snow Knight replied with a smile.
So, Sect Master Ning is also here.
Bai Bidong said, turning her attention to Ning Fengzhai and the other 2 behind Snow Knight. She guessed that these people certainly came wanting a share of the spoils. Had it not been for fulfilling Lin Yi's wish, she really wouldn't have wanted to share Lin Yi with these people from Tiandu. After all, Lin Yi was her, Bai Bidong's greatest treasure.
Sect Master Ning.
Ning Fengzhai was slow to respond. Snow Qinghe looked at him but found that Ning Fengzhai was staring incessantly at Bai Bidong's impressive black silk legs without blinking, apparently distracted.
Master, His Holiness is speaking to you.
Snow Kinghe prompted.
I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry.
Ning Fengzhi apologized with an embarrassed smile. His expression was extremely awkward, and even he was surprised at how he had become so lost in staring at Bai Bidong's legs. But it was indeed his first time seeing such thin black silk on a woman, and it seemed inexplicably eye-catching.
I was preoccupied with thinking about some matters and shouldn't have been distracted in this setting. I hope your holiness can forgive me.
It's all right.
Bai Bidong said, though her expression revealed disgust. She hated it when men looked at her with that kind of gaze. At that moment, Gu Rong and Chen Xin exchanged a glance, then took a white handkerchief from their bodies. He took out the bullet and asked Bai Bidong.
I wonder if your excellency has ever seen such a thing. I hear it's called bullet.
This is obviously called a bullet.
I have not seen it.
Gu Rong nodded, turning his gaze towards Chen Xin.
Go find that young man, and if necessary, test him a bit. All right.
Upon hearing their conversation, Ning Fengzhi turned to Bai Bidong with a smile.
Respected Pope, since we're all here, wouldn't you introduce us to that mysterious young man? Of course, please follow me.
Bai Bidong turned around, her smile instantly vanishing. She really didn't want to share Lin Yi, the precious gem, with these annoying few. When they arrived at the edge of the stands, Snow Knight and the others finally got a clear look at Lin Yi's appearance. The young man looked ordinary, dressed simply, and other than having a somewhat profound temperament, he seemed to have no other strengths. Moreover, he appeared to be just an ordinary person. There was no soul power fluctuation visible on him at all. Could it be he's using some special method to hide it? At this moment, Gu Rong whispered to Chen Xin.
You go test the young man, try to force out his martial soul, and see if it's related to this bullet.
Chen Xin frowned slightly.
Take action directly, without asking first. If he truly is the culprit, how could asking ever reveal that? As soon as he releases his martial soul, it will tell us a lot of information.
Gu Rong remarked.
You old geezer, you're quite strategic. Hurry up, your aura is sharper and more domineering than mine. It's best if you test him.
Chapter 64, Lin Yi, Did I Let You Cut in Line? Second update. The overwhelming soul power emanating from Chen Xin instantly enveloped the entire stands. The air began to distort. The banners above flapped wildly. The record slates creaked and groaned. Chen Xin's soul power wrapped around Lin Yi's body like a meat grinder. Under such oppressive force, even an ordinary titled Douluo would definitely not be able to withstand it. It wasn't that Chen Xin was ruthless, it was just that Lin Yi seemed too outrageous to him, and an outrageous person naturally needed to be dealt with in an outrageous manner. But what Chen Xin never expected was that even under such extreme conditions, Lin Yi remained completely unresponsive. He sat steady as a mountain, his expression unchanged. Damn it! Chen Xin's mental state collapsed. I've run out of tricks, and yet you, kid, can't even give a slight reaction or cry out. At this moment, Lin Yi sat quietly, giving off the impression that he regarded Chen Xin as if he were air. Lin Yi was, of course, aware of who was around him and what they were doing to him. His shield was continuously losing blood, and the entire oppressive process had directly taken 200,000 of his blood volume. But so what? His shield had a blood volume of 1 trillion. As long as the shield was there, even if Mount Tai were collapsing in front of him, Lin Yi could still remain unfazed. Could this youth have used some method to seal his own senses? That's why he had no reaction to his own oppression. Chen Xin couldn't help but consider this possibility. Well then, let's test him again. Chen Xin furrowed his brows, raising his sword finger. At the same time, an extremely sharp aura exuded from him. A snow-white longsword rose slowly from behind him, its sword intent soaring into the sky. The 7-kill sword unleashed. Chen Xin gripped the hilt of the sword, emitting a hum sound as gold, purple, and black 9 soul rings spun rapidly around the blade. He thrust his sword forward, unstoppable as a bamboo splitter. His white hair danced wildly, and waves of energy circled around. Man and sword, as one, had now become instinctive. Just when Gu Rong thought Chen Xin was being impulsive and was about to step forward to stop him, he froze, his advancing foot rigid on the steps. My God, what was he seeing?
You!
Chen Xin looked at Lin Yi's eyes aghast.
Are you here to kill me? Then I'm very welcome. Are you here to waste my time? Get lost early.
Lin Yi spoke with a tranquil face. Chen Xin's right arm muscles bulged, but his 7 kills sword remained motionless, unable to thrust forward or be retracted. What kind of strength was this? Soul power enhancement, some kind of soul skill, but where was his martial soul? Chen Xin realized that from start to finish, he still hadn't seen this youth's martial soul appear.
At such a young age, how can you utter words like get lost? You're not young anymore. How can you attack a stranger with knife and sword for no reason?
Lin Yi's retort left Chen Xin speechless. He poured his soul power into the 7 kills sword, and the entire blade hummed. Chen Xin once again tried to retrieve his sword, having already given up any hope of thrusting it forward. But just then, Chen Xin saw a hint of a cold smirk at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. What?
Clang!
Lin Yi gently twisted his wrist, and with his index and middle finger, he snapped the tip of the 7 kills sword.
Are you okay, old bastard?
Gu Rong ran up to him and quickly supported Chen Xin.
No serious harm.
Gu Rong replied, his face equally pale. It was precisely because he saw it clearly that he began to question life. The true strength of this youngster was terrifying to the point of being unpredictable. It seemed that no amount of coercion would force his martial soul out. In other words, he hadn't even released his martial soul, and he broke Chen Xin's martial soul with mere physical strength.
We can't just come here for nothing. Forget it, I'll just ask him directly.
Gu Rong said in a deep voice. He approached Lin Yi with a gold-level bullet in hand and asked,
Young man, does this object come from you?
Lin Yi looked up and nodded.
Yes.
Gu Rong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to admit it so openly.
Can you tell me what this is? A bullet, a reward for attacking me.
Lin Yi explained. So it's called a bullet. But these rewards for attacking.
Then,
in Gu Rong's view, this youngster was so powerful that there was no need for him to use such trifles to assassinate others. It was at this moment that Bidong looked towards Lin Yi. Nearly everyone present knew that only she and Lin Yi had the authority to use this thing.
After a reward drops, the recipient's information is confidential with me.
Lin Yi stated calmly. Bidong paused upon hearing this. Then she pursed her lips, smiling slightly. Our precious treasure of Soul City naturally sides with us. Humph, you people from the Tiandu Empire shouldn't even dream of getting close to Senior Lin Yi.
confidential.
Gu Rong was speechless for a moment.
Bone Uncle, Uncle Jian.
Ning Fengzhai called out from below the stage at this moment. The 2 titled Douluos stepped down, coming to Ning Fengzhai's side, with Sword Douluo looking particularly disheartened.
Knowing that the bullet came from him is enough. Since we're here, we'll follow his rules.
The longer the stay.
Does the sect master wish to participate as well, attacking him for a reward?
Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai smiled.
After discussing the rules with Qing He, His Majesty and I both want to give it a try.
Emperor Zui smiled and nodded in agreement.
However, this requires Bone Uncle and Uncle Jian to act as our main force in the attack, although both of you are welcome to try attacking on your own. It's not that, Sect Master. Do you really believe it? Don't you find it outrageous?
Gu Rong looked at him with a strange expression.
Believe it or not, we'll find out by trying.
Ning Fengzhai said before stepping up the stairs and bowing respectfully to Lin Yi.
Young man, may we launch an attack on you?
Lin Yi nodded. At this moment, Ning Fengzhai turned back to Emperor Zui.
Your Majesty, please go ahead. Wait a moment.
Lin Yi spoke up, his calm and indifferent eyes fixed on Ning Fengzhai.
I haven't finished speaking. It's okay to attack, but who said I let you jump the queue?
Chapter 65. Obtain the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul in front of Ning Fengzhai, 3rd update. Lin Yi's remark instantly gave everyone in the martial soul hall a thrill of satisfaction. Yes, this is our home turf in Soul City. You people from the Tiandu Empire just show up out of the blue, challenging Senior Lin Yi is one thing, but to think you also want to cut in our line. Senior Lin Yi, well done. Ning Fengzhai heard this and his expression stiffened, followed by a sheepish smile.
Yes, the young man makes a good point. We shouldn't cut in line.
He descended the steps awkwardly, whispering a few words to Emperor Zui, and then he began to retreat backward, pulling Zhu Qinghe with him.
King, let's move back and let them go first. Eh?
Zhu Qinghe looked bewilderedly at Ning Fengzhai. What, are you kidding me, Ning Fengzhai? The next in line is me.
Sect Master Ning, the queue you jumped was actually the one meant for Zhu King.
Lin Yi's calm voice carried from the stands. Ning Fengzhai froze for a moment, looking at Zhu Qinghe with some embarrassment.
Really?
Emperor Zui stared at Zhu King with a complex expression, not expecting Zhu King to be so prominent here. As a father and even as an emperor, he had to queue up miserably behind.
Well then.
Ning Fengzhai said to Chen Zin.
No need, I will help the crown prince with the attack.
Thousand Waves stepped forward. Ning Fengzhai was taken aback again.
I've had a very pleasant talk with the crown prince these past 2 days. I quite like this young man, let me help him.
Thousand Waves stated indifferently. After hearing this, Ning Fengzhai and Chen Zin exchanged an awkward look, smiling and nodding.
Good, with the great priest stepping in, the damage will certainly be remarkable.
Zhu Qinghe smirked inwardly, finding Ning Fengzhai's frustrated look strangely satisfying. Once the grandchild and grandfather were on stage, they readily adopted the previous arrangement.
Thousand Waves helping Qinghe doesn't necessarily have good intentions. I should have refused for Qinghe just now.
Ning Fengzhai muttered, looking a bit serious.
What exactly is Thousand Waves up to?
Ning Fengzhai sneered.
Think about it, as a pillar of the martial soul hall, how could Thousand Waves let Qinghe get a good reward? Isn't that nurturing a threat?
But he didn't know that Zhu Qinghe's previous attacks were also assisted by Thousand Waves. Emperor Zui nodded.
True, Uncle Jian should have gone on stage to help Qinghe.
Gu Rong, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but mutter.
Whether rewards will even drop is still uncertain. And besides, did the crown prince show you any rewards he got just now?
Ning Fengzhai and Emperor Zui both shook their heads.
There you go, the rewards haven't been revealed, how can you trust it? Let's just wait and see.
This time, the grandfather-grandson duo's offensive mode was First Soul Skill plus Martial Soul True Body, Thousand Waves plus 6th Soul Skill, Zhu King. Zhu King continued to use his own support soul skill. The Imperial Swan Martial Soul had a similar ability, so Zhu Qinghe was not worried about being exposed.
Martial Soul True Body. First Soul Skill, Sword of Judgment.
Zhu Qinghe seized the moment and immediately shone the golden holy light on Thousand Waves. Released on the foundation of the six-winged angel Martial Soul True Body, the immense power of the first soul skill stunned both Gu Rong and Chen Zin, who were watching below. After all, this was the level they aspired to. Compared to that, they rarely paid attention to Zhu King. But actually, Zhu King's support soul skill also played a huge role, boosting the damage of Thousand Waves attack by 40 to 50,000. After the attack, Gu Rong and Chen Zin immediately turned their gaze to Lin Yi.
He's not injured.
Really not.
Chen Zin thought it was a problem with himself, but now he knew, even if Thousand Waves released his martial soul true body, he still couldn't harm that young man. That was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. So it wasn't that he was weak, it was that the young man was too strong.
Which martial soul is it? 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda.
Ning Fengzhai. Chen Zin and Gu Rong turned their heads in shock at almost the same time, looking back at Ning Fengzhai. Ning Fengzhai's expression went blank. Unlike the feeling just now, he suddenly felt that the young man was deceiving them.
How is that possible?
Ning Fengzhai couldn't believe it and took a few steps forward to get a clearer look. Lin Yi threw the red orb of light next to Emperor Zui, and it immediately transformed into a glimmering 7-tiered pagoda. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda hovered in midair, emanating an aura that Ning Fengzhai was extremely familiar with. No.
7 treasures turning out the glaze.
Imitating Ning Fengzhai, he recited the incantation, and a brilliant rainbow light emerged from him, while the 7 treasures glazed pagoda slowly hovered in the air before him. Ning Fengzhai finally knelt down.
Sect Master!
Chen Xin and Gu Rong hurriedly ran over to support Ning Fengzhai, who seemed a bit weak at the knees.
Prince Qinghe really?
Gu Rong looked at Lin Yi with a shocked expression.
He actually really does drop treasures, and he can even give away a martial soul like this.
Chen Xin, however, looked at Ning Fengzhai with a complex expression.
Sect Master, you just said that 1,000 waves might deliberately let Prince Qinghe get a bad reward. So is this 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul considered good or bad?
Ning Fengzhai's face stiffened as if he was slapped repeatedly.
Go on, don't bring up what shouldn't be mentioned.
Gu Rong glared at Chen Xin.
I am very satisfied with the reward, thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
Emperor Zuai bowed to Lin Yi to express his thanks. Getting a satisfactory reward is also a matter of your good luck. Continue then, you have a second attack. Chapter 66, The Lucky Roulette appears again. Zhu Qinghe is stunned. Subscribe please.
Sect Master Ning, there's no need for despondence. Rewarding Qinghe with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shows that this young man is truly talented. With that being the case, we naturally have a better chance of obtaining various startling rewards from him, which is a good thing.
Emperor Zuai comforted Ning Fengzhai. To your majesty, it is indeed a good thing.
What your majesty says is logical. It is my own narrow-mindedness. Let us continue to watch.
Emperor Zuai refocused his gaze on the arena. Unlike Ning Fengzhai's state of mind, the more he watched, the more he anticipated and excited he became. The grandfather and grandson quietly exchanged a few words in the stands. The attack pattern this time was 3rd soul skill plus martial soul true body, 1,000 waves plus 6th soul skill, Zhu King. It was a pity that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul temporarily had no soul ring. Otherwise, Zhu Qinghe could have openly used it to increase his power.
Martial soul true body. Light blade slash.
1,000 Waves had already used his 1st and 3rd soul skills back and forth many times, adopting various attack patterns to combine and release them. Luckily, so far, everything was going smoothly, with the damage always on the increase. The light blade slash in a state of martial soul true body, along with the aid of the angelic holy light, while not as mighty as light blade slash combined with forward battle armor, still displayed power surpassing the previous attack.
Boom!
The attack ended. Chen Xin and Gu Rong still couldn't believe it and glanced over once more. The result remained the same. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, completely unharmed. And in contrast, that great priest from Martial Soul Hall, without the protection of the forward battle armor, once again suffered a part of the damage rebound from Lin Yi. He raised the angel holy sword in front of him, and simultaneously spread 6 large golden wings to dissipate the wave of damage surging toward Zhu King. This sight made Gu Rong suck in a breath of cold air involuntarily. With a serious expression, Chen Xin analyzed.
It seems the higher the damage, the greater the damage rebound will suffer. When it's our turn, Sect Master and Your Majesty must remember to stay back.
Even 1,000 Waves at level 99 was so cautious, indicating the damage rebounding from that young man must be significant. This young man, he's probably the person all soul masters dream of becoming. Sitting there motionless, yet producing damage that even ultimate Douluo dread.
Damage 241,536. Red primary, your reward this time is also a lucky roulette.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he tossed the red light orb in his hand into the air, and the orb transformed into a massive round wheel, also divided into 13 segments. The only difference was that, on this round wheel, the glittering gold area was green gold. 1,000 Waves' eyes widened as if seeing something terrifying, backing away repeatedly. Zhu Qinghe, however, held his head high, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening at the sight of this object. Fuck. I actually got this horrific thing too. Lin Yi glanced at the grandfather and grandson duo, finding their facial expressions funnier than the other. Even with his grandfather's experience, Zhu Qinghe couldn't help but find the device extremely terrifying.
You should both be quite familiar with this. Today's jackpot pool is green. Let me tell you about the green jackpot's multiplier effect. The green jackpot, the reward you draw, if it can be defined by quantity, will be directly multiplied by 2.
Zhu Qinghe.
Awesome!
Originally, the jackpot's rewards were already very high quality, now multiplied by 2.
You can start now.
Lin Yi said to Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe nodded and walked opposite the lucky roulette. Just as he was about to raise his hand, 1,000 waves suddenly shouted.
Crown Prince counterclockwise.
Zhu Qinghe looked at him blankly, but then saw his grandfather's expression, as solemn as if he were imparting his last will, extremely serious.
Okay.
Even if 1,000 waves hadn't reminded him, Zhu Qinghe wouldn't dare to go clockwise. He raised his hand, gripping the pointer. At this moment, Bidong and the others held their breath in silence. It had to be said that this was the most ridiculous reward they had come across so far. Ning Fengzhai and the other 3 looked around in confusion, wondering why everyone suddenly became so quiet, their expressions somber. It was as if Zhu Qinghe was conducting some important ceremony at this moment.
Hi.
Gripping the pointer, Zhu Qinghe lifted his hand up.
Clang, clang, clang.
The pointer began to spin rapidly counterclockwise. Zhu Qinghe's throat moved as he stepped back a few steps, then quickly got off the stand and turned his back.
I'm not looking. You guys tell me the result later.
After saying this, he immediately squatted down and covered his cheeks with both hands. Ning Fengzhai and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? They stared at the colored squares on the big wheel, and recalling the rules Zhu Qinghe had introduced earlier, they finally realized and their eyes widened in epiphany.
Could it be?
Forget it, still no clue, better find someone to ask. Clang, clang, clang. The pointer slowed down. Each time it passed a white area, 1,000 waves' heart ached once more.
We should get at least a red level reward, otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Not only wasting a reward, but also setting the stage for increased damage, a total ripoff.
At this moment, 1,000 waves was even more anxious than Zhu Qinghe inside. Time seemed to creep by excruciatingly slowly. When the pointer slowed to a snail's pace passing the white area, 1,000 waves immediately widened his eyes and couldn't help but purse his lips and blow air toward the pointer.
Please remain calm, my friend who's blowing air.
Lin Yi said to 1,000 waves, while gesturing to Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others at the same time. Several guest elders immediately went on stage to help 1,000 waves down.
Let me go. I am very calm right now.
1,000 waves said angrily. Click. Chapter 67, Emperor Zui, I cried, it's your doing. Second update. Zhu Qing heard the commotion and nervously closed his eyes tightly, while 1,000 waves suddenly turned around. Everyone present, including Ning Fengzhai and the 3 others who had just come to understand what the lucky roulette really was, stared intently at the needle. The position where the needle fell. It was gold, Junior. A surge of ecstatic joy appeared on 1,000 waves' face.
Gold, it's gold.
1,000 waves danced and gesticulated excitedly in the stands. The onlookers did not find 1,000 waves' passionate display surprising. Instead, they felt an infinite sympathy surge within them. After all the trouble to inflict a red-level damage, to receive a reward, and even having the chance to win a jackpot pool. And then, damn it, a white level comes out.
Gold, it's gold. Ah!
Zhu Qing had jumped in place, overtaken with excitement. Emperor Zhuge also felt very happy at the scene. He had heard that gold required over 500,000 points of damage. This was a huge profit. He approached to celebrate with Zhu Qing, but just as he reached him, Zhu Qing suddenly rushed to the stands and excitedly embraced 1,000 waves. The 2 on the stands hugged and jumped like long-lost friends, their joy and excitement clearly overflowing, continuously shouting.
Gold!
This was a reward 1,000 waves had helped win, so it seemed normal for Zhu Qing to go thank him.
Senior, what is my gold level reward?
He asked, filled with anticipation. Lin Yi felt a bit jealous. He couldn't get the same reward through the lucky roulette, not to mention a critical hit. But fortunately, he also had the big wheel, and not just one but 5. He'd try his luck at drawing prizes with Bossy tonight. Lin Yi lifted the dazzling golden light sphere in his hand towards Zhu King and said,
You are the first person to receive a gold level reward from me. Congratulations. Hello.
Zhu King laughed joyously. And suddenly, he realized that the golden light sphere was really beautiful, so brilliantly golden, so dazzling, so likable.
So the reward is? Your gold junior reward is 100,000-year complete set of soul bones.
These simple words instantly put the entire venue into a huge shock. Suddenly the place went silent, breaths audible. Zhu King was startled, his eyes wide open. Lin Yi casually tossed the golden sphere into the air on one side. The small golden light sphere instantly transformed into 6 soul bones emanating a red-level glow. The soul bones floated in midair, exuding a ferocious and horrific aura that ordinary soul bones couldn't compare with. At that moment, Porcupine Douluo silently compared his 10,000-year trunk soul bone with it. Next to the 100,000-year trunk soul bone emitting a red-level glow, his black-level glowing trunk soul bone weakened instantly, utterly inferior by comparison. And there were 6 of them all at once. Is this what a gold junior reward looks like? Zhu King's voice trembled as he pointed at the 6 floating soul bones and asked cautiously, his tone filled with disbelief. If you don't want them, you can give me a few.
They're all yours, take good care of them.
Yes.
Gulp. Zhu King swallowed hard and walked over to collect each of the soul bones into his soul tool. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose on the scene. As soul masters gazed longingly towards the stands, their bodies uncontrollably wanting to rush over. No soul master could stay rational at the sight of soul bones. Especially not a complete set aged 100,000 years. Witnessing the unrest, Thousand Waves frowned slightly and signaled to Bidong. Seeing the signal, several elders silently took up positions around the stands. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, cold and authoritative, its penetrating power almost able to drill into everyone's sea of spirit.
In my line of sight, if anyone dares to snatch the rewards, the agitators will be killed without mercy.
Lin Yi's voice, powered by his strong spiritual power, reached everyone's minds. In almost an instant, the venue fell silent. Those who were agitated stood petrified on the spot, too terrified to move. Zhu Qinghai looked at Lin Yi, a smile appearing on his face. Indeed, with the senior present, there was a full sense of security. He calmly pocketed the last soul bone and stepped down from the stands. Seeing Zhu Qinghai descend, Ning Fengzhai couldn't stay put. Really couldn't stay put. He was about to take Chen Xin up with him, but a young man suddenly appeared in front of them.
Hey, Sect Master Ning, don't rush. Senior Lin Yi already said no cutting in line. You wouldn't be planning to go against the senior's orders, would you?
Golden Crocodile Douluo tilted his head slightly, smiling as he spoke to Ning Fengzhai.
Who are you?
Ning Fengzhai frowned, wondering who this young man was to speak so boldly.
Me.
Golden Crocodile Douluo turned around, revealing a mischievous and handsome smile.
Second worshipper of Martial Soul Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, that's who.
Hearing this, Chen Xin's eyes suddenly widened. He recalled the golden crocodile Douluo his father had described to him, and found that this young man in front of him matched in every way.
Let me have a look.
Emperor Zhuai suddenly approached with an excited expression. He came up to the golden crocodile Douluo and examined him at a close distance, until Zhu Yi's scrutiny made golden crocodile Douluo feel uneasy, and then Zhu Yi excitedly turned to Chen Xin and said,
Honestly, I want a life-extending crystal. Your Majesty, getting a life-extending crystal isn't something you can just wish for, it requires luck. I was just extraordinarily lucky to draw it twice in a row.
Replied golden crocodile Douluo as he lazily walked onto the stage, talking to Emperor Zhu Yi. He finished speaking with a grin and launched his attack at Lin Yi.
Sixth soul skill.
After the attack, Golden Crocodile Douluo was dumbstruck. He stared blankly as another life extension, spiritual stone merged into his body. His body started to shrink, a youthful look appeared on his face, and the clothes he wore became loose. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had just looked like an 18 or 19-year-old, changed in an instant into the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old child.
Congratulations, you've gained another 500 years of life.
Lin Yi said with a smile.
No.
Golden Crocodile Douluo begged on his knees, his face full of sorrow, and cried out in a young boy's voice. Emperor Zhu Yi. Chapter 68, Holding the Beautiful Maid Lottery, Will It Bring a Bit More Luck? Third release.
Something's off.
The little fellow Golden Crocodile stood on the stands, hands on hips, frowning as he spoke. Lin Yi looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile.
What's off?
Everything seems fine to me. Thanks to you, old man, I can live for 10,000 years now.
It's just off.
The little fellow's brow furrowed further, his youthful face full of reluctance. Lin Yi's expression remained calm.
Are you questioning my fairness?
Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile slightly widened his eyes, and he quickly waved his hands, saying,
No, it's not about you, senior. I just feel like I've been cursed.
After saying that, his expression suddenly became resolute.
For today's second attack, I, Golden Crocodile Douluo, concede. I'm going to head back to the worship hall to lay low. I'll come back tomorrow and try again.
Mainly because if this went on, Golden Crocodile Douluo feared he'd turn into a little baby.
I honestly can't tell if he's lucky or unlucky.
Emperor Zhu Yi suddenly exclaimed with a flushed face beside him, startling thousand waves.
Your Majesty, please calm down, it will be our turn soon.
Ning Fengzhai quickly grabbed the somewhat excited Emperor Zhu Yi, softly consoling him. But no sooner had he finished speaking, his gaze foolishly settled on the stands. The third enforcer from the Martial Soul Hall was actually stepping up onto the stands.
Senior, isn't it our turn now?
The third enforcer turned around, looking at him indifferently.
Didn't you see we are lining up? Do you mean to defy the rules set by Senior Lin Yi and cut in line?
Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhai turned to look at Lin Yi, who was sitting on the ground, and nervously swallowed his saliva.
All right, you go first, you first.
With a face as gray as iron, he went back to his spot. When will it finally be their turn? They were dying of impatience. Especially Emperor Zhu Yi, who had just seen Golden Crocodile Douluo receive the life extension spiritual stone again, and was still panting with envy on the side. Ning Fengzhai believed that at that moment, Emperor Zhu Yi truly wished to be the Golden Crocodile Douluo on the stage, receiving the award.
No worries, Your Majesty. We'll wait a bit longer.
Ning Fengzhai said to Emperor Zhu Yi, trying to console him. Looking up at the fourth offering, fifth offering, sixth enforcer, and seventh offering lining up, Emperor Zhu Yi sighed and could only nod helplessly in acceptance. But the turn of events far exceeded their expectations. After the seventh offering was finished, Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath, about to walk onto the stage with Emperor Zhu Yi, when suddenly a man walked in front of them. Dragon Lance Douluo turned around, his eyes now vertical pupils. He said with a displeased tone,
What are you trying to do, Sect Master Ning? You can't possibly be trying to cut in line, can you?
Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath. Damn it, the Martial Soul Hall was ganging up to bully the honest man.
Uncle Jian.
He wasn't bold enough to bully a few guest elders, but as a mere elder, you wouldn't let yourself be pushed around, would you? Chen Xin approached, his sharp aura locking onto Dragon Lance Douluo in an instant. Dragon Lance Douluo, who had just been acting arrogant, suddenly changed his expression. Chen Xin seemed genuinely strong, just being watched for a moment made him feel unwell. But it didn't matter, Dragon Lance Douluo had an ace up his sleeve. He clenched his fist tightly, staring hard at Chen Xin, then suddenly turned around with a flatterer's smile.
Senior there cutting in line tilde.
Dragon Lance Douluo immediately ran to the edge of the stands, pointing at Ning Fengzhai and the others, looking very much like a schoolchild tattling to the teacher. Chen Xin. Ning Fengzhai. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his black pupils gazing in Chen Xin's direction. In fact, after some interaction, Lin Yi didn't really like them. Right from the start, with their questioning and provocation, Lin Yi certainly wasn't inclined to swallow his resentment. Of course, he didn't know that the instigator was currently standing aside, wearing a black silk skirt. Even though the Soul Master competition plan needed Emperor Zuo's approval, Lin Yi had never thought of currying favor with him in such a way. He was a temptation for Emperor Zuo in his own right, so why would there be any need to pander to him? Lin Yi said coldly.
You've jumped the queue time and again, repeatedly breaking the rules. Now I'm punishing you to go to the very end of the line.
Confronted with Lin Yi's gaze, Chen Xin couldn't help but recall those unpleasant memories. He quickly turned around and said firmly,
Sect Master, I'll wait for you at the end of the line.
Ning Fengzhai. Night had fallen. After the last scraping master finished, the disheveled Ning Fengzhai and his 3 companions immediately approached. The night was a bit chilly, and Emperor Zuo had wrapped himself in a blanket.
Senior, can it be our turn now?
The 4 of them looked at Lin Yi with eager expressions. But Lin Yi simply gazed at them indifferently.
Haven't you noticed it's dark already? Come back tomorrow. What? Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
Suddenly, Emperor Zuo's eyes went dark and his legs gave way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Xin hurriedly helped him up.
Let's find an inn to rest for the night. Come over early tomorrow, queue up properly, and if you behave, I'll let you go ahead of those normal soul masters.
Lin Yi said, already showing considerable leniency. Besides, it was already this late, and damn it, he was still waiting to spin the lucky roulette, not caring the slightest about their damage. Watching Lin Yi's uncompromising face, Ning Fengzhai sighed and could only have Chen Xin and Gu Rong accompany Emperor Zuo to find an inn to stay for the night. Watching them leave, Lin Yi quickly got up, eager to run to his room and lock the door. 5 big wheels, man, truly freaking exciting. Lin Yi sat on the bed, hurriedly retrieving a big wheel and setting it in front of him. 13 identical small sectors, and shoot, Lin Yi rubbed his hands, feeling a bit nervous. The jackpot for this big wheel was blue. A blue and gold jackpot, where all time-limited rewards become permanent. He placed his hand on the pointer, choosing to spin counterclockwise again, trusting in some mysticism. A minute later. Click. Chapter 69, Cayenne Rengsu's Black Silk Temptation First Update. Lin Yi laid the other 4 lucky roulette wheels on the bed and went into his inner vision system space.
Summon the virtual attendant bossy,
He said in his mind. Detected that the host has broken the shield for 3 consecutive days, maintaining a high level of shield breaker enthusiasm. Special reward. High-level maid outfit *1 yellow. Would you like to dress the virtual attendant bossy in the high-level maid outfit? Lin Yi was stunned. Did the system also come with a sign-in feature? Breaking the shield 3 days in a row is like signing in for 3 days, then getting a yellow-level reward. Reply to host yes. The system heard Lin Yi's thoughts and responded. Hey, not bad at all.
But what does this high-level maid outfit look like?
Lin Yi asked with some curiosity. Ruffled apron uniform, lace, black thigh-high stockings with garters, black high heels, cat ear hair clip, big bow tie. The system listed a bunch of keywords. Lin Yi's eyes widened slightly. Without any hesitation, he said.
Change.
Understood. Maid bossy construction underway.
It takes a day to change an outfit.
He wanted to try hugging Bossy while spinning the wheel to see if his luck would improve, or if he was unlucky, let Bossy spin for him. Virtual attendant is a gold intermediate reward. Dressing in yellow attire requires a certain construction time, but this 1 day will not be counted within the usage period of the virtual attendant. The system explained. Lin Yi took a deep breath. All right then. It's just waiting 1 day, he could wait. It wouldn't be too late to hold her.
Clang, clang, clang.
The spinner gradually slowed down. At this moment, Lin Yi finally understood how 1,000 waves felt today. It indeed felt like going to the gallows. Those few dozen seconds were excruciating. Click. The spinner stopped. It landed on black primary level. Lin Yi stared at the wheel, his eyes opened wide, and he immediately felt disheartened. Turns out my luck isn't that great either.
Grandfather.
Let's stop here for today. We'll split the remaining fusions over time, otherwise your body won't be able to take it.
Thousand Waves said with a serious look on his face. After he finished speaking, he crouched down and wiped the sweat off Cayenne Rengsu's forehead.
How do you feel now?
Hee, I feel like my strength has increased a lot.
Hearing this, Thousand Waves also smiled.
We really have to thank Lin Yi. To be honest, I can't understand why he was so set on finding death. If he hadn't been so extreme, I would have made an exception to my pride and have you marry him.
Grandfather.
Cayenne Rengsu chided, her cheeks flushing with irritation.
Heh, girl, your grandpa is just teasing you.
Thousand Waves chuckled and flicked Cayenne Rengsu's forehead with his hand.
I'm done with you. I'm going to take a bath. I plan to sleep early today. Otherwise, that woman will always be smugly ahead of us in meeting the senior.
Cayenne Rengsu said and was about to get up.
Right, Bidong asked that after you finish fusing the soul bone, go find her. She might have something for you.
Thousand Waves mentioned.
Emma.
With a stern face, Cayenne Rengsu arrived at Bidong's sleeping palace. Bidong was currently wearing a gauze nightdress, wiping her freshly washed hair while looking in the mirror, the air filled with a mature woman's faint fragrance, refreshing and pleasant to the senses.
Speak, what do you want? I'll take a shower and sleep after that.
Cayenne Rengsu said coldly. Bidong glanced at her in the mirror, her face equally indifferent.
Take a shower here, and after you're finished, I have something for you. I don't want it.
Cayenne Rengsu turned and walked away after she spoke. The mother and daughter were like enemies, always sporting icy expressions when they met.
Even if it's something from Senior Lin Yi, you wouldn't care.
Bidong's playful voice sounded from behind her. Cayenne Rengsu immediately stopped, her eyes widening slightly. She swallowed and slowly turned back, looking at Bidong.
What is it?
First, take a shower and then we'll talk.
By the bath, Cayenne Rengsu shed her disguise. Her oversized garment slipped down, revealing her fair and slender shoulders as she extended her crystal-clear leg to test the water temperature, just right. She stepped into the pool, her exquisite body gradually submerging into the water. Listening to the sounds of water inside, Bidong took out 80 strips of black silk from her soul tool. Lin Yi had given her a total of 150 strips, but she planned to give more than half of the black silk to her daughter. After Cayenne Rengsu finished bathing, she put on a nightdress prepared by Bidong and came over.
Come here, sit in front of me.
Bidong said, looking at her coldly. Cayenne Rengsu sat down with an equally cold expression. But the next moment, Bidong suddenly lifted her skirt, and Cayenne Rengsu, frightened, quickly clenched her long legs together, angrily said.
What are you doing?
Bidong looked at her with an almost smiling expression, her fair fingers holding up a thin strip of black silk.
Do you want to wear it? It's from Senior Lin Yi. I do.
Chapter 70, The Repeatedly Failed Beauty Trick, Bidong's Mentality Collapses Second Update.
When you wear it, all attributes on your body increase by 5%, but it's only effective for women.
Senior Lin, you gave me so much that I can't even wear it all. I suddenly remembered you're a woman, so why not give you some?
Bidong stubbornly spoke, refusing to admit that she was acting out of concern for her daughter. Cayenne Rengsu, however, didn't overthink it. Her heart was filled with excitement. Honestly, women love looking at beautiful women the most. Today, aside from sneaking glances at Lin Yi, Cayenne Rengsu spent most of her time looking at Bidong, especially Bidong's legs. With these on, her legs looked both slimmer and longer, and that slightly translucent flesh-colored appearance invisibly boosted a woman's charm several times over. Cayenne Rengsu really adored black silk stockings, but she was too shy to ask Bidong for them openly. Now she finally had the chance. She immediately stretched her bare feet toward Bidong, her face full of anticipation. Bidong actually wanted to laugh but still put on an extremely reluctant expression, helping Cayenne Rengsu put on the stockings.
You pull up the rest yourself. Do you need me to do it for you?
Yeah.
Kayan Rengsu glanced at her disdainfully and pulled them up herself in front of a mirror. After she put them on, she admired her reflection in the mirror, joy written all over her pretty face. If only she could wear them openly, she definitely wanted to show Lin Yi and hear what Senior Lin Yi thought.
If you want to wear them, you have to put pants on over them outside, since these are for women only. Of course, I know. No need to remind me.
Kayan Rengsu turned around and rolled her eyes at Bai Bidong. Morning. Lin Yi walked out of his room with a calm expression on his face. He glanced over slightly. A sea of people. No surprise there, standard procedure. They say the early bird catches the worm. The Gua Sha masters had gotten out of bed early and crowded around Lin Yi's place. That's wrong, around their dear father Lin Yi. Thanks to Daddy Lin, the Gua Sha masters had amassed wealth they could never have dreamt of in their lifetimes. It was all thanks to Daddy Lin that the people of Seoul City had become rich. Even if the martial Seoul Hall collapsed, Daddy Lin must not fall. But for Lin Yi, this time in the morning was incredibly boring. He felt like a robot just throwing out money, more money. In between, Lin Yi checked the number of golden soul coins in the system space. 10 million. A whole 10 million golden soul coins.
After yesterday ended, how was the great priest's mood?
The mood seemed pretty good, don't worry.
All right, I'll trust you this once.
Chrysanthemum Douluo spoke with lingering fear.
I heard that the great priest almost passed out with anger after drawing the white one. Thankfully, I was smart enough to escape early.
Just then, he casually looked back and suddenly found several figures from the worship hall following behind him with a menacing air. Instantly feeling a chill down his spine, Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly hid among the elders, forcing a look of calm on his face.
Hurry up, she's getting ahead again.
Zhu Qinghe couldn't help but mutter under his breath, incessantly urging thousand waves. Behind the two, Jin Izio Douluo walked with a gloomy face, led by the hand by the third offerer, clearly reluctant.
Third one, you really don't have to lead me by the hand. It makes me feel quite embarrassed.
Jin Izio Douluo said in a childish voice. Hearing this, the third offerer looked down at him.
This is the great priest's command. With the crowded and complex situation around the stands, just in case some ill-intentioned person lures you away with a lollipop, then the worship hall would no longer have its second worshipper.
Jin Izio Douluo.
Damn it, she's made the first move again. To tell you the truth, I think she's even more interested in Lin Yi than you. Do women nowadays all like such extremely spirited youngsters?
Thousand Waves asked with a curious tone.
How could she possibly?
Zhu Qinghe realized he almost misspoke, feeling both shamed and annoyed, and suddenly refused to engage Thousand Waves any further. Walking up to the stand, Bai Bidong craned her neck forward, glancing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi indeed still had his eyes closed. Bai Bidong had changed into a slit dress today. Her black silk legs appeared and disappeared with each step she took, even showing the round of her thigh. Although her overall demeanor was not as sultry as the day before, it was much more graceful. Dressed to perfection as a mature woman, she wondered if Lin Yi would be interested in this type. The only strategy Bai Bidong could think of to lure Lin Yi to join Martial Soul Hall was the beauty trap. After all, whatever Martial Soul Hall has, Lin Yi seems to lack nothing.
Senior, I'm here.
Bai Bidong said softly. Lin Yi opened his eyes, glanced indifferently at her, and nodded calmly. Then he closed his eyes again. Fuck, I love it. How come I didn't know from the original story that Bai Bidong was so good at dressing up? The anime only ever showed one outfit too. Bai Bidong before me truly seems lovable. But Bai Bidong was baffled.
What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to take action?
Lin Yi opened his eyes, his black pupils staring at Bai Bidong. That looks nice, just one more peek.
Oh.
Chapter 71, Bai Bidong's Reward Prop Card. Answer 3 truths at random, third update. Last time the damage had reached 220,000, so this time it must exceed that figure. Bai Bidong had thought it through. Whenever her damage couldn't be raised further, she would endure a period of decreased reward quality. During that period, she would intensively study how to make a breakthrough. Speaking of which, she only obtained one Rakshasa God experience card fragment last time, and since then, there had been no sign.
Second soul skill, Cocoon of the Spider King.
Bidong's eyes sharpened as she unleashed a sky-covering myriad of spider silk towards Lin Yi. The web, layer upon layer, wrapped around Lin Yi, quickly winding into a large cocoon. Poison began to devour Lin Yi from within. Bidong planned to connect the attack of the Rakshasa scythe when the cocoon dissolved, so the damage would still count together. But at this moment, Lin Yi's calm voice came from within the cocoon.
In about a minute, I will make my move and destroy your cocoon, as it won't disappear unless I die, so as not to waste too much time.
The moment the cocoon breaks, find the right time to follow up with the devil's sickle.
Bidong listened dumbfounded. This is what it's like to be a boss, even having to instruct others on how to kill you.
Oh,
Your Highness.
Your Highness.
Your Highness. Several elders were shocked, immediately rushing towards the platform. But they stopped upon reaching the steps. The elders exchanged embarrassed glances, gave each other signals with their eyes, and silently retreated. Still in shock, Bidong blinked, looked down, and saw only the top of Lin Yi's head. She was stunned. She found herself kneeling on Lin Yi's cross-legged thighs.
Are you trying to smother me to death this way?
Lin Yi's cold voice came through. Bidong turned pale with fright. Hastily getting up, she took several steps back. Lin Yi had a cold expression, saying with a nosebleed,
This method doesn't add any damage. I advise you not to have such crooked ideas.
It wasn't on purpose. It was the devil's sickle.
Bidong was full of apologies, then she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Yi paused, quickly raised his hand and wiped his nose. Damn it, actually bleeding from the nose. Everyone was shocked. Bidong was the first to draw blood from Lin Yi.
I'm sorry, Senior.
Bidong apologized again, immediately taking a handkerchief and stepping forward to wipe Lin Yi's nose.
Step back, this is your last warning.
Lin Yi scolded aloud. Shit, I've lost all face, but they don't seem to realize why I'm getting a nosebleed.
I'm sorry.
She said apologetically with a hint of grievance. It was indeed the devil's sickle that had pushed her from behind, causing her to pounce toward Lin Yi. But her body was soft, so how could she have possibly given Lin Yi a nosebleed?
Your damage is 234,651, red primary damage, and the reward you get is a truth-telling card.
After he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised the red glow in his hand and flicked it towards Bidong's direction. A card floated in front of Bidong. It was a gold-level card with the words,
Truth-telling.
written on it. Holding the card, Bidong looked at Lin Yi with some confusion.
Senior, I don't quite understand what this means.
Lin Yi explained.
This is a prop card that will randomly select 3 questions for you to answer. Unless at least 2 of your answers are true, the effect won't trigger and your current reward will elevate by 1 level. That is, from red primary to red intermediate rewards. If fewer than 2 answers are correct, you will still maintain the red primary reward. So, do you want to take the challenge? If you don't take the challenge, there won't be any effect and you will still keep the red primary reward.
In other words, this is basically a bonus prop. You exchange 2 truths for the benefit of elevating 1 level of reward. Bidong's eyes widened slightly, I see.
Ask 3 questions, and I just need to truthfully answer 2 of them correctly, right? Yes, and the questions are random, not subjectively proposed by me. Then I accept the challenge. All right, when you're ready, I'll start asking the questions.
Bidong felt inexplicably anxious. She hesitated but nodded.
Ready.
Inside the system space, 3 questions were now being rapidly filtered out. After taking a quick look at what the 3 questions were, Lin Yi was stunned. This system is really full of mischief. Isn't it just trying to sully my name? Are these questions normal people would ask? Seeing Lin Yi's strange expression, Bidong tentatively asked.
Senior, what's the question? I'm ready.
Lin Yi coughed, looked at her, and tried to make his expression as serious as he could.
First question, when you bathe, what are some unspeakable things you frequently do? You have to mention at least 1.
Chapter 72, Red Intermediate Reward, 100,000-year attached soul bone, 8-spider spear. First update. Bai Bidong's pretty willow-shaped eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her mouth seemed soldered shut with a lock. No words could escape. During bath time, she had done many unspeakable things. Too many to count.
I give up on this question. Ask the second one.
Lin Yi nodded calmly.
All right, you have 2 more chances, and they must all be answered truthfully before you can use the prop card.
After finishing, Lin Yi paused a moment and added,
I declare again, these 3 questions are randomly generated by the prop card and have nothing to do with me.
After hearing this, Bai Bidong gave him a dubious glance. Why don't I believe it one bit?
The second question: when you sleep, do you wear both upper and lower undergarments?
No sooner had the words fallen than Bai Bidong's body stiffened. In that instant, she once again felt countless gazes suddenly converging on her, burning hot on her back. Why are these questions all like this? I'm really getting angry now. However, the red intermediate reward requires 300,000 damage, which isn't easy to achieve. Even if it is meted out, it's equivalent to laying down a high-damage round, making it harder later on, which is even more of a loss. So the chance to obtain a red intermediate reward for free is really valuable.
I don't wear either.
Bai Bidong said with a cold voice.
Damn! Oh ho! What the hell did I just hear?
No sooner had Bai Bidong spoken than all the men in the crowd were seething. Various whistles erupted, along with excited shrieks. Several elders had even more peculiar expressions, but they had to endure it. Status is indeed a tough thing to handle. But the shouting crowd quickly quieted down. Because the woman on the stage was now turning to look down, her eyes revealing a serpent-like coldness. Lin Yi chuckled to himself. Seems like everyone had too much free time on their hands, finding the Pope's private affairs this intriguing. But Bai Bidong actually likes to go commando when sleeping. That was indeed an eye-opener. Lin Yi did not show much expression, and his face returned to a cold demeanor.
Your answer is true. Now for the third question.
But as he looked at the third question in the system space, his pupils shivered, unable to utter the words. Asking this question would not only ruin his own image, but if Bai Bidong had any respect for him, it would break completely. When was the last time you masturbated? Look at this crappy question. Stupid system, are you really going to ask about something so private? No, I really can't ask this question. Lin Yi could imagine the gravity of the situation. She, Bai Bidong, could choose not to answer, give up the prop, but he would be pointed at by thousands.
Reselect the third question.
Lin Yi commanded in his heart. Please confirm.
Confirm.
Starting reselection.
What is the most recent lie you told, and what is the truth?
Upon hearing this question, Bai Bidong subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was no longer such a private matter. But this question.
I gave someone 80 black silks.
Hearing her words, Zhu Qing's eyes widened in surprise. He felt perplexed and all of a sudden, somewhat flustered. Lin Yi, listening to the system's judgment, nodded.
Your answer is true. Congratulations, your reward has been upgraded to red intermediate level.
He finished speaking and raised a red orb of light in his hand. A reward representing the red intermediate quality.
The reward is an attached soul bone of 100,000 years, named 8-spider spear, which can evolve.
After Lin Yi spoke, he flicked the red light orb toward Bai Bidong.
An attached soul bone, 100,000 years.
Everyone at the scene was shocked. Attached soul bones were even more precious and sought after than regular soul bones, and this one was 100,000 years old straight away. Whimpering, indeed, for Senior Lin Yi, soul bones were like cabbages, handed out as soon as mentioned. However, unlike the others' amazement, Lin Yi was surprised that this attached soul bone turned out to be Tang San's 8-spider spear. Tang San's 8-spider spear seemed to have only been dropped by a 3,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. The quality of this 100,000-year-old 8-spider spear was unknown how many levels higher than Tang San's. The orb landed in Bai Bidong's hands, transforming into an attached soul bone that emitted a red halo, and resembled the shape of a trunk bone. But holding the attached soul bone, Bai Bidong couldn't help but furrow her brow. It wasn't because the soul bone's quality wasn't high. Quite the contrary, she knew its quality was extremely high, but she already had an attached soul bone of her own. It seemed this reward was not meant for her, better to hold on to it for now.
Elder, I am ready to launch a second attack. My.
Bai Bidong seized the moment to strike while the iron was hot. Her second attack pattern was first soul skill plus martial soul real body plus Rakshasa scythe. The normal damage for the first soul skill was 60,000. The martial soul real body also added about 60,000, and the Rakshasa scythe added 160,000. But since last time the damage was 230,000, Bai Bidong decided not to go all out with her first soul skill this time. The closer to the end, the more carefully everyone calculated the damage, and Bai Bidong was no exception. Her long dress shed wrapped in spider silk the splendid gown, a web that dazzled the eyes. Bai Bidong, after the martial soul possession, looked stunningly beautiful yet exuded a deadly allure. In her right hand, she held the Rakshasa scythe, and in her left, she formed the death lance like a seductive viper from hell.
Tab tab tab.
Bai Bidong charged at Lin Yi, the death lance shooting out and shattering into pieces as it hit Lin Yi, frail and fragile. Bai Bidong's gaze turned cold as she swiftly followed up with her Rakshasa scythe. The deadly purple-black arc cut through the air, striking hard upon Lin Yi. Boom! Chapter 73, Forward Battle Armor's Right Arm Kai and Right Shoulder Kai Second Update. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 249,731. Remaining health points, 999,986,354,132. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Rakshasa God Experience Card, 1 minute 5. Host reward, Rakshasa God Experience Card, 1 month 2. This time, the reward was somewhat special. Because this Red Novice reward coincided with the Black Advanced Level reward. The only difference was that the Black Advanced Level reward was a Rakshasa God Experience Card, 5 minutes, 1. This reward had a drawback. Once the experience card was used, it would expire immediately after 5 minutes, and the countdown couldn't be paused in the middle. The Red Novice solved this problem by breaking down the 5-minute experience card into 5 1-minute experience cards. These could be used 5 separate times, offering more flexibility. However, for Lin Yi, he could arbitrarily break up the time through the system, which was a privilege of being the host.
Damage 249,731. Red Novice, your reward is 5 1-minute Rakshasa God experience cards.
Bai Bidong was instantly astounded, her face a picture of disbelief. She stood there in a daze, suddenly feeling as if a surprise had smashed onto her head out of the blue.
I didn't hear wrong, did I?
No, this seems to be the reward you've been wanting.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he raised the red orb in his hand. Seeing Bai Bidong nod excitedly, he flicked the red orb over to her. The orb transformed into 5 purple-black colored experience cards floating in front of Bai Bidong, each with a sinister and terrifying god depicted on it. Bai Bidong treasured them like precious jewels, immediately collecting the 5 cards. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the edge of the crowd.
Sorry, we are late.
Ning Fengzhai was waving from afar, rushing over with Chen Xin, Gu Rong, and Emperor Zhu. They made their way through the onlookers to the edge of the stands, bowing apologetically to Lin Yi above.
We are truly sorry. We did not know when senior stands would be open, so we delayed a moment and had no idea we would be this late.
Ning Fengzhai said with a humble attitude. This morning, as soon as he woke up from bed and went to the window of the inn, he was shocked to see that the area around the stands was already packed with people. Ning Fengzhai's heart had sunk immediately, and he hastily got dressed and dragged the others over. At this moment, Lin Yi was just staring at them with an indifferent expression.
If you've arrived, just line up. All right.
Ning Fengzhai and the others looked around but suddenly hesitated.
Senior.
Lin Yi looked at them calmly.
Naturally, at the end of the line, in the position corresponding to when you arrived.
Ning Fengzhai hurriedly stepped forward.
But Senior, didn't you say last night that at the very least, we could be in front of those normal soul masters?
Lin Yi's gaze turned cold instantly.
That was on the condition that you arrived early. Which of the people here didn't arrive earlier than you?
Ning Fengzhai turned pale, unable to respond. Emperor Zui sighed.
Let it be, Sect Master Ning. Let's go to the end of the line. At least Qing He is still ahead of us.
That's your son, not mine.
Fifth soul skill, Sacred Fire Scorches.
The six-winged angel phantom behind him spread its arms, as holy light shine converged into a blazing white fireball in the palm of its hands. The fireball flew toward Lin Yi's position, leaving behind nothing but air distorted by the high temperature in its wake. 1,000 waves followed close behind. This was a combination of AoE damage and physical damage.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
He opened his right hand, and a golden sword hilt appeared, with the holy light in the stands growing even brighter. The angel holy sword, radiating dazzling golden light, was wielded by 1,000 waves as he slashed toward Lin Yi. At the same time, Lin Yi made his move as well. As the blazing white flame exploded on his body, Lin Yi immediately raised his sword finger, pausing the spread of all the white sacred flame around him in an instant.
Disperse!
He muttered, and all the blazing white flames disappeared at once. In the next moment, 1,000 waves sword strike landed on him.
Clang! Boom!
Damage rebound struck in an instant, and 1,000 waves raised the angel holy sword to block the tremendous force in front of him.
Huff!
He exhaled. Indeed, each attack left him looking as embarrassingly defeated as if he were the one being attacked.
Your reward is another forward battle armor component, this time right shoulder guard plus upper arm armor.
The component 1,000 waves had before was right handguard plus small arm armor, which combined with this reward, meant his entire right arm and shoulder could now be fully covered with forward battle armor. This was undoubtedly a further enhancement to his damage. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that 1,000 waves was the most likely person to reach golden damage. But everyone's surprise seemed to go far beyond that.
The Great Priest's damage is precisely calculated like this. Holy damn! I'm astounded. Just under 10,000 more damage than last time. This precision is awesome.
1,000 waves was supremely proud of himself, of course. You have to consider who I am. Lin Yi was very pleased with 1,000 waves. After all, he was currently a major force in breaking shields. He flicked the red light orb in his hand towards 1,000 waves' right upper arm. At the moment of contact, the light orb immediately turned into battle armor that snugly fitted onto 1,000 waves' right upper arm and shoulder, but it didn't end there. Chapter 74, You Don't Believe in the Defensive Power of Captain America's Shield? I'll prove it to you. Third update. Crack. The right upper arm armor and right small arm armor snapped together, forming a complete right arm armor. 1,000 waves felt joy filling his heart as he shook his arm. Using his thoughts to guide it, he integrated the forward battle armor into his body. His right arm and right shoulder were revealed again. Once again, using his thoughts to guide it, glimmering stars appeared on his arm and shoulder as the forward battle armor manifested once more. Everyone could tell that 1,000 waves was having a lot of fun with it. Indeed, one's mood each day is determined by the treasures one receives.
If you've finished testing, you can make your second attack now.
Lin Yi said.
Okay.
1,000 waves didn't retract the forward battle armor. It seemed he was planning to use it in combination with his attack this time. But Lin Yi suddenly spoke up.
I need to remind you that the damage bonus of forward battle armor parts depends on their connection to the mode of attack.
For example, your first soul skill is the Sword of Judgment. Using the right gauntlet to wield the Angel Holy Sword for the attack involves direct contact and a power linkage.
The degree of connection is very high, so the bonus can reach 100%. However, your right upper arm and shoulder armor don't make direct contact with the Angel Holy Sword, so the bonus won't reach 100%.
Not every part will have 100% bonus. It varies depending on the situation.
Lin Yi's explanation was very detailed, and Thousand Waves understood.
I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. However, I still choose to use the forward battle armor to assist my attack.
That's up to you. You can start whenever you're ready.
Lin Yi replied indifferently.
All right.
Thousand Waves took a deep breath. Hopefully, this attempt would not be less than 270,000 damage. His attack mode was First Soul Skill plus Forward Battle Armor. Last time, when only the small arm armor was available, this attack mode just managed to deal slightly over 200,000 damage. It was uncertain how much damage bonus the right upper arm armor and right shoulder armor could provide.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
Thousand Waves declared solemnly. He made a fist with his right gauntlet as if grasping a hilt. From his palm, a sword handle appeared, emitting a gold-level holy light that extended downwards into a sharp blade. Thousand Waves stomped on the ground, leaping up, with the angel holy sword emitting a blazing white light in midair. The sword swung down, falling. Boom! An immensely powerful damage rebound exploded from Lin Yi's body. Thousand Waves' expression became serious. He thrust the angel holy sword downward, and the impact forced him to stagger several meters back, leaving a scar on the viewing platform. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly.
You've scratched up my arena. Remember to have someone repair it. Aye, sure thing.
Thousand Waves laughed sheepishly. Blood loss, 279,743. Remaining health, 999,985,790,038. Damage grade, red primary. Random reward, Captain America's shield, magically modified, 1 permanent. Random reward, Captain America, magically modified, 1 permanent. Seeing the rewards, Lin Yi was astounded. System, you're really overdoing it. What are you trying to say by gifting me a modified Marvel character? It's one thing if it's a woman, but giving me a muscle man? What do I need a muscle man for? Lin Yi specifically checked the description to see what the magically modified Captain America was like. Fine physique, gravity-defying buttocks. Ultimate Douluo level strength, ultimate Douluo level speed. No skills, comes with a Captain America's shield, magically modified. Absolute obedience to commands, PS speaks Chinese. Can be freely stored or retrieved from the system space. Lin Yi. It turns out to be akin to being given an enforcer. Forget it, I'll just treat him like a little brother. Lin Yi looked at Thousand Waves and said,
Damage 279,743. Red Junior damage, breaking your own record yet again. The reward you get is a shield, named Captain America's shield.
After speaking, Lin Yi tossed the red light orb towards Thousand Waves. The orb transformed into a mostly blue round shield midair, and Thousand Waves slightly widened his eyes, hurriedly catching it in his hands. He thought it would be heavy, but was surprised to find it exceptionally light. As Thousand Waves was examining the shield, Lin Yi explained.
The ability of this shield is quite simple. It has absolute defensive power. Taking a hit from the gods is no problem, and it's something that even those below ultimate Douluo need not worry about.
Really, such a light shield can do that?
Thousand Waves exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yi looked up at him and said indifferently.
Hold up the shield. Oh.
Lin Yi stood up and walked over to Thousand Waves. When he reached him, he didn't explain much, just clenched his right hand tightly and lifted his fist, drawing it back. Thousand Waves immediately widened his eyes. He saw the air around Lin Yi's right fist distort intensely in an instant. Realizing what Lin Yi was about to do, he immediately lifted the shield. At the same time, Lin Yi's punch landed on the shield. Thump!
Boom boom!
The shield emitted a buzzing sound, and consecutive air explosions occurred. The massive impact from the stands instantly spread below. The edge of the stands crumbled instantaneously, with marble debris flying everywhere.
Holy crap!
Chrysanthemum Douluo and Porcupine Douluo, among others, cried out in alarm, directly blasted by the air explosion from the punch into the crowd behind them. There was no helping it, they were standing right behind Thousand Waves. After that punch, the scene was a complete mess. Thousand Waves stood behind the shield, eyes wide open. He didn't feel any impact while holding the shield.
Surprised, right? The defense of the shield left you completely unaffected, not even shifting your position.
Lin Yi asked calmly, facing Thousand Waves. Thousand Waves was at a loss for words. He was indeed surprised. But the shield was the least of it. What I'm most shocked by is,
Don't you believe it yet?
seeing no response from Thousand Waves, Lin Yi asked, furrowing his brows.
I believe.
Thousand Waves looked at the figure before him, still shaken. I truly believe, please don't demonstrate a second time.
That's good.
Lin Yi nodded, and as he walked away, he instructed Bai Bidong.
Remember to find someone to repair the arena for me. Thanks.
Chapter 75 Bai Bidong, it's starting, first update. Bai Bidong nodded blankly.
All right.
Is this what they mean by a true man of steel? A character as solid as steel, a body as sturdy as steel, fists as hard as steel. A temperament both straightforward and fierce, ready to prove oneself with a fist whenever faced with defiance. Suddenly, Bai Bidong found herself admiring this style of behavior and conduct. It was much better than those indecisive, hesitant men. Lin Yi approached the record board and made some changes to the content. Highest damage record. Damage level, Red Junior. Record holder, Thousand Waves. The damage record on this wooden plaque left most of the people present far behind, including Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had vainly hoped to become record holders. They gradually felt they were getting farther and farther away from this goal. Lin Yi returned to his cushion and sat down cross-legged again.
Whose turn is it now?
He looked indifferently at the group of people in front of him. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe came out enthusiastically and stepped onto the platform.
It's my turn, senior.
Okay, begin.
Watching Zhu Qinghe enter the stage, Thousand Waves immediately put away his shield. He had studied it for a while and thought it might be a half-divine artifact. Lin Yi's punch was undoubtedly comparable to the power of gods, and without the protection of the shield, Thousand Waves felt that he probably wouldn't have had any chance of surviving at the center of the storm. This round was somewhat profitable. Come to think of it, both of today's rewards were a bit profitable. Hee, feeling good, let's help my granddaughter. When he came to Zhu Qinghe's side, he did not expect that this time Zhu Qinghe would actively suggest an offensive mode.
Grandpa, let's go with the same offensive method as last time. Your third soul skill, plus martial soul true body, plus my angelic holy light.
Zhu Qinghe whispered. Thousand Waves frowned.
The exact same? Are you confident? The same soul skill doesn't mean the damage will be the same, there will be fluctuations. And it's very likely that the damage will be lower than last time, and the reward would go from Red Junior to Black High. That would be a big loss.
But Zhu Qinghe smiled confidently.
Don't worry.
As if there's black silk in your granddaughter's pants. Seeing his confidence, Thousand Waves could only nod his head. The grandfather and granddaughter set up their positions one behind the other. As the golden glow of the angelic holy light fell upon Thousand Waves, he began to release his martial soul true body. A huge and holy seraph appeared behind him, mirroring Thousand Waves' actions as it picked up the angel holy sword.
Third soul skill.
As the angel holy sword descended from the sky, a thundering roar spread out, and even the broken pebbles on the viewing platform vibrated intensely.
Clang!
Lin Yi slightly tilted his head as the enormous blade struck his shoulder. At the same time, the fierce impact caused the split rocks on the platform to be violently flung into the air for a moment before falling back down. Crack, crack, crack. Blood loss, 253,600. Remaining blood, 999,985,536,342. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, 100% Millennium Kill, 10-second control time, 10 times. Host reward, 100% Millennium Kill, 10-second control time, unlimited times. A similar reward previously obtained, by the host has been detected and replaced. For the first time because of a reward, Lin Yi's eyes widened so much. The Millennium Kill previously obtained by Yan had a control time of only 1 second, and without a doubt, when that control time is increased to 10 seconds, it becomes an absolute control divine skill. And unlike Yan's, which required an adversary to have hostile intentions for its use, this one had no such restrictions. Divine skill, the absolute control divine skill. But
Damage 253,600, Red Jr.
he remembered their attack mode from last time. This time he chose the same attack mode, yet the damage had increased by about 10,000. It was roughly a 5% boost. It seems like Zhu King wore black silk. Lin Yi easily guessed it. So the lie by Bidong spoke of, it seems the target was Zhu King. The love and hate between this mother and daughter, quite interesting.
The reward.
Zhu Qinghe moved closer to Lin Yi with a face full of anticipation, curiously asking.
100% Millennium Kill, 10 seconds of super long control time, can be used in any situation. No need for the target to harbor any hostility toward you, and it comes with 10 trial opportunities.
Lin Yi raised the red orb of light in his hand, a rare smile appearing on his usually indifferent cheeks. He wasn't smiling to have Zhu Qinghe accept the reward, but because he truly couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, although it's professional, I really couldn't help but laugh when this reward appeared. A very familiar reward, not just familiar, but impressively memorable.
No, I don't want it. I don't want this reward.
He suddenly acted as if he had seen something terrifying, staring at the red orb of light in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi slightly frowned.
This is a control divine skill, usable in any circumstance, and 10 seconds of control time is enough for your companions to release several skills.
I don't want it.
Zhu Qinghe had a downcast face, speechless with his struggle. Have you ever seen any little fairy using such a filthy skill? Lin Yi's expression remained cold as he handed the red orb of light towards Zhu Qinghe.
Then how should we handle this reward?
Zhu Qinghe shrank back, grabbing Lin Yi's wrist and forcefully flinging it in a direction.
Whoever wants it, let them have it.
The red orb of light swiftly flew in that direction. Everyone's gaze followed the orb until they saw it merge into someone's body. Bai Bidong lowered her head, dumbfoundedly looking at the red orb of light merging into her body.
Crown Prince, let's not miss our date tonight, Tilda.
Zhu Qinghe's eyes widened as he reflexively covered his backside and backed away a few steps. May I watch this evening?
Ha, unexpected.
With an embarrassed laugh, Zhu Qinghe quickly moved beside his grandfather, saying to Lin Yi.
L.
Chapter 76, Outrageous Great Adventure Cards. Lin Yi, this shield breaker, I might as well not scratch it. Second update. To tell the truth, this was indeed a divine skill of control. The person controlled had to stick out their butt and couldn't move for more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds held infinite possibilities. But Bai Bidong couldn't do it.
This time I'll use my third soul skill and small arm armor, which combined can deal a damage just about 260,000. As for you,
260,000 was actually higher than the previous 250,000, so Zhu Qinghe didn't need to attack at all. But if he didn't attack, Lin Yi wouldn't drop any treasures. After all, the primary attacker being 1,000 waves, he had already used up his 2 chances to make Lin Yi drop treasures today, and no matter how much he attacked alone, Lin Yi wouldn't drop any more treasures.
how about I go in front of the senior and lightly punch him?
Zhu Qinghe tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, 1,000 waves laughed and nodded.
That can work.
After discussing, 1,000 waves thought for a moment and took out Captain America's shield from his soul tool.
Take this, be careful of the damage rebound from the senior's body. It's very dangerous if you're too close. Understood, Grandpa.
Seeing 1,000 waves handing Captain America's shield to Zhu Qinghe on the stage, everyone wasn't quite clear about their method of attack. However, 1,000 waves was always known as the king of cap damage, so he probably had a trick up his sleeve. Zhu Qinghe, holding the shield, walked next to Lin Yi. He bowed slightly with a reserved manner, then stood there obediently. For some reason, Zhu King could always keep a straight face in front of anyone, but in front of Lin Yi, he became unusually restrained and nervous. He wasn't quite himself anymore. The right gauntlet and small arm armor appeared on Thousand Waves' arm, and he held the angel holy sword in his hand, exhaling softly.
Third soul skill.
Thousand Waves ran toward Lin Yi with the holy sword in his hand, its sacred light shining and the sharp blade cutting through the air, aiming a swing at Lin Yi's neck.
Clang!
At the same time, the formidable damage rebound spread out all around. Thousand Waves immediately blocked with the holy sword and looked at Zhu King, reminding him.
Quick, chain the attack.
The damage rebound that had reached Zhu King was already dissipated by Captain America's shield, and at that moment, Zhu King also approached Lin Yi's side.
So close, how is he going to attack me?
Lin Yi looked up at Zhu King, somewhat puzzled. Zhu King's throat moved as he was about to raise his hand to punch Lin Yi in the face, but as soon as he met those dark eyes, his body instantly went limp. The extended left hand hesitated in midair for a moment. With his resolve set, Zhu King immediately reached forward, gently pinching Lin Yi's cheek with his slender fingers, and then quickly ran away. Lin Yi's Thousand Waves. The audience. What was that attack? Was that it? Zhu King returned to stand beside Thousand Waves and whispered.
I'm sorry, Grandpa.
It's okay, your grandpa would be scared too if it were that close. Huh.
Zhu King's eyes widened as he looked at Thousand Waves. Seemingly feeling that he had lost face, Thousand Waves coughed awkwardly twice. He quickly changed the subject.
The key point is whether you dealt any damage just now. If you didn't, our attack would have been in vain.
That's true. Zhu King took a step forward, somewhat embarrassedly, and asked Lin Yi.
Senior, did my move just now?
Lin Yi nodded indifferently.
Yes, 20. Good.
Zhu King was overcome with joy, not caring about the amount as long as there was some. Health lost 263,124. Remaining health 999,985,270,731. Damage level red novice. Random reward Great Adventure cards, current reward boosting prop. Host reward Great Adventure card *3 for use below gold level rewards.
The damage just now was 263,124, red junior level.
Lin Yi reported.
Damn it.
I knew it. No wonder their attack method was so peculiar. It's nearly 10,000 higher than the last one.
Great Priest's damage carding is too precise. This is like crazily shearing the senior's wool.
Thousand Waves listened with growing pride, as if it were some great honor. Zhu King was only interested in the reward, not worrying about the damage since his grandpa was so cunning.
Senior, what's the reward?
Lin Yi raised the red orb in his hand and flicked it towards him.
Great Adventure cards, same rules as the last truth-telling card.
Great Adventure cards will randomly select 3 actions for you to perform, and completing at least 2 will qualify you for a reward upgrade. Just as Zhu King was about to speak, Thousand Waves stopped him, stepping forward seriously.
May I ask the senior, what exactly are these 3 actions? Will they be too outrageous or inappropriate?
Lin Yi shook his head.
I can't give a precise answer to that. The Crown Prince must agree before the prop card carries out the action selection. However, even after the actions are selected, the Crown Prince has the full right to refuse, and refusing won't affect the quality of the reward.
Thousand Waves had apparently forgotten the rules of the last truth-telling game. Upon hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu King nodded his head.
All right, I agree. Now, 3 actions will be selected for you.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, the system began to operate. Damn system, whether they agree to perform it or not is their business, but could you not come up with such outrageous tasks? The more ridiculous you make them, the more it embarrasses me. I have such a perfect persona now, but your few tasks could totally bring down my level.
The first task, please Crown Prince, select a man named Lin Yi in the audience and give him a kiss on the mouth.
Chapter 77, My child truly lives up to being my offspring, bearing the world in mind without sweating the small stuff. Third update. Lin Yi. Is there anyone here named Lin Yi? As soon as the question was announced, there was complete silence in the venue. It was as silent as death. Standing in the stands, Zhu Qinghai stared blankly, but his cheeks instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Not a single person spoke up. Both Bai Bidong and Thousand Waves couldn't help but widen their eyes. But the thoughts in their hearts were completely different. Bai Bidong frowned, an obvious look of disapproval on her face. No, she cannot kiss Lin Yi. This is absolutely not acceptable. I disagree. Bai Bidong was expressing strong internal protests at this moment. Thousand Waves' expression, compared to Bai Bidong's, was much more splendid. When he heard the question, he felt ecstatic inside. His granddaughter kissing Lin Yi, what an opportunity delivered to his doorstep. His dear granddaughter had better try harder and lure Lin Yi into the worship hall. If she succeeded in seducing him, he, the grandfather, wouldn't say a second word and would directly give the position of great priest to his grandson-in-law. Thousand Waves was well aware of the fact that Lin Yi knew Zhu Qinghai was a woman. Therefore, he was confident that as long as his granddaughter agreed, Lin Yi would definitely feel differently about her. Since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist beauties. How could Lin Yi not take the bait, with Cayenne Rengsu being so beautiful? However, all this also needed his granddaughter's consent. Although Thousand Waves was in favor of it, he would not force her to do it against her will. Lin Yi looked at Zhu Qinghai with a calm expression.
Let me clarify in advance that the topic is chosen at random, Crown Prince. You are completely free to decline. No need, I agree.
Zhu Qinghai's face was flushed, yet he forced himself to appear calm. Bai Bidong's pupils shook. No, you silly girl. But she did not dare to go up and stop it. After all, her identity did not match, and she was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Lin Yi. When Thousand Waves heard this, his mouth was already twisted with a smile.
Wait a moment.
At this point, from among the spectators, a burly man with his chest exposed and chest hair showing walked out. The man spoke seriously.
I must confess, my real name is actually Lin Yi.
As he spoke, he stepped forward, his eyes earnestly fixed on Lin Yi.
I know that Senior Lin Yi must be unwilling, after all, as a man who would want to be kissed by another man. I, Lin Yi, am willing to bear this pain for Senior Lin Yi.
No sooner had the man finished speaking than he had walked up to the stands.
I only ask that Senior Lin Yi remembers my kindness, allowing me to be ranked slightly more favorably in the future.
But as soon as the man finished speaking, 2 feet suddenly imprinted on his chest. Bang! Bai Bidong and Thousand Waves joined forces, directly kicking the man into the crowd with 1 foot. The man lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Bai Bidong looked on coldly, not saying a word, and returned to her spot. Thousand Waves seemed surprised that Bai Bidong couldn't hold back her kick as well and glanced at her curiously, before saying sternly towards the man's direction.
Martial Soul Hall is a holy place. Nudity showing chest hair is prohibited. Take him away. Yes, great priest.
Lin Yi couldn't help nodding internally. This really was a good excuse. By this time, Zhu Qinghai was ready and walked towards Lin Yi. He came before Lin Yi, knelt down, and with flushed cheeks leaned in close to Lin Yi, lightly pecking him on the mouth very quickly. Zhu Qinghai's body smelled nice and was very comfortable to the sense. His lips were soft like jelly. After kissing, he immediately buried his head and returned to his place, his ears seemingly emitting steam.
The first question complete.
Lin Yi said with a composed expression. Actually, the process went by so fast there wasn't much feeling to it. The only profound impression was that Zhu Qinghai really smelled nice.
Senior, why didn't you refuse? The Crown Prince has the right to refuse, don't you?
Bai Bidong suddenly couldn't help but ask, seemingly a bit miffed inside. Lin Yi looked at her with an indifferent expression.
A dying man need not sweat the small stuff. Giving out the rewards is my duty. Compared to that, these things are nothing.
As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi himself seemed to be sublimated instantly. Everyone's gaze towards him immediately became solemn and respectful.
Senior, I am very sorry. It was the junior who offended you.
Zhu King immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed his head to Lin Yi. At this moment, the embarrassment in his heart had faded away, leaving only anxiety and, of course, most of all, admiration.
I said it's no trouble.
Lin Yi continued to look towards the system space at this time.
The second question.
Upon hearing this question, Zhu Qinghe was somewhat surprised. This is a good question. That's what he thought in his heart. Not only him, but also everyone from Martial Soul Hall suddenly had the same thought. This question is just too good. Even the recently sulky Bai Bidong looked over curiously. After all, this was part of the question, and it wasn't as if Zhu Qinghe personally wanted to slap Ning Fengzhai on his own volition. On the outskirts of the crowd, Ning Fengzhai tensed up. What kind of ridiculous question is this? Must be fake. I am the Crown Prince's teacher, he can't do this. This violates the traditional virtues of respecting teachers and valuing their teachings. I vehemently protest. But just then, Emperor Zuai, standing on the side, suddenly turned to look at Ning Fengzhai. The incredibly high-ranking sovereign of the Heaven Du bowed to Ning Fengzhai, bending over with hands clasped. Ning Fengzhai was shocked.
Your Majesty, why are you doing this? Wind Grace cannot bear this.
Emperor Zuo's face showed a beseeching look.
Sect Master Ning, Qinghe had just sacrificed his dignity, committing the act of kissing a man before the watchful eyes of the public, which deeply saddens me. Yet I understand his determination to obtain a higher quality reward. Everything Qinghe has done, he did for the empire.
After saying this, Emperor Zuai bowed again, and Ning Fengzhai, in great distress, immediately stepped forward to support him.
Your Majesty, please wait.
Damn it, are you father and son teaming up to gang up on me?
Your Majesty, you really flatter Wind Grace too much. Please don't be so hasty.
Ning Fengzhai said with an urgent look.
I know this child Qinghe well. He was taught to respect his teachers and value their teachings from an early age, educated in the noble etiquette of the royal family. It's not that I am unwilling to contribute to the empire, but even if I agree, Qinghe will absolutely not be able to bring himself to do it.
Up in the stands, Lin Yi asked again.
Crown Prince, this second question, are you willing to execute it?
Zhu Qinghe clenched his fists, a look of sorrow on his face. He said somberly.
For the empire, I am willing.
Ning Fengzhai's face stiffened. Nanny. Upon hearing Zhu Qinghe's words, Emperor Zuai burst into tears.
My son is truly my son, with a heart encompassing all under heaven, unconcerned with minor details. He is willing to undertake this task despite the risk of bearing infamy. As his father, I am ashamed, deeply ashamed.
P.S. Offering up the third update, I hope for your daily following and good night to all. Promoting a book by a heavyweight in science fiction. Stellar Ring Mission. Chapter 78, Mastery of the Guanyin Tier Technique. Jin Izio Douluo fears stepping onto the stage. First update. Sect Master Ning looked at Emperor Zuai, who was so moved that he was weeping bitterly, and felt that he was going crazy. He looked at Qinghe, who was overwhelmed with grief, and his expression became even more confused. You father and son one by one.
Sect Master Ning, Qinghe has had a really tough time. Please do me the favor and don't refuse.
Emperor Zuai, by his side, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, speaking with tears of gratitude. Sect Master Ning was in despair. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zuai was overjoyed and immediately shouted towards the stands.
Qinghe, come quickly. Sect Master Ning has agreed.
Sect Master Ning. If I'm not mistaken, weren't you just very sorrowful, Your Majesty? Hearing Emperor Zuo's call, Qinghe immediately stepped down the stairs. He made his way through the crowd and came in front of Sect Master Ning.
Thanks so much, teacher, for your generous support. No, I mean your generous sacrifice.
Qinghe hastened to correct himself, bowing even lower, in truth, to hide the smile creeping onto his face from Sect Master Ning.
It's...
Sect Master Ning said against his will. After speaking, he swallowed and tilted his cheek a little in Qinghe's direction. Seeing this, Qinghe straightened up, rolled up his sleeves and slapped Sect Master Ning's cheek.
Smack!
A crisp slap echoed at the scene. Sect Master Ning was on the verge of crying out, his cheek stinging fiercely. But at that moment, Lin Yi frowned. The system interface did not display qualified, it was only a matter of not enough force. He spoke truthfully.
It doesn't show as completed here, probably because the force wasn't enough. Let's try again. What the heck?
Sect Master Ning glared, his mentality shattered. Emperor Zuai looked anxiously at Qing He.
Qing He, why didn't you put some strength into it? Being soft-hearted won't benefit Sect Master Ning. It will only increase his pain.
I did try my best though.
I'm sorry because it was the teacher. I didn't use much force.
What, next time for sure? Sect Master Ning looked at Qing He in disbelief. Then Emperor Zuai said,
Sect Master Ning, let Qing He slap again. Otherwise, the previous one would just be a waste, wouldn't it? He's already experienced with the force now. We can't let his initial efforts go to waste.
Sect Master Ning, clutching his cheek, listened incredulously to these words. But he couldn't think of a reason to argue and actually thought it made a lot of sense.
Just do the slap, start quickly.
Qing He immediately nodded in acknowledgement.
Yes.
At that moment, Sect Master Ning could only grit his teeth and present his cheek again.
Qing He, you have to put some strength into it this time. I'm begging you.
Smack! A crisp slap echoed at the scene. Sect Master Ning was on the verge of crying out, his cheek stinging fiercely. But at that moment, Lin Yi frowned. The system interface did not display qualified, it was only a matter of not enough force. He spoke truthfully, it doesn't show as completed here, probably because the force wasn't enough. Let's try again. What the heck? Sect Master Ning glared, his mentality shattered. Emperor Zuai looked anxiously at Qing He. Qing He, why didn't you put some strength into it? Being soft-hearted won't benefit Sect Master Ning, it will only increase his pain. I did try my best though.
Teacher.
Sect Master Ning, who was being propped up, took a deep breath and finally came to his senses. It hurt so much. He didn't look at Qing He, but instead looked in Lin Yi's direction.
How about it, senior? Is it qualified this time?
Lin Yi looking at that. It was only a matter of not enough force. He spoke truthfully, it doesn't show as completed here, probably because the force wasn't enough. Let's try again. What the heck? Sect Master Ning glared, his mentality shattered. Emperor Zuai looked anxiously at Qing He. Qing He, why didn't you put some strength into it? Being soft-hearted won't benefit Sect Master Ning, it will only increase his pain. I did try my best though.
Having completed 2 questions, you have now earned the right to use a prop card. Do you wish to continue challenging the 3rd question?
Lin Yi asked. Zhu Qinghe nodded with lingering fear.
No more.
He chose to give up, and Lin Yi also silently breathed a sigh of relief. Because the 3rd question was also about him, and it was incredibly outrageous.
Since that's the case, the reward will be upgraded from Red Junior to Red Intermediate. Congratulations. Thank you, senior.
Zhu Qinghe thanked him excitedly. Lin Yi raised the brand new red light sphere in his hand and said,
Your Red Intermediate reward is Mastery of the Guanyin Tier Technique. This attack technique ignores defense, never misses, and can even damage gods.
After hearing this, Zhu Qinghe's eyes widened in shock. What kind of attack technique could actually harm the gods? The part about being able to harm gods in this description was actually what Lin Yi said according to the original story, and Kaiyan Rengsu here had personally experienced it. This time, unexpectedly, she also learned Guanyin tears. The sphere merged into Zhu Qinghe's body. His brain quickly received all the information about the Guanyin tears technique. At that moment, he was astounded. Without a doubt, this was a divine technique.
Is the next one Golden Crocodile Douluo?
At this moment, Emperor Zuai turned to Ning Fengzhai and asked. Ning Fengzhai, with a swollen cheek, nodded at him.
What's wrong, Your Majesty? To be honest, I have a request to ask of him.
Over at the stands, Jin Yi Zio Douluo's hands were being forcefully pulled by the 3rd offerer, his little face full of resistance and grievance. adamantly refusing to go up.
I don't want to.
The third offerer frowned.
Second brother, this opportunity is hard to come by. How can you talk of giving up? The great priest will certainly not agree.
No, no, just no. I don't want to obtain the life extension reward anymore, woo-woo tilde.
Jin Yi Douluo cried, and after regressing to a childlike state, his mentality seemed to have dropped a lot. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the third offerer had no choice but to raise his palm. A serious expression appeared on his aged face.
If you don't behave, second brother, this huge palm of mine is going to land on your bottom, you know.
Jin Yi Douluo furrowed his brows at those words. In that instant, the aura around him changed drastically. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red 9 soul rings rose up around his little body. The third offerer's face froze in that moment. The hand meant for a spanking was stiff in midair, quivering slightly.
HMPH, old third, you dare to spank me and see what happens.
Jin Yi Douluo spoke in a threatening but childlike tone. His presence was that of a 98th level hyper Douluo. You risk death if you try.
Second brother, please just obey. It was the great priest who asked me to take care of you, just listen to me and go on the offensive.
As Emperor Zhuai and the others arrived here, their expressions were ones of shock. They were witnessing an elderly man with an old face holding a child and speaking in a begging tone, calling him.
Second brother.
Chapter 79, The Youngest Ultimate Douluo in Soul Land, Second Update. After listening for a while, Emperor Zhuai and the others finally understood the reason. It turned out that the second worshipper was afraid he would receive another longevity award, which was why he refused to go on stage. Emperor Zhuai had heard that the rewards the second worshipper received were always related to extending life, without exception. This luck was so outrageous that it shocked others, and even he himself could hardly believe it. But Emperor Zhuai was after that very thing. Since it was unlikely they'd get their turn to go on stage anytime soon, and even if they did, there was no guarantee of receiving the longevity award. Why not get it from the second worshipper then? At least the second worshipper's luck was guaranteed. Thinking this, Emperor Zhuai immediately stepped forward and gave a slight bow.
Second worshipper, I'm willing to exchange something with you for the longevity award, as long as you're willing to go on stage and attack.
He said. Jin Yi Douluo looked at Emperor Zhuai, frowning and said,
What do you want to exchange with me?
Emperor Zhuai straightened up slightly, smiling and replied,
Whatever you want, just ask for it.
as long as he could get the longevity award. Emperor Zhuai had inquired in advance about the damage level the second worshipper had achieved, and heard it had reached the red level. A red level longevity award would be at least 1,000 years. Emperor Zhuai was sure to profit immensely. What's the harm in giving away something in return? After pondering for a long time, Jin Yi Douluo suddenly said excitedly,
Then give me a city, I want to be its lord.
After saying this, he jumped and cheered on the spot, as if he could already envision himself imposing and commanding thousands of people. Emperor Zhuai's expression changed suddenly. This request was excessive, nearly challenging the bottom line of the empire, but although it was a bit much.
Okay, I agree to your terms.
Emperor Zhuai said most generously. Ning Fengzhai and the others, along with the third offerer, were stunned. It seemed Emperor Zhuai was really going all in for the sake of his lifespan. But Jin Yi Douluo furrowed his brow again at this moment.
But what if I don't get the longevity award? Don't worry, the city is yours no matter what. I don't want any other reward. I only hope that if you get the longevity award, Senior Lin Yi can throw the reward onto me.
Replied Emperor Zhuai with a smile and a wave of his hand, appearing very easy to negotiate with. He wasn't without scruples before making this decision. The fact that the second worshipper always received longevity awards was widely known. Even Senior Lin Yi felt there was inexplicable luck and coincidence surrounding him. To say that this time it wouldn't be a longevity award, how could that be?
All right, then I'm going on stage, huh?
Jin Yi Douluo climbed up the steps with his short legs, swinging his little arms excitedly as he approached Lin Yi. He knew this time it would definitely be another longevity award, but at least he wouldn't have to merge and become a baby again, and the award wouldn't go to waste since he could exchange it for a city.
7th soul skill, martial soul true body. 3rd soul skill, crocodile's tail swing.
The tiny Jin Yi Douluo stood on stage, raised his head, and let out a roar towards the sky.
Ow tilde.
The scene was somewhat adorable, and many people couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this. But the next moment, their expressions froze.
Roar.
An overpowering roar of a beast immediately followed, resounding over the grandstand. Jin Yi Douluo lifted his slit pupils, and suddenly behind him, a golden giant crocodile tens of meters high rose from the ground. There stood a golden giant crocodile, massive in stature, with thick scales, majestic slitted pupils, and terrifying, bristling fangs. The golden crocodile opened its gaping maw, swung its sharp claws, and roared again. It lifted its tail that was 4 to 5 meters thick, covered with huge golden spikes, and bent it toward a certain direction before sweeping it across towards Lin Yi's position. Scales scraped countless sparks off the marble surface until the tail slammed heavily into Lin Yi.
Boom.
After the sound, Lin Yi opened his eyes, and a wave of damage rebound emitted from his body. Jin Yi Douluo's eyes widened in fright, and the immature him thought of turning to run away at the sight.
Ouch.
But the damage rebound had already arrived at his back, knocking him face first onto the spectator stands. Woo-woo.
Senior, how much damage was there this time?
Health lost, 216,345. Remaining health, 999,985,053,645. Damage grade, Red Junior. Random reward, Breakthrough Celestial Stone. Host reward, Breakthrough Celestial Stone *3. Breakthrough Celestial Stones are applicable for any soul power level below 98 to advance 1 level. In other words, they are rewards specifically meant for advancing from level 98 to level 99. So it's best not to use them until your soul power reaches level 98, then you can make use of them. After all, advancing from level 98 to level 99 is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Using it at that time allows it to have the greatest effect. Your damage this time is 216,345 at Red Junior.
Oh, okay.
Jin Yi Douluo nodded, seemingly satisfied with the damage inflicted this time. He also glanced at the red glow in Lin Yi's hands and said,
Senior, you can give the reward to Snow Knight His Majesty. I made a deal with him to give him the life-extending reward.
Emperor Zui immediately pushed through the crowd, excitedly nodding and shouting.
Yes, Senior, this isn't cutting the line at all. Just throw the reward to me.
Lin Yi looked at the two of them, somewhat confused. Why don't I quite understand? Did I say this was a life-extending reward? Come to think of it, he was also surprised. Previously, Golden Crocodile Douluo's rewards were always related to extending life, and good fortune had gradually turned into misfortune. But unexpectedly, this time his luck had changed, and he received something different. And such a thing must be the most desired reward by Golden Crocodile Douluo at this moment. After all, after the fusion, he must be the youngest ultimate Douluo in Soul Land.
Did I say this was a life-extending reward? What are you talking about?
Lin Yi looked at them strangely. Emperor Zui's expression froze for a moment, and a question mark appeared above Jin Yi Douluo's head as well.
Your reward is a breakthrough celestial stone, which can be used for any soul power level up to 98, perfectly suitable for your current level. Congratulations, you are now an ultimate Douluo.
Having said that, Lin Yi tossed the red glow into Jin Yi Douluo's belly, and it merged inside.
Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?
Chapter 80 Lin Yi.
Bring out the physical avatar bossy.
Third update. As the breakthrough celestial stone merged into his body, Jin Yi Douluo stepped back in disbelief.
What?
Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately looked down towards the stands. He saw Emperor Zui's legs go weak, and his body slumped sideways into Ning Fengzhai's arms, his face etched with sorrow.
Your Majesty, please stay calm.
Ning Fengzhai said with some worry. Emperor Zhuai had come with them, and if something were to happen, they would be fully responsible.
My longevity reward, it's gone.
Lying in Ning Fengzhai's arms, Emperor Zhuai muttered as he gazed at the sky.
My city gone as well.
As he spoke, his voice choked up and he began to cry, tears streaming down his face in an instant. Lin Yi, witnessing this, seemed to understand the cause and effect. He said calmly,
The rewards for attacking drop randomly. It's impossible to have a fixed reward. The situation with the second worshipper before was just a coincidence. The only thing you can do, and also determine in advance, is to enhance the quality of the reward, as it is entirely determined by the damage inflicted. If you really have a desired goal, it all boils down to luck, so I hope everyone can keep a stable mindset.
Lin Yi Douluo scratched his head, his expression somewhat strange. He felt a little embarrassed to have received a city from Emperor Zhuai. At this moment, he sat down cross-legged to regulate his breath. Soon after, a sound like shattering glass emanated from his mind. He had actually made a breakthrough.
Yay, yay!
Lin Yi Douluo jumped up on the spot, unrestrained in showing his excitement and joy, just like a little child.
Your Majesty, calm down.
Hearing the second worshipper's cheers from the stands, Emperor Zhuai's eyes snapped open and his breathing turned ragged. Ning Fengzhai immediately pressed on his philtrum, trying to bring Emperor Zhuai back to consciousness.
Your Majesty, please calm down. Our Tiandu's foundation is vast and we have plenty of cities. We can afford to lose this one.
For some reason, listening to Ning Fengzhai's consolation, Emperor Zhuai's condition suddenly worsened, and he struggled to catch his breath. Completely different scenes played out above and below the stands. Full of excitement, Lin Yi Douluo approached Lin Yi and unabashedly hugged him, planting several kisses on his cheeks. No matter how stately and solemn the older form of the golden crocodile Douluo appeared, his childlike form was quite fair and adorable, endearing to others. But Lin Yi was cold to outsiders.
Kid, keep your distance from me.
He said indifferently. Sensing the tension, Thousand Waves quickly stepped forward to pull Lin Yi Douluo's hand, leading him down from the stands. This child don't get smashed by the senior with a punch.
No!
Dragon Lance Douluo knelt on the platform, hands covering his head, his face a mask of agony. Ever since he dealt 199,999 damage, his attacks had never surpassed that figure again. So far, Dragon Lance Douluo had received 4 Black Intermediate level rewards. All of them were downgraded from Black Advanced level quality.
Why?
He screamed in disbelief. Lin Yi said with a helpless expression,
You are the most single-minded person I've ever seen. Why not use 3 soul skills at the same time? If done properly, the damage can accumulate.
The Dragon Lance Douluo's face was grave.
I don't need it. I believe in my martial soul. I refuse to believe that next time my martial soul true body won't be able to push the 9th soul skill to 200,000 damage.
It has to be said, Dragon Lance Douluo's luck has also been pretty bad. These days, not a single one of the Black Intermediate level rewards he got was helpful in increasing his damage. Truly an epitome of bad luck to the very end. At this moment, Dragon Lance Douluo was about to step down from the stands. Suddenly, Lin Yi asked from behind,
Did you forget something?
Dragon Lance Douluo turned around, his expression puzzled.
What is it? You don't seem to have coughed up blood today.
Dragon Lance Douluo. How embarrassing, it seems his frequent blood spitting had made a lasting impression on the senior. However, Lin Yi felt that it was precisely because he coughed up blood often that his damage hadn't improved, it was due to his weakened state. After all the elders had finished, Ning Fengzhai and the other 3 outside the crowd immediately looked over eagerly. Indeed, Senior Lin Yi just waved casually at the normal soul masters without paying any attention to the 4 of them. Ning Fengzhai was full of regret, aware that it was their own tardiness that was to blame. As night fell, Bai Bidong and the others returned to the Martial Soul Hall. After taking a bath, Kai and Rengsu stayed in her room, studying the method to create Guanyin tears when thousand waves knocked on her door.
My dear granddaughter, Bai Bidong is calling you over, saying she has something for you.
What is it?
You don't seem to have coughed up blood today. Dragon Lance Douluo.
The woman says it's something very important. I'm not sure what it is. All right, I'll go now.
Kai and Rengsu actually knew that Bai Bidong loved her. It was for this reason that she had given her the majority of the black silk. She planned to be a bit more pleasant towards Bai Bidong tonight, not as cold as she had been before. Dressed in a gold nightgown, Kai and Rengsu closed her room door and walked towards Bai Bidong's royal bedchamber on her long, fair legs. But before long, her screams could be heard. And they were quite regular, lasting about 10 seconds each time. The night had fully descended. Cold wind whistled through the streets. Lin Yi had just sent off all the gua sha masters. Only 4 people were left beside the stands. Emperor Zui was still wrapped in a blanket. The 4 of them stood in front of Lin Yi as if they were begging for alms. Shivering, Ning Fengzhai said.
Senior, do you think we still have a chance?
Lin Yi looked at them calmly and said,
Not today, come earlier tomorrow. I'll try to arrange for you after the elders.
Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhai was overwhelmed with gratitude. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply.
Thank you.
Emperor Zui, his lips white with cold, also bowed in thanks before the 4 of them left with a dejected backdrop. After these 4 left, construction complete, the tangible personification of bossy, senior maid outfit is ready. The voice from the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind. The 24 hours had finally passed. Lin Yi immediately stood up from the meditation cushion and ran into his room, locking the door behind him. He then took out 3 lucky roulettes and carefully placed them on the bed.
Bring out the tangible persona of Bossy.
Lin Yi said. P.S. Here's a recommendation for a book from a primordial author. Primordial, the master big brother of the mystical gate. Chapter 81, Come into Master's Arms, let me take you to play with the wheel first update. Instruction received. After the mechanical voice belonging to the system ended, a flash of light appeared in the room, and a shadow of blue light began to construct itself in front of Lin Yi like a ray scanning from bottom to top. He first saw the tips of a pair of black high heels, followed by shins wrapped in a layer of ultra-thin black silk. The symmetrically perfect legs elegantly pressed together, with fair skin faintly visible beneath them. Above the black silk shins, the rounded and fair thighs were revealed. These were black silk mid-calf socks, the elastic edges of which gently indented the flesh of the thighs. The vertical black silk suspender straps stretched up the center of the thighs, snaking like a black serpent into the fluffy ruffles of the skirt above. Moving upward was a narrow waist you could almost encircle with your hands, with pale, delicate hands crossed in front of the body. The black and white uniform swelled upward, its lace edges slightly covering the snowy white cleavage. The neck like a swan's extended upward, and as the blue light completed its scan, Bossy's peerlessly beautiful visage was finally revealed. The face was flawless and the features were stunning. Lin Yi's reflection flickered within Bossy's autumn water-like blue pupils as she quietly observed the young man in front of her. Her complexion was indifferent, yet her demeanor resembled a heavenly fairy exiled from the divine. Merely by looking at her, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't because he was overpowered by strength, but rather he was overwhelmed by Bossy's beauty. Lin Yi believed that anyone, regardless of gender, would exclaim in awe upon standing before Bossy. Could there be such an exquisite woman in the world? Could such a woman, whose mere appearance instilled a sense of supreme authority and unattainable grandeur, truly listen to me completely? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. He sought confirmation.
Bossy, do you recognize me as your master? Do you obey my orders completely?
Yes, Master. Bossy completely obeys your commands.
Bossy nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi, as she said in an enchanting voice. Her voice was identical to the one heard during their last call. However, the one in front of him was obviously devoid of any emotions. Her face, too, was expressionless. Could this really be a one-to-one real-life copy? With that doubt, Lin Yi walked towards her and noticed that Bossy's eyes remained fixed on him. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman was somewhat uncomfortable.
Look somewhere else. Yes, master.
Bossy obediently looked in another direction. As Lin Yi approached her, he immediately smelled an invigorating fragrance emanating from her. A one-to-one copy, could it even replicate the original's body scent? Interesting. And unexpectedly, Bossy herself was quite tall, towering a bit over Lin Yi with high heels on. Of course, it might also be because Lin Yi's own body was still in its youthful form. After circling around her and observing for a while, Lin Yi crouched down and squeezed her snow-white thigh. The skin felt very real and elastic, and the pores on it were delicate. It was highly probable that the person herself had particularly good skin. And to his surprise, it was warm. The copy had body temperature. This system was incredible. Bossy still obediently looked in one direction, not glancing down at Lin Yi.
By the way, how's your luck?
Lin Yi then stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. Bossy returned her gaze to him.
Master, this involves specific probability issues.
Don't talk to me about probabilities.
Come sit here.
Yes, master.
Bossy obediently looked in another direction. As Lin Yi approached her, he immediately smelled an invigorating fragrance emanating from her. A one-to-one copy, could it even replicate the original's body scent? Interesting. And unexpectedly, Bossy herself was quite tall, towering a bit over Lin Yi with high heels on. Of course, it might also be because Lin Yi's own body was still in its youthful form. After circling around her and observing for a while, Lin Yi crouched down and squeezed her snow-white thigh. The skin felt very real and elastic, and the pores on it were delicate. It was highly probable that the person herself had particularly good skin. And to his surprise, it was warm. The copy had body temperature. This system was incredible. Bossy still obediently looked in one direction, not glancing down at Lin Yi. By the way, how's your luck? Lin Yi then stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. Bossy returned her gaze to him. Master, this involves specific probability issues. Don't talk to me about probabilities.
Spin the pointer for me.
Lin Yi set the big wheel down on Bossy's thigh. She glanced down, her pale fingers touching the pointer, rotating it clockwise. Bossy maintained an expressionless face throughout. Lin Yi was extremely nervous. He hurriedly got up and crouched beside Bossy's leg, his gaze fixed intently on the big wheel on her leg. The pointer spun rapidly, and Lin Yi's heart thumped wildly. Although he was the host, he could not decide the drop of the gold level and color gold rewards. His only hope rested on the mere 3 big wheels.
Master is experiencing negative emotions,
Said Bossy suddenly.
I'm just a bit nervous, no big deal.
At that moment, Bossy's small hand suddenly rested on Lin Yi's head, gently stroking it in a very tender motion. Lin Yi looked at her, somewhat surprised. What the heck? Wasn't it said that physical personifications lack self-consciousness? She said emotionlessly.
According to statistics, head patting can relieve 50% of negative feelings, including anxiety. This angle is suitable for the head patting comfort method.
Lin Yi, you really do consider your master's feelings, huh? Bossy obediently looked in another direction. As Lin Yi approached her, he immediately smelled an invigorating fragrance emanating from her. A one-to-one copy, could it even replicate the original's body scent? Interesting. And unexpectedly, Bossy herself was quite tall, towering a bit over Lin Yi with high heels on. Of course, it might also be because Lin Yi's own body was still in its youthful form. After circling around her and observing for a while, Lin Yi crouched down and squeezed her snow-white thigh. The skin felt very real and elastic, and the pores on it were delicate. It was highly probable that the person herself had particularly good skin. And to his surprise, it was warm. The copy had body temperature. This system was incredible. Bossy still obediently looked in one direction, not glancing down at Lin Yi. By the way, how's your luck? Lin Yi then stood up and sat on the edge of the bed. Bossy returned her gaze to him. Master, this involves specific probability issues. Don't talk to me about probabilities.
How can your luck be worse than mine?
Lin Yi looked up, utterly baffled at her. Just as the words fell, Bossy stood up emotionlessly from the side of the bed. Lin Yi was taken aback and stood up to look at her, frowning.
What are you doing? I just said one thing to you. Are you trying to rebel?
Bossy spoke still without expression.
Please choose a punishment method, Master. What?
Just then, the system space appeared in Lin Yi's mind with a panel of items. Various punishment tools flashed before his eyes. Ruler, whip, washboard, ropes.
Then, how about the washboard?
Lin Yi found it amusing inside. This physical personification was so interesting. It was like a humanoid robot with a human body, always considering its master's emotional state. Washboard selected. Quickly, a wooden washboard appeared in Bossy's hands. She skillfully placed the washboard on the ground and then knelt on it, bending her legs, even slightly lowering her head. The picture of admission of error was complete.
Does your knee hurt?
Lin Yi asked, gazing curiously at her. Bossy looked up calmly.
Does Master wish me to be in pain or not? Which would excite Master more? All right, get up, get up.
Lin Yi said rather speechlessly. 2 more big wheels left, he couldn't just waste them. If both he and Bossy were such jinxes. Chapter 82, use the Truth Prop card to upgrade the Big Wheel Prize Pool, second update. Bossy rose from the washboard, and through that thin layer of black silk, one could even see the red marks on her fair knees. To say she was lifelike, she indeed was a real person, but to say she was a person, she also seemed very much like an intelligent robot. Lin Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, fortunately she was completely obedient, which Lin Yi found quite satisfactory. Bossy obediently walked over, sat sideways on Lin Yi's lap, and gently wrapped her arms around him, facing him. This fragrant and soft body truly landed in his embrace, but it also brought Lin Yi a headache.
Didn't you hear the second half of my sentence? How am I supposed to play the big wheel with you like this? Please choose a punishment, Master. There's no need for punishment, just change your position.
Yes, Master.
So Bossy sat back on Lin Yi's lap, her back against his chest and her arms tucked in, looking rather clingy. Thousand Waves would surely have some thoughts upon seeing this scene. The person he yearned for was now obediently lying in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi guessed that even if Thousand Waves feared him, he would probably chase him around the city with the Angel Holy Sword. Right? Could it be that Thousand Waves is sleeping with a physical doll at this moment? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. He took out the second-to-last lucky roulette and glanced at the prize pool area. This one is gold level. The gold level prize pool, the benefit is that every gold level reward drawn will randomly come with an extra reward of at least red junior quality, with unlimited types of rewards. This color benefit was already quite good. Truth be told, the benefits of each color were all pretty good, but the key is you need the ability or enough luck to get the prize. There's a long way to go. At this moment, the big wheel was his only hope. Lin Yi, holding Bossy's delicate hand as soft as boneless, hesitated.
Should I spin it clockwise or counterclockwise? Master, the probability for both is the same.
She replied.
I don't want to hear about probabilities, just tell me how should I spin it.
Lin Yi pinched her hand a bit impatiently.
Master, Bossy does not have the authority to make subjective choices for Master.
Forget it, Lin Yi gave up. He took Bossy's hand and said,
Stretch out your index finger.
Yes, Master.
So Bossy sat back on Lin Yi's lap, her back against his chest and her arms tucked in, looking rather clingy. Thousand Waves would surely have some thoughts upon seeing this scene. The person he yearned for was now obediently lying in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi guessed that even if Thousand Waves feared him, he would probably chase him around the city with the Angel Holy Sword. Right? Could it be that Thousand Waves is sleeping with a physical doll at this moment? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. He took out the second-to-last lucky roulette and glanced at the prize pool area. This one is gold level. The gold level prize pool. The benefit is that every gold level reward drawn will randomly come with an extra reward of at least red junior quality, with unlimited types of rewards. This color benefit was already quite good. Truth be told, the benefits of each color were all pretty good, but the key is you need the ability or enough luck to get the prize. There's a long way to go. At this moment, the big wheel was his only hope. Lin Yi, holding Bossy's delicate hand as soft as boneless, hesitated. Should I spin it clockwise or counterclockwise? Master, the probability for both is the same, she replied. I don't want to hear about probabilities, just tell me how should I spin it. Lin Yi pinched her hand a bit impatiently. Master, Bossy does not have the authority to make subjective choices for Master.
Don't touch my head, I'm not nervous. Master is lying.
She said.
Whatever I say goes, no arguing.
Yes, Master.
So Bossy sat back on Lin Yi's lap, her back against his chest and her arms tucked in, looking rather clingy. Thousand Waves would surely have some thoughts upon seeing this scene. The person he yearned for was now obediently lying in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi guessed that even if Thousand Waves feared him, he would probably chase him around the city with the Angel Holy Sword. Right? Could it be that Thousand Waves is sleeping with a physical doll at this moment? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. He took out the second-to-last lucky roulette and glanced at the prize pool area. This one is gold level. The gold level prize pool. The benefit is that every gold level reward drawn will randomly come with an extra reward of at least red junior quality, with unlimited types of rewards. This color benefit was already quite good. Truth be told, the benefits of each color were all pretty good, but the key is you need the ability or enough luck to get the prize. There's a long way to go. At this moment, the big wheel was his only hope. Lin Yi, holding Bossy's delicate hand as soft as boneless, hesitated. Should I spin it clockwise or counterclockwise? Master, the probability for both is the same, she replied. I don't want to hear about probabilities, just tell me how should I spin it. Lin Yi pinched her hand a bit impatiently. Master, Bossy does not have the authority to make subjective choices for Master.
Turn back to me.
Yes, Master.
So Bossy sat back on Lin Yi's lap, her back against his chest and her arms tucked in, looking rather clingy. Thousand Waves would surely have some thoughts upon seeing this scene. The person he yearned for was now obediently lying in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi guessed that even if Thousand Waves feared him, he would probably chase him around the city with the Angel Holy Sword. Right? Could it be that Thousand Waves is sleeping with a physical doll at this moment? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. He took out the second-to-last lucky roulette and glanced at the prize pool area. This one is gold level. The gold level prize pool. The benefit is that every gold level reward drawn will randomly come with an extra reward of at least red junior quality, with unlimited types of rewards. This color benefit was already quite good. Truth be told, the benefits of each color were all pretty good, but the key is you need the ability or enough luck to get the prize. There's a long way to go. At this moment, the big wheel was his only hope. Lin Yi, holding Bossy's delicate hand as soft as boneless, hesitated. Should I spin it clockwise or counterclockwise? Master, the probability for both is the same, she replied. I don't want to hear about probabilities, just tell me how should I spin it. Lin Yi pinched her hand a bit impatiently. Master, Bossy does not have the authority to make subjective choices for Master.
Has it stopped yet?
Lin Yi's voice came muffled from atop Bossy's chest.
Reporting to Master, it hasn't stopped yet.
Then he continued to bury his face, not wanting to look, not daring to look. After a moment, Bossy said,
Master, it has stopped.
Finally, it stopped. If it didn't stop at that point, I wouldn't want to remove my face from there anymore.
Tell me, where did the arrow stop? Red advanced.
Lin Yi abruptly lifted his head, causing Bossy's chest to tremble slightly. Sure enough, the arrow on the lucky roulette was pointing at red advanced. This was a reward that, up until now, all the damages combined had not reached. This round wasn't a loss. However, Lin Yi didn't claim his reward immediately. He still had a prop card unused.
System, take out the truth-telling card.
Command accepted. The truth-telling card was taken into Lin Yi's hand. He had 3 of them, obtained from a critical hit from Bai Bidong's rewards. It was a prop card that could enhance the current reward by 1 level, meaning it could turn the red advanced reward from the big wheel directly into a golden junior reward. He only needed to answer at least 2 truths correctly. The reason Bai Bidong had such a hard time answering was because, in that situation, she had to face nearly 1,000 soul masters as she responded. But Lin Yi had nothing to worry about. In this small cabin, there was just 1 person, 1 maid, and 1 system, so what if he answered a truth? Filter the questions. Command accepted. Truth-telling question filtering.
In college, I finally got the chance to rent an apartment with the goddess I had a crush on. It seemed she knew about my crush, and she probably had some feelings for me too, she just never made it clear. We shared 1 bathroom in that rented place. One time she felt unwell and had to take a big one. Right after she finished, I urgently needed to pee and rushed into the toilet. I was looking at my phone while peeing, and then my phone suddenly slipped out of my hands and into the toilet. Anxious, I ran to the kitchen for a pair of chopsticks, attempting to retrieve my phone with them. Little did I know the bathroom door was slightly ajar, and my crush saw me, frantically searching for something in the toilet with chopsticks.
Chapter 83, Finally I can get the prize pool bonus. 3rd update. Lin Yi was stunned for a second.
No!
The answer is untrue. You have 1 more chance to answer the question. Continue. What the hell? Lin Yi was shocked. System, are you glitching? How could I possibly not know about having such a thought? The system space gave no response to Lin Yi's thoughts. Sheer slander. It's just as well that the corporeal personification bossy lacks emotions. Otherwise, if she had heard this, it would have been as awkward as digging a duplex out of a toenail. But as to whether it's true or false, Lin Yi adamantly denied it. It was totally unfounded. It's normal for the system to glitch occasionally.
Continue.
3rd question, host, did you really enter the bathroom with chopsticks just to look for your phone? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi's lips twitched.
Really?
The answer is true. The system space lit up green. Suddenly, Lin Yi wanted to dismantle the system. But thankfully it didn't say his previous answer was untrue, otherwise Lin Yi really would have been furious. Congratulations to the host, you've earned the right to use the truth-telling card. The current red advanced reward has been upgraded to a gold junior reward. Respected host, your reward is 3 Furious Tang Lotuses. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. The Furious Tang Lotus, ranked first among the Tang sect's hidden weapons in the mechanic class. This reward isn't bad. But Lin Yi thought its quality should have been at the red intermediate level, at the same rank as the Guanian tiers. The reason it was placed at Gold Junior must have been because of the quantity, as he was rewarded with not 1 but 3 Furious Tang Lotuses. There was 1 last lucky roulette, and Lin Yi was ready to go for broke. The jackpot on this lucky roulette remained orange gold. It would randomly add a reward of at least red junior level, with no limit to the quality of the prize. Lin Yi continued to hold Bossy in his arms, grasping her soft, boneless hand to spin the pointer once more.
Let it come. Yes, master.
Embracing Bossy's slender waist, Lin Yi immediately buried his cheeks into the gentle embrace. He hoped Bossy's hand would bring luck and this time land a gold tier reward, or at least it would still be red. After all, there were still 4 prop cards to use.
Clang, clang, clang. Click.
Master, the pointer has stopped.
Bossy promptly reminded him.
Where did the pointer stop? Gold advanced. Holy damn.
This time, Lin Yi shouted out in excitement. He excitedly held Bossy by her slender waist and planted a kiss on the gentle embrace. Bossy's hand was unrivaled in the world. Luck follows the favored indeed. Lin Yi declared that the corporeal personification Bossy was now his exclusive lucky mascot. Next time there's another lucky roulette, he definitely had to spin it with his own lucky mascot in his arms. His excitement wasn't just because it was a gold-tier advanced reward. It was because he had a prop card, and he could use the prop card to upgrade the gold-tier advanced reward by one more level. What comes after upgrading a gold-tier advanced reward? An orange gold jackpot. Holy hell, Lin Yi was too excited. He hadn't expected the last lucky roulette to actually grant him the jackpot prize. As for the choice of prop card,
There's hostility.
Bossy walked toward the door, ready to reach out and open it.
Return to the system space.
Lin Yi immediately issued an order to Bossy. A blue light shrouded her, and Bossy was pulled back into the interior of the system space. Lin Yi's spiritual power also captured the noises outside. There were the breaths of at least 20 soul masters, strong and weak alike, the weakest of which should also be of the soul Douluo rank. Lin Yi also returned the big wheel back into the system space. He walked over, opened the door, and stepped outside. On the deserted main street of Seoul City, the dim light and whistling night wind blew in gusts, fluttering the light clothes on Lin Yi's body. There, straight ahead, 20 figures of varying statures were slowly walking this way. They were dressed in night clothes, with black cloth covering their faces, seemingly not wanting to be recognized.
Boss, the kid doesn't seem to be asleep. He's come out.
One of the soul masters said to the black-clothed figure at the front.
Coming out is just as well, saves us the trouble of looking for him. Tie him up quickly, don't hurt him, the Star Luo Emperor is waiting for someone over there. Yes, boss.
Their whispers were very soft, but they didn't expect Lin Yi to have such strong spiritual power. The content of their conversation had long since reached his ears. Star Luo Emperor. Heh. After wishing on stars and moons, it seems you've finally been wished into existence. Lin Yi snickered to himself. Scouts from both empires were scattered across the continent, and not even Seoul City was an exception. Lin Yi knew that causing such a commotion, it was impossible not to be discovered by the Star Luo Emperor's scouts. It seems that the Star Luo Emperor is also coveting my treasures. However, the way the Star Luo Emperor planned to obtain the treasure was somewhat unexpected to Lin Yi, actually planning to kidnap him to Star Luo. This was absolutely impossible. How could Lin Yi ever agree to such an indignity? He would only accept if these two emperors crawled over to ask him for a reward.
Attack!
The leader of the men in black issued the order. Just then, the most bulky soul master charged towards Lin Yi, his thick hand poised as though he wanted to subdue Lin Yi in an instant. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. As the bulky soul master charged in front of him, a muffled thud was heard, and the soul master cried out in pain as his body instantly flew backwards. The leader in black braced the back of the bulky soul master with his hand, his palms dissipating soul power slowly fading. They widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. They actually saw a circus clown. Dressed in a blue tight uniform, Captain America slowly withdrew his fist. The muscles on his punching arm bulged, while on the other arm he carried a 5-star shield. The tight costume accentuated his muscular physique, especially that buttocks which could be described as top-notch. Embracing Bossy's slender waist, Lin Yi immediately buried his cheeks into the gentle embrace. He hoped Bossy's hand would bring luck and this time land a gold-tier reward, or at least it would still be red. After all, there were still 4 prop cards to use.
Boss, what's that thing? Is that shield in his hand his martial soul?
Who cares? Attack now. Even if we die today, we must take the young man. The Emperor is going insane over there.
Upon hearing this, all the men in black charged this way. Standing his ground, Captain America's gaze held firmness and protection as he murmured.
I could fight with you guys all day.
Chapter 84, Seeing the Big Adventure question, Lin Yi. System, you are truly worthy. First update. Captain America finished speaking and directly smashed his shield onto the ground. Clang! The 5-star shield bounced off the ground, knocking the soul masters rushing at the front row into disarray and leaving them sprawled on the floor. The onlookers were gobsmacked.
How can the trajectory of the rebound change direction?
At this moment, the shield returned to Captain America's hand in a most unscientific parabolic trajectory.
Third soul skill, Churyu Fireball.
A sun-like fireball suddenly appeared on the dim street, flying towards Captain America.
Bang!
Captain America, as if performing an aerobics routine, flipped in midair and slapped the fireball back with his shield. The Soul Master who launched the fireball widened his eyes as he saw the fireball hitting himself and was incredulously blasted away for more than a dozen meters.
Steve, make it quick.
Lin Yi sat at the back, speaking calmly.
Understood, my master.
Bang! Captain America, as if performing an aerobics routine, flipped in midair and slapped the fireball back with his shield. The Soul Master who launched the fireball widened his eyes as he saw the fireball hitting himself and was incredulously blasted away for more than a dozen meters. Steve, make it quick. Lin Yi sat at the back, speaking calmly. Understood, my master. Captain America placed the shield on his back and charged towards the Soul Masters in black. He was incredibly fast and agile, dodging the barrage of soul skills released in front of him with various diving, jumping, and rolling maneuvers. The Soul Masters were dumbfounded. This young man's subordinate seemed to be someone without a martial soul at all. It was as if he was relying solely on his robust physical fitness to fight against others. Bang! In their astonishment, Captain America had already reached them and punched another Soul Master, sending him flying. Magically modified, he was designed to have speed and strength at the level of an ultimate Douluo, and the highest soul power among these 20 Soul Masters was only level 93. Moreover, Captain America was proficient in various combat and grappling techniques, making the fight against this group almost a complete one-sided domination. In just a few blinks, only the Soul Master's leader was left on the scene. Captain America stood in place, locking eyes with him.
Young man, I advise you not to do anything foolish. Trying to offend my master is something I won't allow here.
The Soul Master's leader was shocked as he looked at his brothers lying on the ground in agony. He was completely stunned.
You're so strong, why would you willingly serve that youngster? Why not join us in the Star Luo royal family and share in the royal feast?
Seeing that he couldn't win, the leader changed strategies and tried to persuade. Captain America sneered in response.
Young man, my master is much stronger than me, and your words have already crossed my bottom line.
After speaking, he took the shield from his back. His biceps bulged like they were about to explode, and he hurled it towards the Soul Master's leader. Whoosh! But the Soul Master's leader simply sidestepped and avoided it. He laughed.
You missed!
Captain America calmly said.
On your left. What?
The shield that had seemingly flown off course returned in midair, the whistling sound growing louder as it forcefully hit the Soul Master's leader on the left side of his face. The collision directly shattered his left jawbone. Captain America retrieved his shield, while Lin Yi rose from his chair and walked over.
Master!
Captain America bowed his head, greeting Lin Yi.
Go back and tell the Star Luo Emperor that I'll be waiting here for him to come and apologize in person.
Lin Yi coldly spoke to the group of Soul Masters sprawled on the ground.
Yes, yes.
The frightened lot scrambled up and quickly left the place.
Return to system space.
Lin Yi stored Captain America back into the system space and then went back to the house and locked the door. If it weren't for these people wasting my time, I would have claimed the bonus reward by now.
Bring out the lucky roulette, great adventure cards, and proceed with question filtering.
Lin Yi said. As soon as his words fell, the lucky roulette that had already been drawn reappeared in his hand. The system's mechanical voice also chimed in at this moment. Great adventure question filtering in progress.
First question, please kiss the tangible real-life person bossy for 1 minute.
As expected of you, system. Hearing this question, Lin Yi felt absolutely no ripple in his heart. He just wanted to complete the task at hand.
Summon the real image of Bossy.
Following the command. Wearing a high-level maid outfit, Bossy once again stood in front of Lin Yi.
Master, please give me your orders.
Bossy bowed slightly, her attitude respectful. Without another word, Lin Yi went up to her, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her moist, red lips. 1 minute was over. First question completed. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yi raised his head. Bossy continued lying in Lin Yi's arms, calmly staring at him. Although her expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, her lips seemed a bit more rosy.
You can get up now.
Lin Yi said indifferently, or at least he appeared to be calm on the surface.
Yes, master.
System, tell me the second question. The second question, please go to the Pontiff Hall and steal a pair of Bidong's original black silk. Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly.
This task is a bit tricky.
Sorry, host, according to the rules of the prop card, you must complete or give up the current question before proceeding to the next one. Lin Yi was at a loss for words.
Fine, I give up. Tell me the third question.
The third question, please hold the real image of Bossy until dawn tomorrow. Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned.
It's just holding, right?
Yes. This was easy to say. It would just take a bit more time, having to wait until dawn the next day. But he was feeling sleepy as it was already late into the night, and without some sleep, it'd be embarrassing if he dozed off while scratching the lottery shield tomorrow. System, tell me the second question. The second question, please go to the Pontiff Hall and steal a pair of Bidong's original black silk. Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. This task is a bit tricky.
Damn, don't you sleep.
Startled, Lin Yi sat up sharply, then gulped and reached out to pull up the front of Bossy's outfit covering her. It seemed that he hadn't been very composed in his sleep the previous night. But he had to admit, he had slept wonderfully well, as if lying on a bed of soft, fragrant cotton candy.
What?
Bossy said calmly. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Chapter 85, The Way Your Highness Pouts with Your Butt is Really Cute. Second update. First, he put Bossy back into the system space to deal with later, planning to summon her when he went to bed at night. Lin Yi had no other intentions. Sitting all day and not being able to summon her at night to improve his sleep quality. After putting Bossy away, Lin Yi picked up the big wheel. A tuft of orange gold light slowly rose from the roulette. Indeed, the color gold jackpot, even the light representing the reward, was different from the others. The orange gold light was actually an orange one, only it was enveloped by a layer of fine gold light lines. The light floated in midair, looking incredibly lavish. Your random orange gold reward is Shield Remaining Health Reduction by 100 billion. Your random additional reward is Black Advanced Level Reward, Blazing Apricot Cabbage *1. Lin Yi was shocked. The orange gold reward he drew was actually a direct reduction of 100 billion in the shield health. At that moment, Lin Yi immediately checked his remaining shield health. 899,980,2,004,653. The number at the very front had changed directly to an 8. The shield instantly thinned by 1/10. It also made Lin Yi feel that he was a significant step closer to unlocking the divine body. The divine body given by the system was a physiognomy that transcended the entire soul land plane, even surpassing the whole divine realm plane, an invincible physique not bound by the laws of soul land. It seemed that the system had also peeked into his inner thoughts beforehand, which is why such a reward was randomly in the orange golden jackpot. If luck was defied, 10 lucky roulettes in 1 week, and 10 big wheels hit 10 color gold rewards again. And these 10 color gold rewards were exactly the ones that decreased health. Lin Yi believed that in less than a week, he would be able to unlock the divine body, becoming a godlike existence standing above the entire soul land plane. It was only a pity that he probably wasn't that lucky. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Yi left the room. The scene outside took him by slight surprise. Among the long line formed by the Gua Sha masters were Ning Fengzhai and his 3 companions. They were probably in the middle of the queue, which was relatively at the front. Wow, they came quite early today. After all, not a single person from Martial Soul Hall had shown up yet.
Senior Lin Yi, good morning.
All the people then saw Lin Yi stepping up to the stands and immediately bowed in unison, greeting him respectfully. Ning Fengzhai and his three companions were no exception. After being thoroughly disciplined by Lin Yi's rules for 2 days, they finally became obedient and submissive.
Come up according to the queue order.
Lin Yi said indifferently. It was almost time for the Soul Master Tournament to start. Once the Douluo Emperor arrived, Lin Yi was preparing to instruct Bidong to start redefining the competition rules with the two emperors. So the only thing to do right now was to wait for the arrival of the Douluo Emperor. Lin Yi believed that within 3 days, all 3 rulers of the entire Soul Land would kneel before him. And entangling the hearts of the 3 rulers was merely the first step of Lin Yi's shield breaker plan. Worship Hall. Thousand Waves frowned, standing in front of Kaiyan Rengsu's door, knocking several times.
Dong dong dong.
My dear grandchild, are you awake yet? It's time we should go. He still had some recollection of when Kaiyan Rengsu returned yesterday. It was almost midnight, and he didn't know what had happened at Bai Bidong's place to have taken so long. Dong dong dong. Thousand Waves knocked on the door again. Creak. Finally, the door opened. At this moment, Kaiyan Rengsu had disguised herself as Zhu Qinghe. Just.
Have you been crying? No.
Kaiyan Rengsu responded coldly, yet her voice still betrayed a hint of sobbing.
Who made you cry? Granddad will teach them a lesson.
Thousand Waves was heartbroken. It was not easy for his granddaughter to come back home, so how could he allow her to be wronged in his own house?
I'm fine, Granddad. Let's go.
Even though Kaiyan Rengsu felt wronged, she could not tell Thousand Waves about what had happened yesterday. It was not only inappropriate, but she also felt embarrassed. She could only bear it silently, swallowing the grievance. Thousand Waves glanced at Kaiyan Rengsu's retreating figure and was about to follow her when he suddenly paused. Why did his granddaughter walk so oddly today?
Let's go, see if the great priest and Prince King are ready.
Bai Bidong's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she spoke, then she walked towards there, looking somewhat expectant.
Oh, can Prince King actually get out of bed today?
Seeing Zhu Qinghe from a distance, Bai Bidong couldn't help but ask, her tone filled with schadenfreude.
By Bidong, what people say is indeed true. You truly are a woman with a heart of a viper and scorpion.
Zhu Qinghe's composure exploded when he heard Bai Bidong's mockery. He instantly recalled the hellish 100 seconds from the previous night. After it was over, he had laid on the bed recuperating for a whole half-hour. At that time, his cries for mercy went unanswered by heaven and unheard by earth. Listening to his own pleading sobs, the woman behind him had not a shred of mercy and even laughed very happily. The guest elders and elders were all dumbfounded at this moment. How did Bai Bidong and Zhu Qinghe suddenly have a dispute? Bai Bidong didn't care the slightest about her daughter's verbal abuse. Striding with her long black silk legs, she walked slowly to Zhu Qinghe.
I don't know why the crown prince is speaking filth. If you feel wronged, speak up. Let everyone judge for you.
Grinding his teeth, how could Zhu Qinghe dare to speak up? Bai Bidong clearly had him by the throat.
Slap.
Taking advantage of Zhu Qinghe's distraction, Bai Bidong slapped his buttocks with her hand. At that instant, Zhu Qinghe shuddered from head to toe, his face turned pale and he stood stiffly, not daring to move. Seeing his reaction, Bai Bidong couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Your Highness looks so cute with his buttocks sticking out.
She walked away from Marshal Soul Hall, a satisfied expression on her face. The elders followed behind her, still puzzled. Why did slapping the crown prince's buttocks make the Pope so happy? When the people of Marshal Soul Hall reached the stands, they found Emperor Zhuge and Chen Xin standing there.
When did these 4 guys get here? And they're even earlier than us today.
Bai Bidong sneered, striding over. According to her personality, she should actually have driven Emperor Zhuge and the others off the stage by now. After all, it was Bai Bidong's territory, and only she had priority. But for Lin Yi, she could not yet tear her face with Emperor Zhuge, especially since in a few days she would have to discuss adjusting the rules of the Soul Master competition with Emperor Zhuge and others.
Your Highness, are we going to let them go first?
Ghost Douluo asked from beside her.
No matter, I also want to see what rewards they will drop.
Chapter 86, Black Intermediate Level, Aura Vision Technique that sees through everyone's potential. Third release. Seeing the people from Martial Soul Hall approaching, Emperor Zhu hesitated before looking towards Lin Yi. After all, this was Martial Soul Hall's territory, and he feared that there might still be a hidden rule that people from Martial Soul Hall should be attacked first.
It seems that Bai Bidong and the others are abiding by the first-come first-served rule today. Since it really is your turn, go ahead,
Said Lin Yi, his expression indifferent. In front of others, he always portrayed a demeanor of having lost hope, barely clinging to life.
Yes.
Emperor Zhuo and Chen Xin nodded excitedly. At this moment, they sincerely wanted to thank Bai Bidong for her concession, as they had indeed waited far too long for this moment. They had carefully understood the rules in advance. And before going on stage, they had also decided on their initial attack pattern. The main attacker would definitely be Chen Xin, while Emperor Zhu would play the supportive role. The attacking pattern was: first soul skill, longsword strike, Chen Xin plus third soul skill, Swan's Dream, Emperor Zhu. The effect of Emperor Zhu's third soul skill was similar to that of Qian Rengsu's sixth soul skill, Angel's Holy Light, when released, both being a layer of golden supportive light. This was also exactly why Qian Rengsu chose to release this soul skill, as it was beneficial for disguise. Chen Xin and his partner took positions like Zhu King and Thousand Waves, one in front of the other. Quickly, Emperor Zhui released his third soul skill, Swan's Dream. He was extremely nervous. His heart had been pounding non-stop from the moment he stepped onto the stage. The longevity rewards were his only desire. He really hoped that the first attack would be favored by Lady Luck, thought Emperor Zhuo anxiously and excitedly. The golden supportive light enveloped Chen Xin. Used to the assistance from the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, Chen Xin couldn't help but feel that Emperor Zhuo's soul skills paled in comparison. But it didn't matter. Other than Lin Yi, Chen Xin had never felt a sense of defeat before anyone else. He was, after all, the first in attack on the continent.
First soul skill, longsword strike.
9 soul rings rose, and a piercingly sharp aura immediately permeated the spectator stands. Chen Xin indeed had some substance to him. Lin Yi looked at him and couldn't help muttering this to himself in his heart. Because at that moment, his shield was slowly losing health. So far, Chen Xin was the only person whose mere aura could cause Lin Yi's preemptive shield to lose health, because it was indeed so sharp. At that instant, one could see Chen Xin's long hair fluttering, his breath held in concentration. A snow-white longsword slowly emerged in front of him. The blade unsheathed, emitting a clear and metallic friction sound.
Clang!
A dazzling white sword light flashed before Lin Yi's eyes, and the entire attack was over. The soul masters below were dumbfounded. They hadn't even had time to react when Chen Xin had finished his first soul skill. Even a few titled Douluos couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As a titled Douluo themselves, Chen Xin truly was different. Others might not have seen it clearly, but Lin Yi, with his extreme speed, watched the whole sequence with clarity. In the moment of his attack, Chen Xin had struck 3 times. It was just that the speed was so fast that it gave the impression that the sword had barely left the scabbard before the attack was complete. Health lost, 114,632. Remaining health, 899,980,1,880,5,638. Damage grade, Black Intermediate. Random reward, Mastery of Aura Vision Technique, Douluo Edition.
Host reward, Mastery of Aura Vision Technique, no critical hit.
Lin Yi glanced at it.
No critical hit.
Meant that this reward didn't produce a critical hit, and that he and Emperor Zhuai got the same quality of reward.
Your damage was 114,632, Black Intermediate level, and the dropped reward is Mastery of Aura Vision Technique.
He announced. Emperor Zhuai was instantly disappointed. Because what he heard wasn't a reward related to prolonging life. However, since it was his first time acquiring a reward from an attack, he was visibly excited and hopeful looking at the black light sphere in Lin Yi's hand.
May I ask, what is this aura vision technique?
Lin Yi had just specially checked the system footnote and explained.
This is a simple ability, and after mastering the aura vision technique, you will be able to see the aura that belongs to each person. Aura represents potential and is divided into different colors from low to high: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The higher the level, the greater the potential. As an emperor, this ability is quite suitable for you. After all, selecting talents is not just about seeing someone's future and prospects with the naked eye. The aura vision technique is equivalent to laying the correct answers right in front of you.
After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. There's such an ability. Then won't their own potential, and how good it is, be completely seen through by Snow Emperor with just a glance? Just then, Chrysanthemum Douluo in the crowd suddenly raised her hand.
Senior, is there a way to cover up one's own aura?
Lin Yi. Ghost Douluo couldn't help but laugh.
What's the matter, Chrysanthemum? Are you afraid that your potential is a white and will be exposed by Snow Knight His Majesty in public? Ha ha ha. Get lost, I'm definitely red. Your butt being red is more like it. You dead ghost.
Emperor Zuoi, having listened to the explanation, nodded seriously.
I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Senior Lin Yi. This is what I should do.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he flicked the black light sphere toward Emperor Zuoi. As the light sphere integrated into his body, Emperor Zuoi suddenly staggered backwards a few steps, as a flash of gold light swiftly passed by in his pupils.
You can test out the ability on site,
Lin Yi said. Emperor Zuoi nodded, casting his gaze toward the stands below, and in that moment he was shocked. After activating this ability with his mind, he saw a stream of different colored auras rising above each person in the venue. Among these normal soul masters, the majority had auras of white and yellow ascending above them. The height to which the different colored auras rose also varied. White was about 10 meters, and yellow was 20 meters. Emperor Zuog slightly furrowed his brow, as almost all he could see were the whites and yellows, and he hadn't noticed any other colors for a moment. But now he saw purple. It was a middle-aged man whose aura, apparent to the naked eye, was different from those around him. He must have been at least at the Soul Emperor level of cultivation. The purple aura rose to a height of 50 meters, much more imposing than the yellow and white. Emperor Zuai looked at Ning Fengjai, who also had a purple aura. Chen Xin and Gu Rong, however, had black auras, dark as ink, and their black energy soared to a height of 100 meters. It wasn't just the two of them. Nearly all of the titled Douluos from Martial Soul Hall manifested black auras as well, and at a glance, over a dozen black pillars pierced the sky.
Elder Chrysanthemum is not white, she's black, heh.
Chapter 87, Beyond Levels, the 7 Colors of Aura, First More. In the vast expanse of white and yellow auras, purple was already rare, and the mere dozen or so black auras were even rarer, causing one to marvel at their scarcity. The sudden appearance of the red aura amidst the crowd completely stunned Snow Knight. At one point, he couldn't help but pay his respects with utmost seriousness. Snow Knight looked up. There were a total of 2 thick red auras present. One of them hovered above the head of Pope of the Spirit Hall, by Bidong. The red aura above her head soared high and alone, estimated to rise a full 500 meters. That was 5 times the height of the purple auras. Considering Bai Bidong's position as the Pope and her youth, having the greatest potential of anyone present did not surprise Snow Knight very much. What truly surprised him was the owner of the other red aura. It turned out to be his own son, Zhu Qinghe. The red aura above Zhu Qinghe's head was in no way inferior to Bai Bidong's, with a thickness that surpassed black, a height that surpassed black, and an aura that surpassed black as well. Among the nearly 1,000 soul masters present, there were only these 2 red auras that stood out from the rest. Snow Knight's gaze quickly swept past Zhu Qinghe, without lingering any longer, as he did not wish to reveal the prince's potential to others, which could bring about fatal danger to Zhu Qing. Although on the surface, it seemed like potential was defined by the level of soul power, the emergence of the red aura on Zhu Qinghe moved Snow Knight to silently overturn this speculation. Perhaps there was something else that defined potential.
How about it, Your Majesty Snow Knight? What have you discerned? Why not share with everyone?
Chrysanthemum Douluo asked from below with curiosity.
Yes, I'm quite curious too. Isn't it said that red is the highest? Do we have anyone with a red aura among us?
More and more people asked Snow Knight with curiosity. At that moment, Snow Knight smiled and took a step forward, giving a respectful bow in the direction of Bidong.
The only red potential present belongs to the Pope. Your Eminence has boundless prospects and astonishing potential. I, Snow Knight, admire you greatly.
After speaking, Lin Yi's gaze moved to glance in the direction of Zhu King. He also possessed the aura vision technique, naturally able to see the red aura around Zhu King. It seemed that Snow Knight was trying to protect Zhu King. After hearing Snow Knight's words, the elders all widened their eyes, showing expressions of surprise yet finding it within reason. Everyone from the Spirit Hall, including all the Soul Masters in Soul City, spontaneously and respectfully bowed to Bidong.
The Pope truly deserves this honor. With you here, it is fortunate for both the Spirit Hall and the continent.
Flattered by so many, Bidong's lovely eyes opened slightly in surprise. She had the only red potential present. So what was the basis for determining potential? Could it be about succeeding gods? Bidong responded a bit bashfully.
Everyone, please rise. As for myself, I shall live up to your expectations and do my utmost to fulfill my duties.
Seeing this, Snow Knight finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no one had noticed Zhu King. He hurried to move on to the second reward. He turned and bowed to Senior Lin Yi.
Thank you for this great gift, Senior. I have already.
At that moment, Snow Knight's expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened with shock, and he stumbled backward repeatedly, even tripping over his own feet and falling onto the viewing platform. Chenzin immediately went forward.
Your Majesty!
Snow Knight sat on the ground and did not get up. He just gaped at Lin Yi, his expression as stunned as could be. There, above the head of the aloof young man seated with crossed legs, soared an incredibly thick seven-colored aura, rushing straight into the sky. Snow Knight's eyes were wide open, desperately trying to see the top of the seven-colored aura, but found that he couldn't see the end of it at all.
7.
Snow Knight, as if he had just regained the ability to speak, pointed at Lin Yi's head and asked in shock.
The colors of aura are only white, yellow, purple, black, and red. There is no seven-colored aura. What are you talking about?
Lin Yi looked at him with a puzzled expression.
But the aura above your head, Senior.
Lin Yi looked up, but he couldn't see the aura above his own head. Do I actually have it too? And it's multicolored beyond any level. Upon hearing Snow Knight's words, everyone's faces showed a look of shock. Even a 3-year-old could tell. A multicolored aura absolutely has to be more impressive than red. It surpasses the existing levels. How can it not be impressive? Could it be that white, yellow, purple, black, and red can only define the potential of humans? Because Senior is a god, that's why it's multicolored. With this realization, everyone suddenly saw the light, and it all made sense. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Yi was filled with heartfelt amazement and yearning. In the past few days, every sign pointed to Senior Lin Yi being that god from the legends. And not just any god, but one at the level of the creator god. However, Lin Yi had his own understanding of this. This potential must be predicting the day he breaks the shield and merges with the divine body. This indicates the uniqueness of the divine body. The reason Kaiyan Rangsu and Bidong are red must be because they are destined to inherit the mantle of the gods in the future. And Lin Yi's divine body, represented by multicolored, is obviously much stronger than their divine positions.
All right, stop gawking. My potential is not that important, and it has nothing to do with you guys. Continue the attack.
Chapter 88, Swan Race Evolution, New Type of the Big Wheel Drop, Second Update. Damage 138,463, Black Intermediate Level. Your reward is an Evolution Spirit Stone with 1,000 evolution points. As Ning Fengzhai watched the black orb in Lin Yi's hand, He exploded with excitement before Emperor Zui could even react. He came specifically for the evolution reward. Without a doubt, evolution rewards are mainly aimed at the evolution of martial souls, and due to the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Ning Fengzhai's soul power can only reach up to level 79. That's why he desperately needed a reward that could evolve his 7 treasures glazed pagoda. However, compared to Ning Fengzhai's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Emperor Zui's swan martial soul had more shortcomings. Firstly, the quality of the martial soul was inferior. Whether in attack or defense, it was far behind other martial souls. If it were not for the consideration of inheriting the royal bloodline, this somewhat lackluster martial soul would have been abandoned long ago. But now that the task of bloodline inheritance had passed to Zhu Qinghe, Emperor Zui didn't have to worry at all. So he was equally in need of this evolution spirit stone. At that moment, Lin Yi flicked the black orb towards Emperor Zui. After merging into his body, Emperor Zui sat down cross-legged, sensing the changes within him on his own. Meanwhile, the crowd below couldn't help but discuss among themselves, most of them curious about what change would occur to the Douluo royal family's inherited martial soul. It couldn't possibly turn a swan into a white tiger, could it? It was not long before Emperor Zui, who was sitting cross-legged, finally showed a reaction. At that moment, the golden glow shrouding his body suddenly disappeared, changing color to emerald green. Immediately after, a vibrant breath of life emanated from Emperor Zui's body. He opened his eyes, a hint of confusion visible in them, but there was more surprise than anything else.
Senior, what martial soul is this? It just healed the lingering ailments inside my body.
Emperor Zui said excitedly.
Release your martial soul to see. All right.
Emperor Zui released his martial soul, and crystal-like emerald green feathers floated down from the sky. A pair of green wings unfurled from behind Emperor Zui. The evolved martial soul let out a clear cry, lifting its elegant and slender neck. Its translucent emerald green body radiated light, dazzling onlookers. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Emperor Zui's gold swan had actually transformed into an emerald green one, and the aura it emitted was completely different. Martial soul, emerald swan. At this moment, the system provided the answer in Lin Yi's mind.
Your martial soul is now called the Emerald Swan, a healing-type martial soul. Although it's not proficient in attacking, its healing ability is exceptionally potent.
At this moment, I can assure you, all the aches, hidden illnesses, and poisonous residues that were in your body before have all disappeared.
Lin Yi said to him, if I remember correctly, there is a ferocious beast in the Aquapea forest, the Emerald Swan. Her name is Bai Jai, and she has lived for even more than 400,000 years. If Emperor Zui wasn't too fixated on the offensive capabilities of his martial soul, this trade was simply a huge profit for him.
What, an Emerald Swan?
Emperor Zui exclaimed in amazement. No wonder he suddenly felt an incredibly familiar sensation from this martial soul. Because he possessed the swan martial soul, he naturally had an understanding of the branches and families of swan martial souls. It was almost a compulsory course for the Douluo royal family. The emerald swan was one of the most noble and aloof among the swan soul beasts. They possessed extremely powerful healing abilities, and because of this ability, they were revered and supported by other soul beasts everywhere. Across the entire soul land, the number of emerald swan martial souls was pitifully small. This was a martial soul of exceedingly high quality. Emperor Zui didn't dare to be negligent and immediately bowed to Lin Yi to express his thanks.
Thank you, Senior, for bestowing such a grand favor. I, Emperor Zui, hereby promise that you will be a forever honored guest of the Douluo royal family.
Lin Yi looked at him coldly.
No need for gratitude. I only engage in equal trades here.
Of course, the reality was definitely not equal.
Sect Master, hurry and get up here.
Ning Fengzhai understood and quickly ran up the stairs to the stand. Actually, there was no need for them to rush. Because at this moment, Bidong was fretting over another matter. Emperor Zui had acquired the Jade Swan martial soul and cleansed the toxic remnants within his body, effectively interrupting the plans of the Martial Soul Hall. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Bai Bidong, shrugging helplessly. The poison he had secretly administered to Emperor Zhuai should be gone by now. And since Emperor Zhuai's martial soul had changed, they couldn't continue using the poisoning method in the future. They had to think of another way. It's all because Senior Lin Yi was too omnipotent to actually cure Emperor Zhuai of the poison inadvertently. Arriving at the stand, Ning Fengzhai looked towards Chen Xin.
Uncle Jian, how's your condition? Do you need to switch with Bone Uncle? No need to worry, even if the damage becomes lower, it means I'll have more room for improvement. It's not a loss,
Said Chen Xin.
Okay then.
The two continued with their previous positions, and their attack pattern was: First soul skill, longsword unsheathed, Chen Xin plus first soul skill, strength, Ning Fengzhai. Chen Xin unleashed his martial soul. The snow-white 7 kills sword appeared in front of him, its blade unsheathed and held in his hand. Simultaneously, Ning Fengzhai also began to move. He raised his right hand, and a dazzling light emerged from his palm while the exquisitely glazed 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated midair. Down below, Qinghe was observing meticulously. After so many years, for the first time, he seriously regarded Ning Fengzhai as a teacher. Indeed, he needed to learn how to use the 7 treasures glazed pagoda properly.
The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength.
As the incantation ended, a red orb of light flew towards Chen Xin, enveloping him. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda is the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, whose effects are equivalent to the Soul Master's soul power level whole number, plus 10%. Being a soul sage, Ning Fengzhai could provide an 80% augmentation to Chen Xin. This was truly terrifying. The snow-white sword slashed before Lin Yi, a single strike that triple-cut, starting and ending in the blink of an eye. Blood loss, 157,864. Remaining health, 899,981,599,763. Damage level, black high level. Random reward, the big wheel asterisk 1 for a price. Host reward, the big wheel asterisk 3 for a price. Seeing the reward, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. A new big wheel had appeared. Without hesitation, he immediately looked at the system's annotation. After reading with a somewhat peculiar expression, Lin Yi announced the results to Ning Fengzhai.
Damage 157,864. Black advanced level. Your reward is 1 big wheel for a price.
Chapter 89's Lin Yi, how come you're both lucky and unlucky? Third update. Hearing about this brand new the big wheel, 1,000 waves below the stage had a reflexive reaction, their bodies stiffening for a moment. Even Zhu Qinghe, who was lucky enough to draw a gold-level reward, couldn't help but have an odd expression at this moment. He of course considered himself lucky, but if his luck had been slightly worse, like his grandfather's, he might have ended up crashing headfirst into Lin Yi and killing himself.
A price to spin the big wheel.
Ning Fengzhai asked curiously. Lin Yi nodded and tossed the black light orb he held in his hand into the air. The orb floated and transformed into a large, double-tiered roulette wheel. Yes, this wheel was double-tiered. Not only double-tiered, but it also came equipped with 2 fixed pointers, one above the other. Lin Yi explained.
This is the big wheel that requires a price to spin. It's not the pointers that will spin, but the 2 roulette wheels behind them. One wheel bears a random prize pool, equally divided into 13 sectors. The other wheel is filled with random prices, also evenly distributed into 13 sectors, each representing a different price. Just like the name suggests, you pay a certain price to win a reward from the prize pool. What reward you get and what price you pay all depend on luck. You might pay a small price for the jackpot or a huge price for a white-level prize.
Gulp. Ning Fengzhai swallowed hard. At this moment, the roulette laid before him was still closed off, its prices completely obscured from view. This big wheel seemed even more of a gamble than the lucky roulette. As if hearing Ning Fengzhai's thoughts, Lin Yi continued.
This is a black-level reward. The lucky roulette offers red-level rewards, and indeed, black isn't as good as red.
However, the opportunity they presented was the same. A black-level reward just required an additional price to be paid.
If you're ready, you can begin. Of course, you have the right to decline this reward.
Lin Yi said indifferently. How could he possibly decline?
I won't decline, I'm ready. Then begin, and good luck.
Lin Yi said. Ning Fengzhai nodded and walked toward the big wheel. Most of the people around him were in the mood to watch the excitement, as this big wheel seemed to be a bit more interesting than the lucky roulette. Standing beside the big wheel, Ning Fengzhai placed his hands on each of the wheels. He clenched his teeth and yanked down hard.
Clang, clang, clang.
Clang, clang, clang. Both wheels began to spin at the same time. The wheel was encased in a shell, hiding the spinning from view. Only when the wheel stopped would they be able to lift the cover beneath the pointers to see the results. The wait was torturous, but that was just for Ning Fengzhai. The others were full of anticipation. They were eager to see what price Ning Fengzhai would pull.
Click.
The prize wheel stopped first. Ning Fengzhai looked on nervously, and before long,
Click.
the prize pool wheel also came to a halt. The rewards and prices Ning Fengzhai was to receive were now indicated by the positions beneath the pointers above and below. Lin Yi spoke up.
It's over. Would you like to see the price first or the prize pool? The prize pool first.
Ning Fengzhai took deep breaths, his heart thumping wildly. He didn't even care what the price was. As long as the prize pool was good, everything would be fine. Lin Yi, manipulating the system, opened the cover beneath the pointer pointing downwards. Ning Fengzhai immediately leaned in, his eyes wide, but his expression quickly fell.
Black primary level.
He felt some disappointment. The damage he had just inflicted had reached black advanced level, and now the wheel only spun out a black primary level. It was a total loss. And he still had to face a price. Seeing Ning Fengzhai's dejected look, Lin Yi calmly said,
Do you have to start feeling sad before you even know what reward you've got?
Ning Fengzhai wore a face of sorrow.
I've already lost. The prize pool has fallen by 2 levels, and I still have a price to pay.
Raising the black orb in his hand, Lin Yi said,
What if I told you that the reward you received is an evolution crystal? Would you still be upset? What?
Ning Fengzhai suddenly looked up.
Evolution crystal.
Lin Yi smiled faintly.
That's right, an evolution crystal.
After he spoke, he flicked the black orb toward Ning Fengzhai. As soon as the evolution crystal merged, Ning Fengzhai couldn't wait to release his martial soul. Splendid radiance bloomed in midair, and at this moment, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda surprisingly gained an additional layer, turning into the 8 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengzhai's eyes widened as he suddenly burst into joyous laughter. The martial soul had evolved. His martial soul had finally evolved. Now, even if he was told there was still a price waiting for him, Ning Fengzhai couldn't care less. As long as his martial soul could evolve, he was willing to accept any price. From this moment on, his soul power limit had instantly increased to level 89, a cause for celebration. Chen Xin and Gu Rong looked at Ning Fengzhai, and both felt happy for him. Lin Yi, manipulating the system, opened the cover beneath the pointer pointing downwards. Ning Fengzhai immediately leaned in, his eyes wide, but his expression quickly fell. Black primary levels. He felt some disappointment. The damage he had just inflicted had reached black advanced level, and now the wheel only spun out a black primary level. It was a total loss. And he still had to face a price. Seeing Ning Fengzhai's dejected look, Lin Yi calmly said, Do you have to start feeling sad before you even know what reward you've got? Ning Fengzhai wore a face of sorrow. I've already lost. The prize pool has fallen by 2 levels and I still have a price to pay. Raising the black orb in his hand, Lin Yi said, What if I told you that the reward you received is an evolution crystal? Would you still be upset? What? Ning Fengzhai suddenly looked up. Evolution crystal. Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's right, an evolution crystal. After he spoke, he flicked the black orb toward Ning Fengzhai. As soon as the evolution crystal merged, Ning Fengzhai couldn't wait to release his martial soul. Splendid radiance bloomed in midair, and at this moment, the seven treasures glazed pagoda surprisingly gained an additional layer, turning into the eight treasures glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengzhai's eyes widened as he suddenly burst into joyous laughter. The martial soul had evolved. His martial soul had finally evolved. Now, even if he was told there was still a price waiting for him, Ning Fengzhai couldn't care less. As long as his martial soul could evolve, he was willing to accept any price. From this moment on, his soul power limit had instantly increased to level 89, a cause for celebration. Chen Xin and Gu Rong looked at Ning Fengzhai, and both felt happy for him. "Senior, let me see what the price is," Ning Fengzhai said, puffing out his chest. This reward was too valuable, even if it meant exchanging it for a price, he felt it was worth it. Ahem. Lin Yi controlled the system and opened the vertical pointers activity board. Ning Fengzhai, smiling, hugged his eight treasures glazed tile pagoda and leaned forward to see the price. Suddenly his smile froze. His expression became fixed. Martial soul quality decrease. Ning Fengzhai stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Nanny, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The next moment, the eight treasures glazed tile pagoda he held in his arms suddenly flew into the air. Ning Fengzhai stumbled backward, watching as his eight treasures glazed tile pagoda.
Sect Master! Sect Master!
Chen Xin hurriedly came forward to support Ning Fengzhai. Everyone was stunned. They had not anticipated such a dramatic scene unfolding before them. Even Lin Yi's expression was somewhat odd at this moment. What kind of luck was this? Could this be what they call a soul-crushing defeat? This was probably more upsetting than a direct decrease in martial soul quality. Indeed. At this moment, Ning Fengzhai's mood was like a roller coaster, having just reached the peak and now plunging into an abyss. This was more painful than death itself. Lin Yi couldn't help speaking up.
Actually,
Besides, I'm somewhat baffled. How did you manage to be both lucky and unlucky?
A jab added to the wound. Ning Fengzhai, clutching his chest, forced a smile and said,
It's okay, I'm fine, I can bear it. At least my martial soul hasn't changed, right?
Although it was a sentence meant to comfort himself, Ning Fengzhai suddenly felt like crying even more. It seemed as if his offense was equal to not having attacked at all, ending up with no reward to show for it.
Uncle Jian, get ready. Let's begin the second assault.
Chapter 90 Magical Modification version of Great Universe Movement emerges. Ning Rongrong drops in on the scene. First update.
Sect Master, are you still in good condition? Do you want to take a rest first?
Chen Xin looked at Ning Fengzhai with some concern and asked. The experience full of great sorrow and great joy, even as an onlooker, he felt a profound sense of drama and heartache. This was the play of fate.
No need to rest, let's keep the momentum going.
Ning Fengzhai said sternly. He simply didn't believe it. Even if he couldn't obtain the evolution crystal today, could it be that he wouldn't win any other rewards? Impossible. My fate is in my own hands, not in heaven's. Continuing with the previous positioning, Chen Xin switched to his second soul skill, while Ning Fengzhai continued to use his first soul skill that directly increased damage. The seven treasures glazed pagoda floated midair, its light blooming, and looking at this unchanged martial soul, Ning Fengzhai couldn't help but feel an ache in his heart again. Alas, there's nothing to be done about bad luck. The red light once again burst forth from the seven treasures glazed pagoda, swirling around Chen Xin. Under the dual buffs of spiritual sword guard and strength amplification, the seven kills sword let out a sharp whistling. The sound of metal friction rang out again. Chen Xin drew his sword, a lightspeed slash, and the moon-white light was bone-chillingly cold. The sword trail passed, and the attack ended. The seven kills returned to the scabbard, its sharp edge concealed. Each of Chen Xin's attacks was extremely quick and fierce, giving the impression that it was over before it had even begun. Especially the sword's cry and the flashes of the sword in the arena, a dual pleasure for the eyes and ears, making it something one could never tire of watching or listening to. But at this moment, Chen Xin in the stands was not having an easy time. He stared at his slightly trembling right hand, feeling a chill in his heart as he looked at the indifferent youth sitting cross-legged on the ground. Even though the youth didn't move an inch, the pressure he exerted was really harsh. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils gazing at the panel. Blood loss, 198,462. Remaining health, 899,980,1,400,324. Damage grade, black high level. Random reward, Great Universe Movement Skill Mastery, magically modified. Host reward, Great Universe Movement Skill Mastery, magically modified, target can be freely changed. This reward slightly stunned Lin Yi. Could it be that Master Jin Yang's martial arts secrets are also in the reward pool? He quickly checked the comments, only to realize he was overthinking it.
Senior, this time it can't possibly be the big wheel of prices again, right? I really don't want to draw it a second time.
Lin Yi shook his head. Damage 198,462, black advanced level. Your reward is the Great Universe Movement Skill Mastery.
Not good.
Just then, Chen Xin suddenly frowned and said,
Sect Master, there's a problem with our damage plan. With only your second attack, the damage has already reached 198,000.
Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath and sighed.
It doesn't matter anymore. The amplification of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is already so powerful. If the lower limit is raised, our damage ceiling will naturally be high as well. Uncle Jian, maybe the two of us will be the first ones to touch the gold level reward pool.
Hearing this, Thousand Waves down in the stands suddenly furrowed his brows. You'll be the first. Are you sure? With my forward battle armor, are you sure that the amplification of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda can compete with this high-tech gadget? At this point, Lin Yi flicked the black orb of light in his hand towards Ning Fengzhai. And he explained,
First of all, congratulations, this is a permanent skill. The usage is quite simple too. When you want to use it, just think of someone you have seen in your mind, and you'll be able to instantly teleport to their location, and they will come to yours.
After listening to Lin Yi's introduction, Ning Fengzhai's eyes lit up.
So you mean I can appear anywhere the other person is at any time? As long as I want, I can go to her place.
By this point, he already had someone in mind for the trial. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback but nodded anyway.
That's the principle.
But just as he was about to add more, Ning Fengzhai suddenly disappeared. Where he had just been standing, there was now a girl in a cyan dress with sweet and pretty features, her eyes and expression exuding a spiritual energy.
Rongrong.
Gu Rong and Chen Xin almost cried out in surprise at the same time. Ning Rongrong stood still, her brain short-circuiting. Who am I? Where am I? Where is this? She widened her eyes, looking around in shock. Seeing Gu Rong and Chen Xin, Ning Rongrong was so scared that she immediately ran over to them.
Uncle Jian, Bone Grandfather, where is this? How did I suddenly appear here? Why are you guys here too?
At this moment, the gazes of at least 1,000 people were simultaneously focused on her, each with a ferocious expression. Having never seen such a scene before, Ning Rongrong's little face instantly turned pale with fear.
This.
Gu Rong and Chen Xin were at a loss for words, only managing to turn their gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was speechless. He understood Ning Fengzhai's excitement upon finally receiving a reward. But for heaven's sake, listen to the specific rules before you validate them. Seeing the 3 people below looking up at him, Lin Yi said indifferently,
Don't worry, in 5 minutes, you'll be able to return to where you were.
Who are you?
Ning Rongrong asked curiously, looking at Lin Yi in the stands. Although she was afraid, she was nevertheless a clever person. After briefly observing the situation, Ning Rongrong noticed that everyone here seemed to defer to the young man as the leader. Because in the entire scene, only the young man was seated, and all the others were standing in positions around the stands. Wait a minute. Is that Bai Bidong? Ning Rongrong looked towards Bai Bidong and the others in shock, and only then did she raise her head and see the huge 6-winged angel statue not far away. Soul City. So this is Soul City. What's happening? Was Seoul City conducting some kind of ritual right now? Why, including the Pope, did everyone, her sword grandfather and bone grandfather included, have to surround and stand by this young man? Lin Yi did not respond to Ning Rongrong's confusion. He closed his eyes with a cold expression, waiting for Ning Fengjai to return.
Why?
Ning Rongrong asked, perplexed, looking to Gu Rong and Chen Xin.
Senior Lin Yi is just like that. He treats everyone the same. It's not personal against you. Rongrong, keep quiet and don't speak.
Chen Xin explained gently. He was actually afraid Ning Rongrong would blurt out something that could annoy Lin Yi, as the girl had always been outspoken and unrestrained since she was young.
What, Senior?
Ning Rongrong was shocked.
Uncle Jian, you actually call him Senior. But he looks to be about my age.
Shush.
Chen Xin was terrified and quickly covered Ning Rongrong's mouth. He finally became serious.
Don't talk, just stay here quietly for a few minutes, and you will go back later.
Chapter 91, Soul Mutation Crystal Second Update. It's fine as long as Lin Yi doesn't mind. Chen Xin suddenly felt that these few short minutes were unbearably long. Sect Master, please come back soon.
Bone grandfather, save me, why aren't you speaking?
Ning Rongrong, with her mouth covered by Chen Xin, could only direct her pleaful gaze towards Gu Rong.
As they change.
But who knew that Gu Rong also looked solemn as he placed his index finger to his lips. For goodness sake. Old bonehead, I'm begging you, consider the situation. You can act recklessly all you want within the sect, but here we need to show some restraint. We're already taking a risk attacking before that bunch from Marshall Soul Hall. Everyone's on edge. If you cause another scene, what if Lin Yi makes us go to the back of the line? What then? Going to the back of the line would be the least of our problems. If Lin Yi doesn't even give Emperor Zuai face and directly kicks us out of Seoul City, we won't even have a place to cry. And Gu Rong believes that not giving Emperor Zuai face is definitely something Lin Yi is capable of. It's not like he can die, and he's ridiculously powerful. Gu Rong can't think of anything in this world that Lin Yi would be afraid of. Oh, that's right, he's afraid of living.
All right, I won't speak.
Ning Rongrong conceded. Only then did Chen Xin remove her hand, half believing and half doubtful. Just as expected, Ning Rongrong didn't speak, but she began to observe Lin Yi on the stand with even greater curiosity. Such a commotion on the side of Marshall Soul Hall, and it still hadn't reached Tiandu City? She couldn't believe it. Perhaps they were too preoccupied investigating the assailant who killed Grandmaster these past few days, all frantic and overworked, so they hadn't heard anything about it. After returning, she must share everything she witnessed today with her companions. It's just too outrageous. How come, among peers of the same age, this boy gets to sit there and receive everyone's admiration? He must be planning to participate in the Continental Advanced Senior Soul Master Elite Competition, right? Given the circumstances, even if he does participate in the Soul Master Competition, he's bound to take a shortcut. After all, Ning Rongrong saw Bai Bidong and Emperor Zook here, both occasionally showing the boy expressions of devout worship. However, what Ning Rongrong couldn't imagine was that Lin Yi indeed participated in the Soul Master competition later on, but in a completely different way. At that moment, she was still keen to keep watching, but suddenly there was a flash of light and she vanished. When Ning Fengjai came back, he let out a sigh of relief.
Did you just see Rongrong?
He asked anxiously. Chen Xin and Gu Rong both nodded with bitter expressions. Ning Fengjai said with a smile,
That's good. From now on, if I want to know where this girl is, I won't be afraid of not being able to find her.
He then stepped forward and asked Lin Yi.
Senior, I just realized that this skill takes a bit of time to come back, doesn't it?
Lin Yi opened his eyes and nodded.
It takes 5 minutes, and I haven't finished explaining the rules yet. Not only that, I've found that your understanding of this ability is quite different from its real function.
Upon hearing this, Ning Fengjai suddenly felt a lurch in his heart.
Please, Senior, go on.
Lin Yi glanced at him speechlessly and said,
This skill is actually meant to be used when you're in danger. When facing a threat, you can summon someone at will to take a fatal hit in your place. And only after the first person you summon dies can you switch to another person to summon.
Lin Yi frowned.
As a reward of Black Advanced level, how can it be only useful for checking where your daughter is and what she's up to?
Without a doubt, you've squandered your reward. After all, you wouldn't want your daughter to take a dangerous hit for you, right? Moreover, until she dies, you'll only be able to switch places with her for the rest of your life.
In that moment, Ning Fengzhai's mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Charred to a crisp. He didn't know how he could have suddenly made such a grave error. To think that his first concern was where his daughter was at that very moment, and what she was doing.
Sect Master!
Chen Xin called out from behind.
Stop, Uncle Giant, I need some quiet.
The only hope now lay in tomorrow.
Old Bones, up you go, you first.
Chen Xin gestured to Gu Rong to take his turn.
Aren't you continuing? I need a break.
After releasing 4 soul skills in succession and enduring 4 instances of damage rebound, Chen Xin went from initially feeling his hands go numb to his entire person. And now, seeing Ning Fengzhai's disappointing demeanor, even his heart felt numb. He needed a break, otherwise his heart couldn't take it.
If you're going to attack, just get on with it. Why make so many of us watch you dilly-dally?
A cold voice came from the side. Gu Rong looked over to see Bai Bidong with her arms crossed and a frosty expression, backed by a group of titled Douluos watching intently. Gu Rong's face stiffened, and he hurried onto the stage. There was no choice on someone else's turf, you have to play by their rules.
Senior Lin Yi, Gu Rong presents his respects. Begin!
Gu Rong nodded and up rose his 9 soul rings, colored yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and black. As a 95th level Hyper Douluo, though he lacked Chen Xin's talent and insight, he still posed a formidable pressure to others.
First soul skill, Bone Dragon Thrust.
The next moment, an eerie sound of bones scraping against bone echoed in the area. It was as if countless broken bones were being put back together. Soon, behind Bone Douluo, an immense shadow of a bone dragon slowly reared its massive frame. The ghastly white bones on its body shuddered, gradually taking shape, sending tremors through the ground as it moved. The colossal bone dragon raised its head in a howl, emitting an ear-splitting roar. Chen Xin couldn't help but curl his lips from down below.
This old guy doesn't have much strength, but he sure knows how to scare people with his martial soul release.
Gu Rong's eyelid twitched, he had heard Chen Xin's muttering. After the bone dragon's shadow finished its roar, Bone Douluo charged forward, seeming to merge with the specter in that instant.
Roar!
The attack landed on Lin Yi. Bang! The shadow of the bone dragon on Bone Douluo's body instantly dispersed, and he was sent reeling backward by the rebound force, stumbling several steps before steadying himself. Gu Rong's eyes widened slightly, exhaling deeply. It really was a surprise. Sword Douluo's performance on stage hadn't been an exaggeration at all. Experiencing it firsthand brought the reality home. The damage rebound was genuinely formidable. Lin Yi turned to the panel. Health lost, 55,234. Remaining health, 899,981,398,432. Damage level Black Junior. Random reward, Soul Mutation Crystal. Host reward, Martial Spirit Mutation Spirit Stone. Lin Yi was taken aback. This was his first time seeing a mutation crystal. Without a doubt, it was a bidirectional reward. Damage 55,234, Black Primary level, your reward is a Soul Mutation Crystal. Chapter 92, Mutant Evil Spirit Dragon Knight, second attack drops Pet Blind Box third update.
Soul Mutation Crystal.
Gu Rong's expression turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing this. Literally, it was a crystal stone that could induce mutations in a person's martial soul. But
you should know the direction of a martial soul's mutation is filled with uncertainties. It could turn out better or worse, so the choice to merge with it is up to you.
Surprisingly, Gu Rong just smiled carelessly upon hearing this.
I'll merge with it.
Lin Yi fixed his gaze on him.
Are you sure? Don't make a decision you might regret as easily as Sect Master Ning did.
Ning Fengzhai. Not only killing but also lashing out at the corpse, Senior, you truly live up to your reputation.
Certain.
Gu Rong spoke somewhat indifferently.
Senior might not know, but I have been stuck at level 95 for 10 years with no advancement, and at this age, I don't quite have the drive to push further. Whether I merge with this mutation crystal or not doesn't make much of a difference.
At this moment, Chen Xin suddenly spoke with a smile.
Be careful you don't end up weaker than before. Hell.
Gu Rong gave him a white look, then turned to Lin Yi again.
Merge it, Senior.
Lin Yi nodded and flicked the black orb towards Gu Rong. After merging with the crystal stone, Gu Rong sat cross-legged, regulating his breath for a moment. Lin Yi in the stands and the people below waited in silence. It didn't take long before Gu Rong opened his eyes. Lin Yi squinted slightly, surprised to see two leaping flames in Gu Rong's eyes. Gu Rong's face had a peculiar expression, with a mix of confusion and more excitement.
I can almost feel the chain.
His abrupt statement piqued everyone's curiosity. Chen Xin, being an old friend, was especially impatient. He couldn't help himself.
Old bones, what has your martial soul mutated into? Release it, let me have a look. HMPH.
Gu Rong looked at Chen Xin with a smirk that was not quite a smile. He stood up and his 9 soul rings rose upward. Simultaneously, a scorching aura began to spread from him. Chen Xin's expression changed. Having known Gu Rong for so many years, he almost instantly noticed the change in the aura. How could there be fire? He had never heard of a martial soul mutation that suddenly gained an additional attribute.
Roar!
A roar echoed, and the pale bones drifting upwards were no longer just simple bones, but rather huge bones burning with raging fires. Each fiery bone quickly assembled in the air, and a colossal fiery bone dragon was pieced together in an instant. Flames burned in every joint of the bone dragon, and 2 red flames danced in its hollow eye sockets. It had an imposing and solemn presence, incredibly hot. Everyone looked up, momentarily mesmerized. Chen Xin's jaw dropped in shock. This was definitely a positive mutation, wasn't it? Its cool factor had more than doubled compared to before. With every step Gu Rong took forward, the fire bone dragon followed, with flames occasionally falling from it, dissipating into the air as they fell. The visual effect before their eyes was incredibly explosive. Lin Yi was also astonished, but not by the direction of the mutation. Instead, he felt the current form of the bone dragon was undoubtedly that of the evil spirit dragon Night Bone Dragon version. The fiery bone dragon martial soul was concealed by Gu Rong as he excitedly knelt on one knee before Lin Yi.
I am grateful for Senior's kindness. My soul power has also broken through to level 96. Thank you very much.
The soul power that had not changed for a whole decade had broken through directly because of a mutation crystal. This was an enormous surprise.
No need to thank me, this is your own fortune.
Gu Rong was extremely excited and asked,
Senior, I've never seen a martial soul undergo such a mutation before, and to my knowledge, it has never appeared before either. I hope Senior can bestow a name upon it.
Name it. An image suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Since it resembled the evil spirit knight and flame skeleton so much, why not?
Let's call it Evil Spirit Dragon Knight, Martial Soul, Evil Spirit Dragon Knight. Evil Spirit Dragon Knight.
Gu Rong muttered this name to himself. Although not a single word mentioned fire, didn't the state of this martial soul resemble an evil spirit from hell coming to claim souls? Yes, that's perfect. Gu Rong's face was flushed with excitement as he bowed with his hands clasped.
Thank you, Senior, for the name.
From now on, his martial soul would no longer be Bone Dragon but Evil Spirit Dragon Knight.
You still have your second attack. Understood.
Gu Rong stood up and took several deep breaths. He didn't plan on using his second soul skill, he wanted to keep using his first soul skill. He was curious to see if this mutation was for better or worse, even though he already had an answer in mind.
First soul skill, Fire Dragon Thrust.
Yes, the name of his first soul skill had changed from Bone Dragon Thrust to Fire Dragon Thrust. Gu Rong charged at Lin Yi, and the phantom of the evil spirit Dragon Knight, blazing with fierce flames, emerged from him. Bang! A violent collision. Flames erupted from Gu Rong's body, scattering across the air like flickering stars. At that moment, he was surprised to find that his defensive power had also escalated a level. He had clearly seen the damage rebound on himself, but didn't feel the sensation he had experienced before. What a huge gain, he truly hit the jackpot. At least so far, he really had profited more than Lin Yi, as even though Lin Yi had the mutation crystal, he couldn't control the direction of the mutation. Health lost, 85,736. Remaining health, 899,980,1,246,354. Damage grade, Black Junior. Random reward, Pet Blind Box All Heavens. Host reward, 3 pet blind boxes All Heavens. Wow, blind boxes something new. Could this be another mind-boggling item, following the lucky roulette and price roulette?
Your damage is 85,736, black primary level damage.
Hearing the numbers, Gu Rong's eyes lit up. The damage had increased by a full 30,000 compared to before. Of course, it was still about 10,000 less than Chen Xin's damage. But Gu Rong was a defensive soul master. Damage wasn't his main strength. From this, it was apparent that the evil spirit Dragon Knight had improved in almost all aspects of its attributes.
May I ask, Senior, what the reward is? A pet blind box, do you want a pet?
Gu Rong was taken aback. So was everyone beneath the stage. Pets as rewards. With a bizarre expression, Gu Rong asked,
Are you talking about pets like cats and dogs, that kind of pet?
Lin Yi laughed.
Do you think I would give you that kind of pet?
Hearing this, Gu Rong's mouth fell open slightly, his face suddenly filled with immense anticipation. Seeing Lin Yi's confident smile was like swallowing a reassurance pill for him.
I want it. Whatever Senior gives, even if it's a little earthworm, I'll take care of it.
Gu Rong declared with a laugh. Shameless.
I will draw for you. As soon as I say start drawing, you say stop and it will stop.
Chapter 93, you may have misunderstood. That is actually your pet first update. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Rong nodded his head, half understanding. Because he hadn't seen where to draw lots.
The draw begins.
At the same time, one after another, blind boxes with exquisite exteriors began to flash before his eyes on the panel. Each blind box had a different pattern on it. Bright and colorful, they came in all varieties. Some even had a specific character drawn directly on the shell. Just now, Lin Yi had seen a Pikachu.
You can say stop anytime.
Gu Rong nodded his head, calculating the time with some anticipation. Maybe the good ones were all in the back. About 30 seconds passed, and Gu Rong immediately looked up and shouted,
Stop!
As soon as his voice fell, the blind boxes on the panel also ceased jumping. A silver-gray blind box remained on the panel. Following that, the system's voice also rang in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, you've drawn a double yellow blind box. It contains one main pet and one secondary pet, and the host will enjoy permanent dominance over the secondary pet. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was briefly stunned. Did that mean the main pet belonged to Gu Rong and the secondary belonged to him? Well, that wasn't bad at all. Drawing Gu Rong's blind box let him also bask in the benefits. Lin Yi looked at Gu Rong and said,
The blind box is ready. It will open in 3 seconds.
3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. The silver-gray box opened, and 2 golden lights floated out, directly landing below the viewing stand. Suddenly, a fierce clash of metal resounded. The Soul Masters were startled, hastily retreating backward as they watched the spectacle before them with wide-eyed wonder, their gazes gradually lifting upward. Gu Rong's eyes widened as he saw a silver-gray metallic creature on the ground quickly assemble into shape. It grew larger and larger, raising its head, and eventually turned into a colossal creature about 40 to 50 meters tall. This creature's entire body shimmered with a silver-gray metallic sheen, as if made from countless sharp metallic blades. It had a metallic head, a metallic body, and metallic fangs.
Roar!
The mechanical Tyrannosaurus roared to the sky, its thunderous roar deafening. Flames spewed from its mouth, burning fiercely in midair, hot and intense. Everyone was dumbfounded, no, terrified. The dragon-shaped creature before them had transformed from a small piece of metal. What the hell kind of principle was that? However, Lin Yi recognized where the mechanical Tyrannosaurus came from. It was something from Transformers 4.
Thank you, Senior, for this great gift. Gu Rong is immensely grateful.
At this moment, Gu Rong immediately turned around, knelt on one knee toward Lin Yi, and, with his fist clasped in hand, performed a grand salute filled with emotion. Lin Yi's expression was composed. He simply glanced at the identifier on the panel. Right now, hanging above the gigantic head of the mechanical T-Rex was a tag that read, Subpet. The mechanical T-Rex was not the main pet that had come from the blind box just now. The main pet was something else.
I think there might be a misunderstanding. This mechanical T-Rex is my pet. It seems your pet is by the T-Rex's foot.
At this moment, in Lin Yi's view, aside from the T-Rex exuding golden light, there was also a little thing at its foot shining with golden light. Gu Rong felt puzzled. He walked over with a sense of life crisis, looked down, and his face suddenly twitched.
Sen!
The others jostled and craned their necks to look, and sure enough, it was really just an earthworm. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even spot it.
That's correct. The pet you've just unboxed is this earthworm.
Lin Yi wasn't speaking nonsense. He could see the main pet identifier above the earthworm's head.
I don't believe it.
Gu Rong's expression was close to crying. His martial soul was related to dragons, so how could it not be that this mechanical T-Rex was his pet? However, Lin Yi said indifferently,
If you think this mechanical T-Rex is the pet you unboxed, why not try giving it an order to see if it obeys you?
Gu Rong nodded and immediately walked to the side of the mechanical T-Rex. He tentatively reached out to touch the T-Rex's metallic big toe. At this moment, the mechanical T-Rex lowered its head, and its cold metallic eyes seemed to notice him. Gu Rong paused, then forced a friendly smile on his face. But the T-Rex suddenly bent down, its gaping maw coming close to his face, and with a roar, the turbulent breath from its mouth knocked Gu Rong flat to the ground. Gu Rong was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Yi spoke calmly.
Your true pet will absolutely obey your commands. If you don't believe me, try interacting with that earthworm.
Gu Rong looked at the earthworm, dazed. The next moment, the earthworm lifted its head, as if sensing its owner's presence, and immediately squirmed its way toward Gu Rong. It seemed exceedingly affectionate.
You should be able to see that it likes you, right?
The likes of a ghost. Gu Rong stood up immediately in fright.
Didn't you say that you would raise it even if it was just an earthworm?
Lin Yi looked at him serenely. The latter's expression froze, and he nodded with a forced smile.
Raise!
Chapter 94, Lin Yi. Reduce 2 million health points within 3 minutes and you can take away the reward 3,200.
Senior, I'm ready to attack. Wait a moment.
Lin Yi shifted his gaze away from Chen Xin and looked up at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The massive creature, not having received any commands from Lin Yi, could only stand there obediently. But it was so huge that it pushed all the soul masters out towards the edges.
Come here.
Lin Yi spoke gently, lifting his hand towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus.
Boom!
Sure enough, the T-Rex took a step forward, but when its massive metallic foot came down, it made a sound like a mountain collapsing. Boom! Boom! After 2 or 3 steps, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus arrived at the edge of the stands. Its massive shadow fell across the stands, prompting Chen Xin to turn around and hastily make room to the side. Fucking hell, that size is really terrifying. To everyone's astonishment, the ferocious mechanical Tyrannosaurus that had just faced Gu Rong now closed its eyes and lowered its head towards Lin Yi's palm. It gently nuzzled Lin Yi's hand with its huge head, as if begging to be petted. Gu Rong's face turned pale. It seemed the mechanical Tyrannosaurus truly recognized Lin Yi as its master, and thinking about his own behavior just now, he suddenly felt very embarrassed. No, he was extremely humiliated.
Good, you're too big, so I won't have you stay outside.
Lin Yi said with a smile, caressing the T-Rex's head gently. Bai Bidong and Thousand Waves looked on with ugly expressions as they watched this scene unfold. So this is what the pets of the powerful are like.
Dong dong.
At that moment, Lin Yi gently tapped twice on the head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Subsequently, the T-Rex's body shook violently. All its metal components started to contract inward, folding layer by layer. In the end, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus transformed from a behemoth several dozen meters tall into a metallic disc the size of a soul coin. The mouths of the spectators had been open since the beginning and hadn't closed since. They couldn't fathom how this was possible. Thousand Waves swallowed hard and turned to ask someone next to him.
Could this be high technology?
He thought of his own forward battle armor.
Let's start.
Lin Yi said to Chen Zin. Chen Zin didn't react at first, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before hurriedly responding. In the past few days, he had seen things he never thought he'd see in his lifetime, so much so that he couldn't even express his feelings properly. Since when did Soul Land have such a special person?
First soul skill, sword's edge.
Chen Zin furrowed his brow and shouted clearly. He was determined to strike down a reward of exceptional quality. The 7 Kills sword appeared out of thin air, its hilt falling into his hand. 9 soul rings quickly wrapped around it, dazzlingly bright. The sword blade hummed, a cold light suddenly appearing on the edge. The snow-white long sword cleaved through the air, a silver streak flashing across as the blade neared Lin Yi's neck.
Clang!
The 7 Kills sword trembled wildly in Chen Zin's hand before he put it away. His right hand shook slightly as he placed it behind his back, and with an awkward expression, he took several steps back before bowing to Lin Yi with a fist clasped.
Senior, I have finished.
Lin Yi nodded lightly, his expression unchanged, and no injury was visible on his neck. He looked at the display panel. Loss of blood, 94,361. Remaining health, 899,980,1,152,314. Damage grade, Black Junior. Random reward, refreshing black silk * 30 strands. Host reward, refreshing black silk * 90 strands. Chen Zin's first soul skill caused only a few thousand drops of blood less than Thousand Waves did, truly befitting the continent's top attacker. But this reward...
Your damage was 94,361, black primary level. Your reward is 30 strands of black silk.
Lin Yi explained.
30 strands of black silk.
Chen Zin voiced his confusion regarding the reward. It wasn't until Lin Yi tossed the 30 strands of black silk into his hands that Chen Zin stared at them for a while before it dawned on him where he had seen them. Wasn't this what Bidong wore on her legs?
Wearing these, every attribute of your body will increase by 5%, but they become ineffective when damaged.
Lin Yi explained. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out.
Senior, didn't you say it would be ineffective if a man wore them?
This was Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice. A muscle in the corner of Lin Yi's eye twitched. He just felt it was a bit hard on the eyes for a man to wear them since his vision had been trained by the aesthetics of a new era, and he found it a bit hard to accept. But that didn't mean it was useless for men. However, to cover up the lie he'd told before, Lin Yi cleared his throat and said,
Men need to recite a spell for it to take effect when they wear it, otherwise, it's indeed useless.
Chen Zin clutched the black silk tightly in his hand. 30 strands was already a pretty substantial reward compared to the sect masters, he asked respectfully.
Senior, what is the spell? Eat a peach for a nice cool vibe.
Lin Yi said, keeping a straight face.
Eat a peach for a nice cool vibe.
Chen Zin repeated the phrase several times in his mind to make sure he remembered it, then happily put the black silk into his soul tool. Chrysanthemum Douluo below, after hearing this, immediately memorized the spell, looking at Bidong with a fawning expression.
Your Majesty, could you please gift me a strand of black silk? I've been having a bit of difficulty pushing into red level damage lately.
Bidong looked at him coldly.
Scram! Got it!
Chrysanthemum Douluo walked away with a crestfallen face.
Senior, I'm ready for my second attack. All right, begins.
Chen Xin nodded.
Second soul skill, spiritual sword guard.
The 7 kills sword floated in midair, and a gentle blue light emanated from the hilt.
Whoosh!
2 blue sword shadows crossed at the hilt, as if imprinting the 7 kills sword with a layer of marks. The sword was drawn from its sheath. A snow-white sword light swept across the air, emitting a more fierce cutting force than the first soul skill. Sheath the sword, hide the martial soul. Chen Xin felt a bit better this time, as the spiritual sword guard provided a certain level of defense, which just offset the damage rebound from this attack. Blood loss, 116,873. Remaining health, 899,980,1,036,487. Damage level, black intermediate. Random reward, time-limited challenge prop card *1. Host reward, time-limited challenge prop card *3. Lin Yi quickly glanced at the system's notes and understood the function of the rewards. After all, he had previously encountered 2 types of prop cards. This time it was just a different form. Hold on, Lin Yi looked more closely.
Damage 116,873. Black intermediate level. Your reward is a time-limited challenge prop card.
Lin Yi lifted the black sphere of light in his hand and tossed it into the air, where it transformed into a floating card.
You must have seen the prop card before. Complete the task, the reward will elevate by 1 level, but this prop card is different. If you don't complete it, you will lose the reward. Because this is only a black intermediate reward, it can't compare with a red level one.
Chen Xin frowned slightly. He was initially excited when he heard about the prop card, but now there's a catch with this card.
As for the so-called time-limited challenge, each challenge has a time limit of 3 minutes, and you need to complete the challenge within 3 minutes to pass. Still, complete 2 challenges, and you earn the right to use the prop card.
Chen Xin nodded. He was clear about these. After Lin Yi explained this, his dark eyes turned to him.
So, are you going to take on the challenge? If not, just take the black intermediate level reward and leave. I accept.
Chen Xin's eyes were resolute. This was a challenge and an opportunity. Besides, it's not like there were no chances to attack later on.
Fine.
Lin Yi nodded.
Now, I'll select a challenge topic for you.
Topic selection in progress.
First question, please count how many soul masters are present within 3 minutes, not including me but including yourself. The timer starts now.
Chen Xin was dumbfounded upon hearing the topic. Count how many people there are. Although definitely not over 2,000, but...
Could everyone please help, form a line and stand more orderly?
Chen Xin said anxiously, feeling every second ticking away. But the soul masters of Soul City remained indifferent, simply standing there watching him. Having no other choice, Chen Xin had to grit his teeth and continue counting. At this moment, Bai Bidong turned her head and whispered a few words to Ghost Douluo beside her.
Yes, Your Highness.
Ghost Douluo turned around and slapped Chrysanthemum Douluo's buttocks heavily.
Damn Chrysanthemum, come catch me. Crap, stop right there.
The 2 of them ran and pushed among the soul masters, disturbing what was almost a fixed formation.
Hey, you two, stop.
Chen Xin yelled. Ghost Douluo stopped and looked at him curiously.
What did you say, 1432 or 1321?
Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately retorted.
Shut your 1136 mouth. It's obviously 1364.
Chen Xin was stunned. After hearing the conversation between Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, he suddenly forgot where he was in his count.
Time's up.
Lin Yi spoke.
Sorry, you failed your first time-limited challenge.
Chen Xin protested.
Senior, they did it on purpose.
That's why it's a challenge.
Lin Yi responded evenly. He went on to say,
Now, I'll select the second challenge topic for you.
Topic selection in progress.
What?
Chen Xin swallowed nervously, eyeing the standing Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him impassively.
The second time-limited challenge within 3 minutes. Inflict over 2 million damage on me and withstand my 3 attacks.
Chapter 95, The 7 Kills Sword Shattered Lin Yi. Sorry, I forgot to hold back my strength first update. Are you kidding me?
Don't worry, the task didn't say assistance was not allowed. If you can attack with Sect Master Ning's support, I think 2 million damage in 3 minutes is still possible.
Hearing this, Chen Xin's expression finally eased a bit. But it didn't become relaxed. The amplification of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was indeed powerful, but 2 million damage was just too much, and it wasn't certain whether it could be achieved.
I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, I'll wait until you've dealt the damage before I attack, but if there's no time left for me to attack, the challenge will also be considered a failure. So, you need to speed up your attack.
Lin Yi said. Lin Yi had made up his mind. Rather than making things difficult for Chen Xin during the process, it would be better to let him contribute the 2 million damage first. 2 million was not a small number. Normally it would take a whole day to achieve. As for his 3 attacks, if there was still time, he would just go through the motions, since the task didn't say he had to give his all. Lin Yi didn't want to hurt Chen Xin yet, as Chen Xin was definitely the main shield contributor at the event.
Once you're ready, let's start,
he said. Chen Xin nodded, taking several deep breaths. He knew that Lin Yi was being fairly lenient with him. Thus, he had to deal the 2 million damage both quickly and steadily.
I'm ready. Countdown begin.
Ning Fengzhai was also waiting in earnest below the stage, and upon hearing that, he immediately released his soul skill.
Martial Soul True Body. 7 treasures renowned, the first is strength. The second is speed. The third is soul. The fifth is...
Under the augmentation of his martial soul true body, Ning Fengzhai's consumption of soul power was halved, enabling him to continuously provide amplification to Chen Xin. 3 minutes of amplification should be enough. Atop the viewing platform, a rainbow light seemed to envelop Chen Xin's body. He raised his sword.
Hum!
7 kills unsheathed, the sword's hum shockingly poignant. Chen Xin's eyes blazed with a fierce light, and an imposing chant issued forth from his lips.
7 kills True Body.
The air grew still as an enormous phantom of the 7 kills sword appeared behind Chen Xin, sending shivers through the hearts of everyone present. The phantom appeared fleetingly before merging into Chen Xin's body.
6th Soul Skill, Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Whoosh!
With Chen Xin's sword direction, the snow-white long sword duplicated in midair instantly, creating countless copies. Numerous 7 kills swords hung in the air like snowflakes, all pointing towards a single target, Lin Yi. Upon sighting their target for attack, they emitted excited sword cries as if they had found an outlet for their damage. Sharpness locked on, ready to strike. The cascading sword rain fell upon Lin Yi, emitting sounds of grand impact. Meanwhile, Chen Xin's eyes widened. He had suddenly forgotten a crucial point: the greater the damage dealt, the larger the damage rebound from Lin Yi would be.
7 treasures renowned, the fourth is defense. 2nd Soul Skill, Spiritual Sword Guard.
2 panicked voices rose almost simultaneously. Although the youth stood in place without attacking, the damage rebound that might fall upon himself would certainly result in serious injury. Chen Xin protected himself with the 7 kills sword in front of him, barely managing to defend against it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi glanced at the dropping health of the shield, and he slightly frowned. 518,764. Interesting, this was the reason he didn't want Chen Xin to get hurt. Truth be told, Sword Dust Heart's shield-breaking efficiency was indeed very high. It had reached gold-level damage. However, Chen Xin clearly hadn't anticipated that the damage rebound would delay his attack timing and state. After briefly adjusting for a moment, Chen Xin furrowed his brows, not daring to pause.
3rd Soul Skill, Calm as Flowing Water. 4th Soul Skill, Killing Intent Revealed.
Chen Xin took his stance in the viewing stand, the snow-white long sword creating sword flowers in midair. Soul power gathered at the tip of the sword, sharp as a silver line cutting through, leaving pitch-black fissures in space. His body flashed past, smoothly thrusting forward like flowing water. Another wave of damage was produced. 316,452. Chen Xin appeared behind Lin Yi, slightly lifting his sword.
Clang, clang, clang.
A series of exceedingly sharp 7-kill swords surrounded Lin Yi's body closely. The clear sound of sword ringing rose again. Dozens of 7-kill swords surrounding Lin Yi formed an array of strangulation. Lightspeed cutting, piercing. The speed was so fast that one could only see the silver threads emerging in midair. 398,764.
2 minutes left.
Lin Yi spoke with a composed expression, while once again a wave of damage rebound shook off him. Chen Xin's eyes widened as he retreated again. Ning Fengzhai was panic-stricken, rapidly maxing out Chen Xin's defense from below, afterward breaking out in a cold sweat. This damage rebound was just freaking absurd, even a hyper Douluo couldn't withstand it. Chen Xin clenched his teeth. Having come this far, how could he not give it his all?
Man and sword as one.
A sharp momentum emerged from Chen Xin, as if he himself had transformed into a sword. All people saw was Lin Yi standing calmly in place, but countless snow-white sword marks kept flickering around him. And Lin Yi could also see his own health points greatly diminishing. Chen Xin was truly scraping the barrel. Time had reached 2.5 minutes. The system precisely timed the damage node. 2 million.
It's time, get ready to counterattack.
Chen Xin stopped, panting heavily, his body bent like a dead dog, while Ning Fengzhai below also watched upwards out of breath. Damn, it's the first time I've seen someone who attacks get half-dead tired from it, especially when the attacker is a top-tier attacking Douluo and a top-tier support soul master. By this time, Lin Yi started walking towards Chen Xin, causing the latter to panic instantly. Chen Xin once again summoned the 7-kills sword to guard in front of him, looking at Lin Yi as if he was staring at a monster. Seeing this, Ning Fengzhai also hurriedly climbed up from below.
Save!
Lin Yi pointed out calmly towards Chen Xin. Chen Xin exerted all his strength.
Third soul skill, calm as flowing water.
The 7-kills sword in his hand once again emitted the sound of a sword's cry, its sharp tip thrusting forward as well. Lin Yi's finger collided with the tip of the 7-kills sword. The air stilled for a moment. But the next second...
Crack, crack, crack.
Chapter 96, Complete Explanation of Dugu Jiujian Sword Technique, dropped from the upgraded version of Price Roulette, second release. Watching as the 7-kills sword was about to be completely destroyed, with only 5 seconds left of the 3 minutes. Lin Yi stopped, his expression calm as he raised his sword finger and gently tapped Chen Xin's left and right shoulders.
2, 3, all right, 3 attacks completed.
Gasping for breath, Chen Xin's eyes widened as his body slumped to the ground. He looked at Lin Yi with a myriad of emotions.
Senior, thank you.
Without looking back, Lin Yi spoke and sat down by his own cushion. After Chen Xin had fought so hard, it would have been too unkind to beat him half to death in the last few seconds. Moreover, just for today, Chen Xin alone had contributed around 2.5 million in damage to him. This completely matched the damage flow for the entire previous day. Lin Yi somewhat admired him. Chen Xin indeed lived up to the reputation of the continent's #1 in attack. Everyone could see that Lin Yi had held back in this challenge, but they had no complaints. Chen Xin's all-out effort was seen by all, and his fierce attacks and high damage were eye-catching. Even if Bai Bidong had grievances against Tiandu, it did not prevent her from feeling admiration for Chen Xin after this challenge. In addition, everyone's perception of Lin Yi also changed slightly. They thought Senior Lin Yi was really as cold and ruthless as he seemed on the surface, but perhaps his heart was gentle too. Bai Bidong looked at Lin Yi a few more times, suddenly wondering if his indifferent demeanor towards her was just an act. Sitting on the cushion, Lin Yi read out the third problem selected by the system.
The third challenge, within 3 minutes.
Upon reading this task, even Lin Yi himself was taken aback. What a bizarre question. As soon as he finished reading, Many soul masters in the audience exchanged glances and then proceeded to try it out. Bai Bidong was about to try it, but then gave up the idea instantly when she saw Chrysanthemum Douluo stretching out his tongue with bulging eyes. A very unseemly image.
How did you do that?
Gu Rong, also curious, looked towards Chen Xin, having just attempted and found it difficult himself.
My father was especially strict with me when I was young, requiring rigorous training daily. Flexibility of the bones was a must.
Chen Xin replied. It dawned on everyone then. Chen Xin's achievements today probably had a lot to do with his father. Congratulations, you have completed 2 of the 3 time-limited challenges and gained the right to use the prop card. The Black Intermediate level reward has been upgraded to Black Advanced level. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin was overwhelmed with excitement. Reaching this point had been too difficult. The journey was filled with tears.
May I ask, Senior, what is the reward?
His voice trembled as he asked. Complete explanation of Dugu Jiyujian's sword technique. Chen Xin was astonished.
Is it a sword technique?
Lin Yi nodded and flicked the black sphere of light towards Chen Xin. Understanding the complete technique didn't require personal learning and reflection. In just a moment, Chen Xin had mastered it comprehensively. His expression was one of shock, as though he had seen something extraordinary.
This.
Lin Yi said nothing, sitting cross-legged in meditation as if he hadn't heard his question. Chen Xin's face showed his shock. Lin Yi's silence was answer enough. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi was also a master of swordsmanship. This Dugu Jiyujian was ingeniously crafted. Without several decades or even 100 years of experience with the sword, it could never have been conceived. Chen Xin immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yi. This was not just gratitude but reverence.
Today, Chen Xin received guidance from the senior. I will diligently study and strive to produce a result that satisfies the senior.
Connecting Lin Yi's earlier leniency to now bestowing the sword technique, Chen Xin had essentially deduced Lin Yi's intentions. Seekers of the sword path, a kindred spirit is rare. Chen Xin could never have imagined that Lin Yi was the confidant he had been seeking for so many years. Moreover, he was gifted this opportunity in such a manner.
Senior,
Lin Yi spoke with an indifferent expression. Chen Xin's excited words were cut off, but he didn't mind and walked down from the stands excitedly, looking forward to the next martial arts exchange with Lin Yi. Every attack of his today must have been seen by Lin Yi. Chen Xin wondered anxiously if Lin Yi had spotted any inadequacies.
Come here.
Just as she was about to greet him, to her surprise, she saw Lin Yi wave her over. This left Bai Bidong feeling momentarily at a loss. The one who was indifferent before was suddenly initiating conversation today.
Does the senior have any instructions?
The Star Luo Emperor will appear before long. I need you to find an opportunity to discuss the Soul Master Tournament with the 2 emperors, and don't forget.
Bai Bidong felt somewhat disappointed. It turned out to be about this matter. She asked in return,
How does senior know he will appear?
He will definitely appear.
Lin Yi's face remained calm, yet his tone left no room for doubt.
Don't worry, senior, since I've taken on this task, I will definitely complete it satisfactorily.
Bai Bidong looked serious, trying to wait for Lin Yi to say a few courteous words. But there were none.
Senior, I am going to attack now.
Her voice had also turned listless. Bai Bidong swore that Lin Yi's kindness would never extend to her. After all, every time she tried to build a good relationship with Lin Yi, it ended in disappointment. Alas, why is this man so difficult? After her moment of gloom, Bai Bidong released her soul ring, and a beautiful, magnificent uniform materialized on her body.
Spider Emperor True Body. First soul skill, Death Lance.
Chapter 97, Bai Bidong with Triplet Martial Soul, Third Spirit is Hao Tian Hammer, Third Release. Star Luo Empire. Imperial Palace. Emperor Dai Ben sat on the throne, his face showing surprise as he looked down at the 20 soul masters below him. Each of them had swollen bruises on their faces, and some of them were so unstable that they seemed as if they had been severely beaten.
Who did this? Your Majesty, It was that young man's subordinate.
Dai Ben frowned.
Didn't the scout report that the young man was alone? No, he has a very powerful subordinate. That muscle man took on all 20 of us without even releasing his martial soul.
Dai Ben was shocked.
Are you sure it's just his subordinate? Certain. That muscle man kept calling out to the young man as his master.
Still, Dai Ben was puzzled.
If his subordinate is so powerful, why did he only give you a beating? You were there to capture his master. Why didn't he think about eliminating the threat for good? Because
Dai Ben was shocked for the second time. According to the previous intelligence report, he only knew that there was such a youth in Seoul City, that beating him would result in various treasures dropping, and even Emperor Zua had joined the excitement. But Dai Ben had not expected, upon hearing more today, that the youth was so charismatic. And of such stature. A man capable of fighting 20 without releasing his martial soul serving as his subordinate.
has Zui not left yet?
Dai Ben quickly turned his head and asked the attendant.
Your Majesty, that's right. The Heaven-Dew Sovereign and the people from the Seven Treasures Glaze sect have already been in Seoul City for 2 whole days.
Dai Ben was shocked for the third time.
Doesn't that old man have official duties to attend to? Oh yes, I just remembered, he has already appointed a crown prince.
The attendant replied calmly.
The crown prince has also been in Seoul City for 3 days. What?
Dai Ben slammed the table in shock. He now understood that Emperor Zua was seriously determined this time. The relationship between the Tiandu Empire and the Martial Seoul Hall couldn't possibly be that good, yet there they were, shamelessly staying in Seoul City for so long. It seemed it was all because of that treasure-dropping youth.
Summon Davis.
Dai Ben immediately ordered. If the rumors were true, why care about political affairs or preparing for the Seoul Master competition? That old rascal Zua might have already made a fortune. He needed to hurry and take Davis with him to get a piece of the action. Seoul City.
Damage 243,648. Red intermediate level. Your reward is the double reward price roulette.
Lin Yi said as he raised a black light orb in his hand. Hearing about the reward, by Bidong's eye twitched. The word
price
sounded uncomfortable no matter how you heard it, especially after witnessing Ning Fengzhai's experience firsthand.
You must have witnessed the rules already, but I must remind you, this is the double reward price roulette, 1 price for 2 rewards. It's up to you to draw or not. If you don't, the reward will be void.
Bai Bidong hadn't planned on drawing. But the thought of 2 rewards.
I'll draw.
Thousand Waves and Zhu King were both surprised and turned to look at her, only to see Bai Bidong's face filled with determination. Zhu King frowned. Had this woman gone mad? What if the price is one you can't afford? A reduced lifespan, missing an arm or a leg or something.
Do you want to see the 2 rewards first or the price first?
Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai felt an even stronger urge to cry. He should have looked at the price first last time, as it would have made him feel a lot better. But Bai Bidong firmly said,
I want to see the rewards first. Are you sure? The order of reveal could have a certain impact on the outcome. The likelihood is very small, but it's not impossible.
Lin Yi reminded her. Bai Bidong nodded emphatically.
I'm sure. Let's see the rewards first.
Lin Yi nodded and used the system's ability to open the left pointer's hatch. Black Advanced Level. Bai Bidong was slightly disappointed, as Black Advanced Level was below the red level damage she had just dealt. For now she had lost half.
Your Black Advanced Level reward is 3 hidden weapons, named Mother Sun Soul Chasing Balls. These 2 balls contain a paralyzing poison fog, as well as the highly toxic bone corroding needles. What I can tell you is that this is an excellent hidden weapon, highly effective even against titled Douluo level soul masters, and there are 3 of them.
After Lin Yi's explanation, Bai Bidong's expression eased somewhat. Although 1 tier lower, the reward itself seemed pretty good.
Senior, let's see the next reward.
Lin Yi nodded and used the system's ability to open the hatch on the right pointer.
Red Advanced.
The room was abuzz. Without a doubt, Bai Bidong had made a huge profit so far, assuming the price was minimal. One black advanced and one red advanced. Such luck was impressive. Bai Bidong was also a bit excited, clasping her two small hands together, her face adorned with a nervous yet hopeful smile. Put frankly, it was truly gambling with their lives. After all, they still didn't know what the price was.
Your red advanced reward is the Spirit Halo Hammer.
Chapter 98 Shocking Cost, Soul Beast Attractor Drop First Release.
What?
Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bai Bidong doubted her own ears.
Your red advanced reward is the Spirit Halo Hammer.
Having finished speaking, Lin Yi tossed the red orb of light into the air beside him, and the orb immediately transformed into a black hammer emitting a faint glow. The hammer floated in midair, its surface etched with mysterious patterns that were difficult to discern, naturally exuding a profound and weighty aura. Upon seeing this martial soul, everyone fell silent. This was especially true for the members of the Martial Soul Hall. They had an extremely deep impression of this martial soul. It was hailed as the strongest tool-type martial soul on the continent, the hereditary martial soul of the Hao Tian clan, which was the leader of the upper three families. The Hao Tian clan had produced strong figures generation after generation. Wasn't it all thanks to this hammer? At this moment, Bai Bidong seemed to think of something. She let out a cold laugh and without any hesitation, reached out to touch the Hao Tian hammer. The moment she made contact, the Hao Tian hammer emitted a flash of purple lightning as if resonating with Bai Bidong, and it quickly merged into her body. Bai Bidong closed her eyes to complete the final fusion. Lin Yi watched the woman before him, feeling somewhat emotional. Once Bai Bidong possessed the third martial soul, the Hao Tian hammer, the trajectory of the entire continent was probably going to change. Actually, the final direction of the original story was directly related to Tang San and Bai Bidong. The existence of Brock was actually more or less irrelevant to the continent. With or without him, Tang San would ultimately become a god. It wasn't long before Bai Bidong opened her eyes, a trace of a smile on her lips. She stretched out her right hand, and hovering above her palm was a shrunken version of the Hao Tian hammer. As Bai Bidong gripped the handle, the entire Hao Tian hammer expanded several times over in accordance with her will, with purple lightning flickering on it, exuding immense weight. The beauty effortlessly wielded the hammer, and the scene somewhat violently beautiful. But black silk together with the giant hammer turned out to be a surprisingly fitting combination.
The strength of the Hao Tian hammer doesn't only lie in the martial soul itself, but also in the many cultivation techniques associated with it, including the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique, the big Zumi hammer, the dance of the chaotic cloak, and the great Zumi hammer profound meaning. These are definitely what you need, and they're all available in my prize pool.
Lin Yi said with a calm expression. Bai Bidong put away her martial soul, nodding her head with some excitement. Having obtained the Hao Tian hammer, of course, she was eager for those techniques. After all, she had heard of the might of the great Zumi hammer. It must be said, the days she'd spent with Lin Yi had brought her many rewards she couldn't have even dreamed of.
Next, you have a price to pay,
Lin Yi said dispassionately, as an outsider without a hint of concern. After her excitement, Bai Bidong now also became anxious. To say she wasn't afraid would be a lie. Of course, she feared it might be a price she couldn't afford. She could only gamble.
Open it, I'm prepared.
She declared. Lin Yi nodded, and using the system's ability, he opened the pointer switchplate below. Bai Bidong nervously stepped forward to look, and was momentarily stunned.
Lose 1 pound of body fat.
Lin Yi didn't know in advance what Bai Bidong's price would be, and he too paused for a moment on seeing it. Is this really a price? Isn't this something many women dream of? Despite his shock, Lin Yi's face remained indifferent as he said.
Execute the price.
A golden light flashed across Bai Bidong's body, and after the glow disappeared, it was obvious that the price had been carried out. But she seemed to have no change at all.
This must be the charm of the price roulette. As long as you dare to bet, the cost awaiting you might be negligible.
After he finished speaking, he looked toward Bai Bidong.
Begin your second attack.
Yes.
At this moment, Bai Bidong was too excited to express her feelings with words. Who else could be as lucky as her, gaining 3 rewards with a single attack? After calming her emotions, Bai Bidong prepared for her second attack. Since the previous attack had slightly reduced the power of her first soul skill, she decided to release her first soul skill at normal strength this time around. Once she had planned her next move, Bai Bidong once again activated her martial soul true body. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire the ability of the system's items. The costume remodel for the martial soul form made Bai Bidong look like a fashion model walking down the catwalk. The level of this design was at least as high as a 3- or 4-story building. However, every time she transformed into this look, Bai Bidong would, in the next second, become a fierce combat princess. Lin Yi didn't find this contrast jarring. On the contrary, he even found Bai Bidong's style quite enchanting in its own right. The attack concluded. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 264,531. Remaining health, 899,978,530,2,134. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Soul Beast Attractor, Aquapea Forest exclusive. Host reward, Soul Beast Attractor, no territorial restrictions. This was also a reward that Lin Yi had not seen before. He glanced at the system's note and understood its function after a moment. He said to Bai Bidong,
Damage 264,531. Red Junior level, your reward is a Soul Beast Attractor.
Soul Beast Attractor.
although she heard the words.
Soul Beast.
The term,
Soul Beast Attractor.
left Bai Bidong somewhat confused. Shouldn't soul masters be able to capture soul beasts by themselves? Why would they need a device? Lin Yi's handheld red orb hopped a few times before transforming into a small, transparent glass sphere about the size of a fist. He explained,
This Soul Beast Attractor can only be used within the Aquapea Forest. It's ineffective elsewhere. When used, just throw the glass sphere onto the ground. It will rapidly expand, and a random soul beast from the Aquapea Forest will appear inside. The sphere will display the soul beast's age, name, abilities, and other various information. If you're dissatisfied with the captured soul beast, pressing the green button on it will randomly change the creature inside until one appears that satisfies you.
Bai Bidong was somewhat astonished. Is there really such a thing? Wouldn't this make obtaining soul rings a lot easier?
Do you roughly understand?
After finishing, Lin Yi asked Bai Bidong.
I understand.
Good, this is your reward.
Lin Yi tossed the fist-sized glass sphere to Bai Bidong and finally reminded her.
After capturing a soul beast, the red switch on top is to open the glass sphere and release the soul beast.
Bai Bidong nodded, indicating she remembered. Although this gadget didn't have a hunting function, it greatly saved efficiency in screening and looking for soul beasts. It just so happened that her Hayashin Hammer Martial Soul also needed soul rings. After stepping down from the stage, Bai Bidong seemed to suddenly remember something. She turned her head to ask Chrysanthemum Douluo.
Elder Yan Ying went with Nana and Evil Moon to hunt for soul rings. Haven't they finished yet? No, I heard they still haven't found a satisfactory one. Okay, I'll go see if I can help.
Chapter 99, Reward, 100 Modern Novels. Bai Bidong helps to capture Soul Beast's second update.
What is she doing?
Thousand Waves asked Qinghe curiously.
How would I know what she's up to? Hurry, it's your turn, Grandpa.
Qinghe urged Thousand Waves. Thousand Waves then realized his moment had come and hurried towards the stands, fearing Lin Yi might be in a rush. He glanced at the damage record on the wooden sign. 279,743. The current record was still held by him. This time there was no doubt he would break his own record again. Ever since Chen Xin arrived, Thousand Waves suddenly felt his record might be endangered. The support from 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda was tremendous, and Chen Xin's own damage output was not insignificant. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai were absolutely the most promising duo to break the record. It wasn't just Thousand Waves who was focused on the highest record wooden sign. Chen Xin was also paying attention. He had a desire to win. Being titled the strongest attacker on the continent, Chen Xin always felt the title was a bit empty. After encountering Lin Yi, he realized that attack damage could actually be expressed with a concrete number. This was like opening a door to a new world for Chen Xin. So he thought since he had this title, he might as well prove it with a specific number. He was confident about that record. Even with two ultimate Douluos present at the scene, Chen Xin still wanted to compete. If Thousand Waves knew that Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai, in cooperation, had once dealt over 500,000 in damage, he would probably feel his sense of urgency more acutely. In front of Lin Yi, Thousand Waves' right arm began to twinkle with starlight. Right hand armor, small arm armor, large arm armor, and right shoulder armor materialized. His right half filled instantly with a strong sense of power. He released his martial soul at the same time, and the phantom of a gold-level seraph with 6 wings appeared behind him. The angel holy sword and forward battle armor combined, substantial and sharp.
Third soul skill, light blade slash.
Thousand Waves rushed forward at high speed. The gold-level light blade streaked across the air and landed on Lin Yi's body. The trembling sensation on his arm was absorbed by the forward battle armor, and Thousand Waves quickly retracted his martial soul and raised his right arm in front of him, dissolving the rebounding damage just as easily with the battle armor. Indeed, high-level soul technology. Thousand Waves stroked the forward battle armor on his right arm with affection. Last time he had this look in his eyes was when he was in bed, touching the cheek of a life-sized doll. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 290, 1,366. Remaining health, 899,978,240, 1,076. Damage grade, red novice. Random reward, 100 volumes of modern web novels. Host reward, 500 volumes of modern web novels. Lin Yi found that the rewards given by the system were either astonishing or bewildering. Red-level rewards included these as well. He briefly scanned the titles of these web novels and couldn't help but shed tears. They were all too familiar to him. He just didn't know whether Thousand Waves would be interested.
How did it go, senior?
Thousand Waves asked curiously.
Damage 291,366, red junior level, still broke the record you set before. Congratulations. Your reward is 100 novels.
Novels? What are novels?
Thousand Waves frowned slightly, seemingly having no concept of this. It appeared that the world of Soul Land didn't have this kind of cultural industry.
It's about the life experiences of 100 men or boys. I believe you will find it extremely beneficial after reading them.
Thousand Waves' eyes widened with a sudden deep respect. Without a doubt, these 100 men must be the ones Senior Lin Yi had taken an interest in. Being favored by Senior Lin Yi, their life experiences signified that they must have been exceptionally brilliant. Thousand Waves slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Senior Lin Yi was intentionally imparting his success stories to him.
I understand.
Thousand Waves nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Lin Yi tossed the red orb towards the ground. Several hundred books with different covers piled up one on top of the other on the ground. After all, they were lengthy novels, with even a single novel stretching across more than a dozen volumes. Thousand Waves' eyes went wide with excitement as he turned to Lin Yi.
Senior, are all these mine? Yes, you can read their stories when you have time. They are all genuine, like that, Covering the Heavens or Fighting Break.
Lin Yi felt an urge to laugh but restrained himself. Thousand Waves walked over and touched the array of books as if they were treasures, realizing that the numerous volumes surely meant detailed content. He now had plenty to learn. Although Zuer was a girl, the experiences of successful men would still influence her, and Thousand Waves decided to share a few of the books with Kayan Rengsu. Oh, that,
The 26-year-old female tenant.
seemed to detail a woman's story. It must be some woman's story of success. Good, I'll start with this one for Zuer tonight. Thousand Waves happily stored the books into his soul tool. Meanwhile, Bai Bidong had arrived at the outskirts of the Aquapea forest. The dense forest cast spots of gold on the ground where the sunlight filtered through. Bai Bidong intended to search for Hulina inside, but she saw Hulina walking towards her, as if about to leave the Aquapea forest.
Nana,
Bai Bidong called out.
teacher.
Hulina was surprised. Shouldn't her teacher be in Seoul City right now? Why did she come to the Aquapea forest?
Nana, where are you going?
Hulina was at a loss for words, her expression clouded. Right then, Evil Moon and Elder Yan Ying caught up with them. Hulina found her chance to vent.
Teacher, Evil Moon is being too picky and hunting for soul beasts, rejecting this and that. He has had Elder Yan Ying and me roaming the forest for 2 or 3 days.
Evil Moon felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head.
Can't help it, can we? Around the fringes of Aquapea Forest, there are hardly any soul beasts worth considering, and they're extraordinarily scarce. With such a large forest, we have to walk around a bit more, right?
So that justifies 3 days of walking.
Hulina turned and glared at her brother.
HMPH, I don't care anymore. I don't need a soul ring for now. I'm going to meet Senior Lin Yi. I've missed out on so many things in these 3 days.
At this point, Bai Bidong stopped Hulina and said,
I came to help you hunt for a soul ring. I just knocked a nice item off Senior Lin Yi that can quickly capture soul beasts. If you're not satisfied, it can be switched out in a second. Very convenient.
After speaking, she took out the Soul Beast Attractor, a clear glass sphere that instantly drew the attention of the three of them. However, by the looks on Evil Moon and Elder Yan Ying's faces, they didn't seem to believe it much. After all, in their eyes, it was just a glass sphere not even as big as a palm.
Let's walk further inside first.
Bai Bidong looked back, realizing they were too close to the outskirts. It would be troublesome if a soul beast ran out of the forest. P.S. There will be just 2 updates today. We will resume 3 updates tomorrow. Everyone can look forward to the scene where modern web novels take Seoul Land by storm, showing them a world beyond the mystical drains. Also, I'd like to recommend a book. The author is a very pretty girl who has a good relationship with me. She's still single, and she's planning to write Seoul Land fanfiction to earn some pocket money just like me. Title: Seoul Land, Challenging for Prizes. By Bidong's hands get soft from collecting awards.